Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Oh, Space Fams, beautiful to see you tonight. Even if under strange circumstances. Oh boy, lots to talk about, but first, few shoutouts. Oku, Morbius, Mozart, 123 in the YouTube chat. Randy Terpstra, HBX, Young Chris, Mr. Spock, Hermit Horologist, Edwin Thornton, and Sweet Chewy. Rogerb on the Twitch. Did I say BCat? Might as well say the mods twice just in case. All of you, beautiful to see you here tonight. And boy oh boy, what a strange show I have planned for us this evening. Now, seeing as it's a Friday, usually we'd be doing a week-ending report. Talk about all of the things that have happened over the week, generally speaking, in the United States, with the environment, climate change, perhaps a little space news, and of course the rest of the planet, because the United States, not the only country. But today it is. Today it's gonna be America and America only. Oh, and it's gonna be one particular topic. That is Graham Platner, one I was hoping for us to move on from. A sentiment I've actually expressed on a number of occasions in different ways. But I guess we better start here. In the United States. Remember 10 months ago?
What I love most about Maine are the people. I have never met people who are more hard-scrabble, even in a place that requires you to work like 2 or 3 different jobs. We have watched this state become essentially unlivable for working-class people, and it makes me deeply angry. My name is Graham Platner, and I'm running for U.S. Senate in Maine to defeat Susan Collins. A decade of military service going overseas. Farming oysters to feed my community. Diving to lend a hand to other fishermen. Trying to start a family. But everywhere I've gone, it seems like the fabric of what holds us together is being ripped apart by billionaires and corrupt politicians, profiting off of destroying our environment, driving our families into poverty, and crushing the middle class. I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not afraid to name an enemy, and the enemy is the oligarchy. It's the billionaires who pay for it, and the politicians who sell us out. And yeah, that means politicians like Susan Collins. I'm not fooled by this fake charade of Collins' deliberations and moderation. The difference between Susan Collins and Ted Cruz is at least Ted Cruz is honest about selling us out and not giving a damn. People know that the system is screwing them. They know it in their bones. Nobody I know around here can afford a house. Healthcare is a disaster. Hospitals are closing. We have watched all of that get ripped away from us, and everyone's just trying to keep it all together. Why can't we have universal health care like every other first world country? Why can't we take care of our veterans when they come home? Why are we funding endless wars and bombing children? Why are CEOs more powerful than unions? We fought 3 different wars since the last time we raised the minimum wage. I'm not pretending to have all the answers, but I know that I'm asking the right questions. When I tell people around here that I'm running for Senate, sometimes the initial reaction is, what the but when I tell them why I'm doing it, because I truly do believe that we can build a system that is going to represent working people, the #1 response has been, well, thank God somebody's going to do it. You're supposed to fight for the things you love. This is our home, and I will fight tirelessly for it, for you. It's Mainers first, in Maine, always.
Oh, it was only 10 months ago, Space Fams. 10 long and or short months, depending on how those have gone for you over the last, but less than a year. In my mind, it was actually a full year when we've been talking about this campaign in particular for so long that I honestly, I've lost track of time on some of these things. But that was 10 months ago. Graham Platner's campaign launch video on his YouTube channel. Now, you may have seen the Lucy raid. Sorry, I missed that. Who just raided over here? Oh, Lucy Hayes. Lucy Hayes, welcome in. All right, now for those of you who've seen the thumbnail so far, if you're not on Twitch, because only YouTubers can see the thumbnail, there's a lot of faces on that thumbnail, and the reason that we're doing this, instead of the weekending report, is because of an argument that I watched last night on the Leftist Mafia, one of my favorite leftist collaborative streams, where things went a bit nuclear. For the second time in the last month. I can't remember exactly the timing of all of this, but suffice to say, it was disturbing to me. I couldn't even bring myself to do the election coverage I was planning on doing yesterday, and instead sat there watching that horrifying display for the evening. I couldn't bring myself to start the stream because I felt so discouraged about where we were politically right now. And I feel that every single person on the thumbnail has failed in one way or another, through action or lack thereof. And including myself, because I'm not on the thumbnail, but just to be clear, including myself, because I supported Graham, right? I said that he was the best candidate in this election. And we're going to talk about everybody's culpability here, because there should be a lot less finger pointing and a whole lot of something else that we're going to start talking about here soon. But before we start talking about the future of all of this, I just want to go stay in the past. We're going to do this chronologically, okay? That's where I landed on this situation. And we still have to talk about what the fuck is going to happen between now and Monday. That will be coming up towards the end of the stream, because, of course, we can't forget that there is still a Senate seat in Maine that needs to be filled. And it will be filled with someone. And the democratic process has to happen in some form or fashion. Will it be one of machine politics? Will it be one of the people? Oh, let's go here. 8 months ago. What would this have been? This would have been late October, I think. Something that everybody was talking about. The tattoo. Let's start here with Mike Figueredo.
So, a couple of months ago, I referred to Graham Platner as the Mamdani of Maine. But new revelations have people questioning if he's actually the next John Fetterman. And this story really seems to have divided the online left, so we're going to talk through it. I'll address the controversy as well as some of the complexities about the race. And in the end, I will tell you where I land in all of this and whether or not I still support Graham Platner. So the first controversy that I want to talk about is his past Reddit comments where he described himself as a communist and jokingly called himself an Antifa super soldier. He also talked about about the need for armed resistance against fascism. In fact, he shared some of his past comments himself, specifically where he vociferously condemned misogyny and defended LGBTQ plus people. And I'll admit, some of his old Reddit comments actually made me like him more. Others, however, made me like him a lot less, such as comments that he made about black people tipping. He also seemed to blame victims of sexual assault for their own sexual assaults in one post. But in response to his Reddit post history being made public, he said this.
As you've probably seen, there's a story that's broken about comments I made on Reddit in an earlier part of my life. As I read through them, I read things that I absolutely do not agree with. I read through and I see things that, words and statements that I abhor. I also see the trajectory of my life. When I got back from Afghanistan in 2011, I stayed in the Army for another year. I got out in 2012. Some of the worst comments I made, the things that I think are least defensible, that I wouldn't even try to defend, come from that time. I made comments that I'm not happy about, that I do not agree with, but they came from a time and place in my life. And as I watch...
Okay, I think a lot of us remember his posts about these different scandals that popped up, whatever you want to call them, red flags. I think we'll call them red flags. For some, they were red lines. And that is a distinction that we're going to get into over this as well. But I think we all remember. He said that this was a long time ago, it was 15 whatever years ago, and he's a different guy.
And I stopped posting on Reddit around 2020 and 2021 is because that was the point in my life where I had found this. I had moved back to my hometown. I'd found community. I'd started a business. I'd met someone to fall in love with. I'd been able to really begin to feel connected again.
And he goes on to explain that finding community and starting a business and meeting his partner really helped to mitigate the anger and isolation that he was feeling after being disillusioned with the system as a result of his service in the military. And for the most part, it seems like his explanation was received well online, and seemingly he did manage to weather the storm, that particular storm. However, anticipating the release of even more Oppo research, he decided to try to get ahead of it on Pod Save America and released this decade-old video of him singing Miley Cyrus at his brother's wedding. Now, it's not the singing that's controversial, as cringeworthy as it is. It's the tattoo in question of the SS Totenkopf, which is a Nazi symbol, for those who don't know. Now, in the interview, after minutes of him talking about the video itself, he explains why he got the tattoo in question, and here's his explanation.
I am not a secret Nazi. Actually, if you read through my Reddit comments, I think you can pretty much figure out where I stand on Nazism,
right,
and anti-Semitism and racism in general. I would say a lifelong opponent. In 2007, I was a machine gun section leader with Kilo Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines. We were on the 2-2 Mu. And it was my third deployment. My previous two had been to Fallujah and then Ramadi, 2006. And we went ashore in Split, Croatia, myself and a few of the other machine gun squad leaders. And we got very inebriated. And we did what Marines on Liberty do, and we decided to go get a tattoo.
Okay, once again, I think we remember this one, so I'm going to skip ahead.
Communist, but also a Nazi.
Fair point. And in 2025 America, if you want to be a Nazi, you really don't have to do it secretly. You can join the Republican Party and be an out and proud Nazi for the most part. But I mean, PSA to anyone thinking about getting a tattoo in Croatia, don't do that. Just
don't do it.
Avoid. But he explained.
So true. And that's something that a lot of people, Mike's not the only one who pointed this out. Hassan pointed it out. I pointed it out. Croatia, not a good place to go getting a random tattoo when you're drunk. Especially, if you're kind of bro-coded. I think that's going to get you some real trouble potentially there. I mean, the fact is Croatia is a country in Europe, that under a puppet government, right? A Nazi puppet government during World War II committed mass atrocities against minority groups in the country. But because of the fact that they have kind of gone under the radar in a way Germany hasn't, they haven't really wrestled in the same way I think Germany has. And even Germany has its problems, right? We know, like, AFD, anybody, right? But, like, I guess my point is that out of all the places to get a random tattoo, Croatia, not a good place. Mike's right. Everybody who said this at that time was right. Like, don't do that. And that is essentially saying, I think, to some degree, that this was something that was a red flag. Oh wait, I forgot. I gotta hold on. I'm not done. I gotta let Mike wrap this up here.
It is the standard Democratic Party line on immigration, unfortunately. But I mean,
by the
for
way,
progressive,
just a heads up to anybody listening right now, there is going to be some amount of, quite a bit of this today. Sort of me jumping around in videos. I listened to a lot of content, hours and hours of content. People making their very loud opinions about this known. Hours and hours, and I'm gonna try. I think I've got a sense of all the places I want to go, but I might fuck up a couple times, not gonna lie.
Would expect more than the standard establishment position, but I didn't really pick up on all of these details at first that I would have otherwise viewed as red flags because I was sold on the politics. But upon further inspection, it's clear that there are more things that are concerning that I do view as red flags. But to even call these elements of his platform red flags is debatable, and it makes it seem like I'm being overly nitpicky because I admit, like, not every single leftist is going to check every single box. Like most people, candidates can hold, controversial, unorthodox, and even contradictory views. And at least for the last couple of years, it's clear that Graham Platner has been a consistent, committed leftist. He even called into the Majority Report a couple of years ago when he wasn't a politician. So there are a lot of reasons to believe that Graham Platner is for sure the real deal.
Well, there we have it. Even Mike Figueredo at the Humanist Report, to some degree, was willing to give Graham Platner the benefit of the doubt 8 months ago. Only 2 months into the campaign, I would like to point this out to everybody. Only 2 months in to the Platner campaign. He was one of the first people to announce in this race, but we will be talking about the facts surrounding this race, because he wasn't the only person running. I would like to point this out to everybody. In fact, that's going to be one of my main points throughout all of this.
The idea of having like a bumper sticker that someone pointed out, that actually is directly associated with a white power organization. I don't know if you know that, right? Like that's why the K's are capitalized. I was like, oh my God, and run over with a fucking, scrape it off first thing. I couldn't imagine having something like that like on my goddamn body. It would just be like, you got to get that shit lasered the fuck off like the next morning. A lot about Graham Platner, but I know that he does make a lot of people very excited. A lot of people on the left especially. And I guess I'll watch his campaign video for U.S. Senate here, the launch video.
What I love most about Maine are the people. I have
twice in Iraq, so that means after you've served your tour, you are then able to start a civilian life.
Sorry, I went a little too far.
Associated with Nazis. In an interview on the podcast Pod Save America, Platner says he got the skull and crossbones tattoo on his chest while on leave in Croatia during his time in the Marines. He claims he was unaware of the symbol's affiliation with Nazis until he ran for Senate and has faced a barrage of attacks. Platner says the opposition is trying to frame him as a secret Nazi, but he says this is at odds with his previous anti-fascism statements on social media and called himself.
You're taking the Oppo research from DNC Suja seriously? No, I'm just speaking on behalf of myself. So when learning about his military career, first off, something that was kind of striking to me is that the guy did 4 tours. 3 of them were voluntary. So you do your required one as signing up for the military. And I understand that aspect. There are people who sign up for the military for a variety of reasons. I'm not like someone who just immediately discounts someone because they're a veteran. I don't think that's productive. And I think that there are a lot of people who join the military for a variety of reasons. Some people join it because they need jobs. Some people do it for housing. Some people do it for education. There's an entire thing called the poverty draft, of which I'm very well aware. So I think there's a lot of reasons to join the
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Info1 was blinded by winning and having progressive policies being pushed in another rural part of the country. For that him reflecting and learning on this. But going forward we need to listen to those who call out the red flags so we can avoid a Tulsi Gabbard and a John Fetterman. Just wanted to put this out there.
You know, and to some degree, Columbia Rican, I do agree with you, and we're going to be talking about the ways in which I agree with this statement and the ways in which I disagree with this statement over the evening. You know, because I mean, a lot of that is 100% what we're about to talk about, but like there is to some, we're going to get into this very deeply. I don't want to get too much ahead of myself. We're in for the long haul on this one. We were all involved in this. Because we were all talking about Graham Platner at this time. I tried to find the clip of me talking about this, but unfortunately this was while we were taken off of YouTube, when we were like when the channel was completely terminated. So I couldn't find like the video. I think I have it somewhere on a drive. I just can't figure out like which one it would be, and I'd have to like scan, just like in like a sort of like a narcissistic like journey, search through dozens of, probably actually like close to like 100 hours of footage from the time we were banned. More than that, I don't actually know. Some huge amount of footage. Like to try and find me talking about this at this time, but we talked about it this time, but absolutely everybody in the space was talking about this last fall.
And not every single person who participates in the military is necessarily doing it in combat roles or are just like bloodthirsty monsters who want to enact, U.S. imperialism overseas. If you are voluntarily returning to combat twice in Iraq, so that means after you've served your tour, you are then able to start a civilian life if you wanted to, or you can continue. You return intentionally to an illegal U.S. occupation in which the U.S. was doing imperialism in a combat role, nonetheless. After that, he did a third one, in which, well, this is technically a fourth, but his third voluntary one, to Afghanistan, which, again, these are both wars of which I, categorically think are, riddled with war crimes, a horrifying part of U.S. history, imperialism, devastating to the local populations and the civilians who were killed in that. And yes, a lot of people pointed out, well, there's no evidence that he actually, went there because he, was doing that to kill people. His version of events is that he was going back out of loyalty to his fellow soldiers and felt that like he needed to continue to operate in that capacity in those battles. That to me is a bunch of red flags, and was in and of itself. But again, so many people were so excited for this guy that I was willing to be like, all right, well, I'm not going to do an entire special on my, own issues with that and why I think that is something to look out for. And then the Blackwater stuff came up. So post his tour in Afghanistan, he then decided to sign up to work for Blackwater, which, if you didn't know, is a mercenary organization. He was working under, I believe, when it was a different name, Calypso, but it effectively was working for Blackwater, once again, to be a mercenary in Afghanistan, returning to Afghanistan to then work as operational security for, again, U.S. War crimes. And while doing that, it's where he started to realize how the entire thing is a sham, is fucked up, that, the entire thing is just basically printing cash for the military-industrial complex to do work on behalf of corporations who are trying to secure resources overseas. And in doing that, that's where he came to recognize a lot of the horrifying realities of the very empire he was serving. So that was the sales pitch on paper. So that alone is a lot of stuff that normally I'm surprised to see that there were a lot of leftists on board with that in and of.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, people, basically most leftists, including Lance to some degree, were giving a pass to his military service. And there were some aspects about his military service that I've personally learned about through going through all of this footage that I've watched in the last day. But to some degree, people put their hands up. People put their hands up and went hands off on the election here. And I am including Lance in this. And every single person here who saw this red flag and said, that's it. If you are a person who saw this red flag and said, that's it, like, why weren't the, and actually, I take it back. Actually, I'm taking it off of chat. Because actually, that's the thing I said to myself. That's actually not right. And I take it back. It is, in fact, it's every creator here that we're talking about tonight who posted videos, in this case of Lance, an hour-long video. Mike, it's a half-hour-long video on why Graham Platner is bad. But there were, as I said earlier today, other candidates in this race. Democracy isn't about saying who you don't like. That is the very thing that we are fighting against constantly at this stream, right? Is we are sick of a politics in which we're just fighting against things we don't like, against people we don't like, and instead something proactive, something constructive, something positive, right? Something that helps everyone in society and hopefully the world, because the United States is the biggest military, biggest economy, all of these sorts of factors that play into what the U.S. government looks like, right? Like that is what this whole thing is about. Like I honestly, if you've identified someone you don't like in a race, I honestly, to some degree, don't care. Tell me who you do like. Tell me who you do like. That's what's important to me. Everybody with a platform here who said that this red flag, this was the sign, and did nothing, is culpable. More culpable than other people who were willing to give the grace. It's just a matter of mindset, in my opinion. But if you saw this and you saw a Nazi flashing red in front of your eyes and you said, this guy's bad, but I'm gonna make a video about Asmongold right now, that might be part of the problem. 8 months back.
I don't,
Hans, are we the baddies?
That's where the meme comes from, if you didn't know. Yeah. And it's just a thing where it's kind of, yeah, I mean, I know the Alex Joneses of the world love to say that, the Nazis had fashion and other weird shit like that. But it is very odd that, as part of this very horrifying division of the Nazi regime, and again,
here's the thing. Not everybody is a World War II historian. And not everybody, is obsessed with Nazi or fascist iconography. And remember, he got this tattoo in 2007, according to Graham Platner. Before YouTube, before Mitchell and Webb skits were clipped online for you to find easily. There are books and there are blogs, right? And a couple of other resources out there for you to try and educate yourself about this stuff. But like, do you remember 2007? Does everybody remember the information landscape of 2007? Think about that for 1 second. Because I was alive back then. Things were very different. You know, things were changing dramatically, very fast. You know, I think that was the year that the iPhone came out. How many people actually bought the first iPhone? Right? Like, this is a very different time. YouTube wasn't just fledgling. I don't think it even existed. Maybe it existed in 2000, but like basically just nobody had heard of it at that point. Right? Like, and there is a theme amongst everybody here that I think I find a little weird, is that this Nazi tattoo was supposedly the biggest red flag of all time, and that anybody could have seen it. And that this was it. This was the proof, right? And people have literally been saying that, and yet I would posit to everyone here that what we have found out in the last 4 days does not prove that he is a Nazi. It proves that he's a bad guy. We haven't proven, because the fact is there are non-Nazi sexual assaulters, right? And rapists throughout history, right? Like we got problems with that across the planet, not just with fascists, right? Like, and that, I think, people are playing Monday morning quarterback and saying this is proof. It's confirmation bias is what people are engaging in. Look, I saw a red flag. This bad thing is proof that I was right about him being a Nazi. That's not actually what's happened here. Anyway, I'll let Lance finish this one up.
Especially millennials and younger right now. If you look at those recent polls of like who is anti-Trump right now, Gen Z is beating everyone. It's like their category flipped, from being previously entertaining perhaps the idea of him coming to that election to now being like, fuck that piece of shit. There is a thirst and a hunger for the messaging that Graham Platner is delivering, and you can find that in a working class politician who does not have the multiple tours of duty and Blackwater shit or the Nazi tattoo. This is one shitty, unfortunate situation that I think a lot of people are throwing too many chips into, if I'm being frank. I think that's it. And I don't think it's not without good intent in terms of wanting to support someone like that, because they want to support someone who they think will get into power, and then once they're in power be able to actually effectively try and tear some of this shit down. I think that's why maybe they're putting so many chips into this, but there also has to be a very realistic, at a certain point you have to realize, every time I hear this kind of like, we need a bigger tent, we need to accept this aspect of that there's going to be far right young white males, and that there will not be a perfect candidate. No one's asking for a perfect fucking candidate, all right? No one's asking for, this if he was a white guy, if at one point he went through a liking hip-hop phase and accidentally said the N-word kind of thing, and then that's why, oh no, we're canceling him kind of thing. There's such a monstrous gap between that and a guy who has an SS tattoo, a gigantic one, on his chest. I don't think that is an unfair ask. And what this does is it alienates a lot of other groups. You might not think about it at the time, but what does this say to Native Americans? What does this say to Black Americans, to Asian Americans? What does this say to women? What does this say to all these groups that are being attacked right now by the far right if all of a sudden we have to tolerate a certain degree of it in order to get a candidate that we think can get into a position? Because if you just ignore...
I'm going to pause it there because this is where I take, honestly, a lot of issue with this claim. Because me personally, whether or not I was wrong, I took Graham Platner at face value, right? Saying this was a mistake, something that I think could be made for a multitude of reasons, which we're going to continue to get into here. But like, I took him at face value that he was being honest and that that it was a mistake. How many people on the planet have shitty tattoos that they got that mean things that they didn't think, that have Chinese characters on their leg that they think means fire, but actually means you're a poopy face, right? Like, millions of white people across the United States. I can tell you that right now, just if, tribal tattoos and whatever else. Have you ever seen Kyle's fucking arms? They're terrible. And like, it's just something that I don't talk about at all. But what does chat believe my ethnic identity to be? Press 1 in chat if you believe it's white, because this is something that I actually have been trying to wrestle with recently. I've talked about this on a number of occasions, but I know people don't watch the whole shows. They tune in and out. That's kind of the thing about this show. And I don't clip it. I don't clip myself. But how many people here believe that I am a white man? Because I am not. I am multiracial. I keep my identity hidden for a number of reasons. But to some degree, I don't like to make this show about my identity. As everybody knows here, to me, it's about the issues. To me, it's about the fucking news. It's about making progress before it's too fucking late on a whole host of things. And I think it's unfair to suggest, I've seen a lot of people do this after going through everything, that somehow everybody who is not a white man was inherently being oppressed by the existence of this candidate. Because it sort of suggests that only white people supported him. But that's false.
Here's what he said. Here, he got a new tattoo. He covered it up. Let's see what he said.
Hey everyone, Graham Platner here. I want to talk to you about something. In 2007, when I was a young infantry sergeant in the Marine Corps, myself and some machine gunners I served in Fallujah and Ramadi with were on our third deployment. We were in a naval vessel and we pulled in for a Liberty port in Split, Croatia. We went ashore to do the thing that young Marines do, which tends to be carousing and sometimes getting tattoos. We wanted to get something that represented our jobs, our service, fighting in Fallujah and Ramadi as machine gunners. We went ashore, we found a tattoo parlor after a fair amount of heavy carousing, and we found a tattoo on the wall, a piece of flash that looked like a terrifying skull and crossbones. We thought it looked cool, and so we got it. I have had this tattoo for the last 18 years. I re-enlisted into the United States Army with this tattoo, where I was screened for hate and gang-related tattoos. I worked for the State Department as a contractor, where I got a full...
Okay, hold on. I'm skipping this shit. Where does Hassan get on this?
I think you sought this. Saying, yeah, that's what do you think, bro? You're in. If you're drunk on shore leaving Croatia and you walk into a goddamn tattoo parlor and you get a flash tat, is gonna be a Nazi tattoo, okay? Biggest mistake of my life, okay? Come on now. Yeah, if he hadn't said he got it in Croatia on shore leave, I would have been like, I think you sought this out.
And there's Hassan saying the same thing I was saying about the tattoo. So it's multiple people now being able to look at the tattoo and say, you know, there's possible, you could deny this. You could make the case that you did not know about this. And Graham Platner did, effectively. That was Hassan responding to Graham Platner making the case. You're cool with being white, you can handle it. And look, I'm not telling anybody not to be okay with their whiteness. Okay? I don't know why anybody would think that I am suggesting people shouldn't be okay with being white. All right, now let's go here. Sean DeBlack, who had some issues with Hassan's community after complaining about and or making critiques about Graham Platner and this information that came out 8 months ago about the tattoo.
Oh, that's Bach.
Okay, hold on. I forgot. I gotta skip ahead to where this actual complaint about Hassan and his community starts.
Let's see. Hold on. I can just add it like this, can't I? Window. Window. Oh, here it is. I'm going to cover this. So if you may or may not know, this is something I talked about a few times over the past few months. And as recently as like 2 days ago, right? Inner Chatter's logs. Listen, that is the point to this. Very recently, I found myself just like not watching Hassan's streams. This isn't for anything that Hassan did specifically. Even though I have my critiques of Hassan, as you know, I don't keep them secret, right? There's a lot of people outside. I don't know what that's about. But I found myself watching Hassan's streams just less, right? The environment that is crafted and that is created is just not one that I feel that I want to participate with pretty consistently, right? And so, I think yesterday, like a few hours ago, right? I literally we just broke from the. They're gonna go out for dinner. I probably won't go, but I had just broke. I came upstairs, and I opened up Hassan's stream, right, to see what he's talking about. I opened up his stream, and within 2 seconds, literally, I'm not even joking, within 2 seconds.
Immediately, if not
right,
sooner.
I get added in the chat. And this is the message, right? It's just listen at Sean the Black. And Hassan's going off about like, be charitable and be normal and the left is repulsive and all that fucking shit or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't want to be here. You know? I don't want to be here.
What now?
I have not chatted in the chat in like weeks. Right? We can go through my logs.
We can go through my logs. I'm sorry, but this is the most online fucking weak ass complaint that I have heard throughout all of this. Like, and this all stems supposedly from Sean taking the stance on Graham Platner and that his chat was going after him, right? And I listened to this whole thing, and we don't have time to listen to the whole thing from Sean the Black. But I encourage everybody who wants to go back and listen where I say things, you know, I try and recap what I've heard. Check me on it. Go listen to the whole thing. But, like, you know, he basically says that he no longer feels welcome in Hassan's chat and that he can't go in there and watch the stream without being added by chat, and that it's hostile to him and it's become a hostile environment, and that he should be able to expect Hassan's chat to be a hospitable environment to him, another streamer with takes. Honestly, if Sean the Black was some random guy on Twitter or whatever, on Blue Sky, saying this and not Sean the Black, I'd be like, yeah, this is a problem. But it's not. It's not that. It's Sean the Black. He has a fairly sizable following, you know? He's not the biggest streamer on Twitch by any means, but he has a sizable following that intersects with Hassan's audience, and like, you can't expect to go. Hassan's chat is not hospitable to Hassan. Like, Hassan's own chat is hostile to him. How can you expect to come into his chat and expect to have it be more hospitable to you than it is to him? Most of his chat is filled with people talking shit to Hassan. And I just found this to be just so fucking weak. Like, you don't go into other people's chats and expect a certain level of hospitability, right? And the fact is, while Sean's making this fucking argument here, he literally banned somebody from his chat for calling him a liberal, okay? I just don't want to hear it. We all moderate our own chats to the best of our ability. And our mods, honestly, do the bulk of the work, right? Hassan, I mean, he's honestly a god at being able to read at the speed that he does in his chat. I can't. But it's fucking nuts to me to think that as a political commentator, you go into somebody else's stream, like, to some degree, every time I go into somebody else's stream, I expect there'll be people there who have seen my stream, who haven't seen my stream, who agree with me, who don't agree with me. And like that is just an expectation as an online content creator, hanging out in like, you know, streams that are in your orbit or in like your sphere of influence, right? Like, that's just crazy. Like, honestly, this is some bullshit right here. I'm sorry. But the fact is I listened to all of this from Sean the Black, and I want to be as charitable to him as possible, but I'm struggling with it because I looked at everybody's channels here. And I think at the end of this, we're going to do a little quick take. We're going to do a little quick dive through everybody's channels. Because I am building to a fucking point. Everybody here who is complaining about this, saying this is the Graham Platner situation is a fucking 5-alarm fire, we got to do something about this, went right back to making Asmongold videos the second they got done, or whatever the hell else they were doing. Which was not focusing on the main election before this whole thing happened. And that's what I find frustrating. As somebody who has been here talking about the elections practically every stream now that primaries have been going, although I as everybody here knows, I still feel like I'm not doing nearly enough and making nearly enough of an impact. But I just, regardless of clicks, like, I am going to continue to talking about elections in random red states in the middle of the fucking nowhere, because I'm hoping that we can make change everywhere in this country. Not just on places where we've found the perfect candidate. And that's the thing that I was most frustrated about during this whole discussion, is that every single person here who had these criticisms at the time spent the next 8 months between then and now doing fuck all. I'm sorry.
Who's this? Where you calling from?
That's not okay.
Eric from the
That's not okay. If you believe that he was a Nazi, then you fucking dropped the ball, okay? You can't stand here and look me in the eye and tell me that you did everything you could. That is ridiculous. That is a fucking fiction that people are feeding themselves. And anybody who's taking victory laps over this needs to chill the fuck out. A woman got raped. Let's stop dancing. It's gross. Let's talk about the actual situation on our hands.
Who's this? Where are you calling from?
My name's Eric from the Bay. I'm just calling because I wanted to talk about this Platner issue. Just the background on me, I'm a 12-year Army veteran, and I just feel I've been really interested in watching what's going on with, these sort of accusations of, Platner and people defending Platner, like that we're being credulous, believing that he didn't know what this tattoo meant, or that somehow he should have known what the tattoo meant. And I just wanted to share a story that from my time in the Army, which is, a few years before I got out, I was in a locker room changing. I look over at one of my, fellow soldiers, and I look over, he has a hammer and a sickle tattooed on his chest, crossed, And so obviously, sort of famous symbol, you can't really, confuse it for much else. So I asked him, I said, what is that? Are you a leftist, a communist? He sighs and more or less tells me, no, he got the tattoo when he was young because he's of Russian descent, and he thought it was a symbol for Russia, right? So this completely notable symbol that's hardly mistakable, he tattooed it on his chest, fully mistaking what it meant, right?
Yeah.
And still has that tattoo to this day. Not a political guy. I've known the guy for years. I know he's not lying. And so these guys that come into the Army, Platner joined at 18 in 2003, sometime right after high school, got the tattoo, according to him, in 2007. He's in his early 20s. And the idea that, these guys in their early 20s, even now, much less 20 years ago, would have been so brushed up on their Nazi symbolism that if I were to take them into a tattoo parlor, here or abroad, and they walked in and looked at the flash wall and said, is that a Totenkopf? I would have thought you were a Nazi if you did that. If you knew what that was. Because that's weird as shit. Why would you know that? Okay, Adolf, calm down. It's insane to me that people think that these people, most people today don't know what that is. 20 years ago, it would just do us well to remember that this sort of hypervigilance around Nazi symbolism and dog whistles was not as prevalent 20 years ago. It's very much a product of politics right now,
100%. And also, I just remind people too, 2007, in those years, you're just coming into high bandwidth internet. So unless you're looking for something and you want to spend 15 minutes for your dial-up to land you there, it's not like these things. I mean, I will say this. I had never heard the word Totenkopf before this, and I would not be able, and I probably saw it on uniforms in movies, but just never noticed what it was. But if you put all of those skull and bones, I mean, when I was a kid, I had a shirt with a skull and bones that I thought was cool. I mean,
Exactly. And this was Sam's take from 8 months ago. And this is the one that I too kind of had. I was like, I didn't really know about this symbol until Mitchell and Webb. Right? And that was my only, like, I was like, oh yeah, I've seen that. But you know, the fact is like, like, I grew up, I watched a lot of like Holocaust documentaries, going like Holocaust memorials and remembrances, Anne Frank stuff, and saw a lot of fucking horrifying things. The fact is the tiny skulls on the hats, I looked past because I was horrified by the real human skulls I saw on the goddamn ground. And you know, like, I looked past that particular symbol for the Nazi fucking the swastika, the giant red flags. Like, that's the symbol that I always like most associated with the Nazis. The second one would have been the SS badge, right? But the Totenkopf was honestly, until like, I don't know, like 2020 or something like that, I honestly did not know until I fell upon, I think it was via the Serf's own video where they talked about, I can't remember even now what that video was about, but I remember Lance's video talking about this. And that was, I think, you know, like one of the first, it might have been the first time I heard about it. You know, like, I can't, because like I remember Lance like bringing this up like a couple of times over like in the past, and I was like, that's hilarious. That is a terrible symbol. Like, I honestly got into Mitchell and Webb because of that sketch. I was like, oh, these guys are all right, you know. But like before that, I honestly wouldn't have known. If you just like randomly asked me to identify what that was and told me to like write, like to like give my very best guess, I would have said it was like a biker symbol or something.
My own personal opinion is that he probably figured out what it was several years ago, but was also like, well, you know, it's not like I can justify this to me, you know, speaking to himself, and anybody who knows me knows I'm not a Nazi. So am I really going to go and pay for this thing to get all screwed up? That's my guess. Or the guy's not going to be wearing it at a wedding where his sister-in-law is Jewish, and I imagine she invited her family. Yeah. Like, if he knew at that time or felt like it was obvious, he probably would have been a little bit like, I don't want to create a problem for my brother. My sister-in-law's family is going to go back and going like, why was that shirtless Nazi singing at the wedding? I just don't.
Seriously. Why did we have a dancing naked Nazi at the wedding? I mean, it's insane. You know, to do that. And that was my take at the time too. It was just like, for him to be a secret Nazi dancing in a room full of Jews with a Nazi tattoo that he knew full well and good about, but then to be, you know, like posting some of the shit that we saw him posting on Reddit, which I mean to some degree was kind of chaotic. This like, and it spanned like 2 decades of Reddit posts almost, but like, it's just a lot of people who, you know, one would think just on whatever, on like any number of bases, like to have raised the red flag on this guy, right? Whether it was family at the wedding, whether it was the American military when they background checked him twice or however many times. Like, I think to some degree that there's clearly an element of plausible deniability here. Doesn't have to be granted, I would point out. you can look at all this and still say, no, this guy's a Nazi. That's your right in a democracy. Okay? Like, to be honest, it can be quite difficult to unpack someone's character from far off. Now, let's go to a month ago, when multiple scandals broke, including a texting scandal that supposedly happened while he's still married. I mean, still married to his wife for now. Here's Kyle Kalinske from last month, or a month ago. I actually don't know exactly the date on this thing. Oh, actually, before we go to Kyle, do this NBC clip.
So the Graham Platner scandal has backfired spectacularly.
Kyle,
and
shut your stupid mouth.
As we just asked Senator Alyssa Slotkin, there is brand new reporting. It has broken since I've been on the air. It's in the New York Times, and it is about Maine's Democratic Senate candidate Graham Platner. He's currently the frontrunner to become the Democratic challenger to Republican Senator Susan Collins in that pivotal midterm race in Maine. After news reports surfaced that he had sent explicit messages to women while he was married, several women came forward to the New York Times about their experiences with Platner. From that new New York Times reporting, quote, in interviews with the New York Times on Wednesday, several women described Mr. Platner as a fun and caring partner and said they felt safe with him. Some remain friends with him to this day, years after their relationships ended. But in extensive conversations over the past 2 months, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Platner offered a far more complicated assessment, describing volatile and toxic relationships that were unsettling and at times emotionally wrenching. Mr. Platner could be charming and charismatic, they recalled in interviews, but also demeaning to women and, in at least one case, even physically threatening. He drank heavily and was regularly unfaithful. End quote. It's important to tell you, our viewers, that one of the 3 is a conservative activist who has worked on Republican campaigns, but she says that she would have spoken out even if Graham Platner was a Republican candidate. She disputes Platner's claim that he did not know that the tattoo on his chest was a Nazi symbol. From that part of this new reporting, quote, Mr. Platner, she said, knew when they were dating years ago that the tattoo was a Nazi symbol and that he called it my Totenkopf. The Platner campaign, quote, strongly disputes that claim that he knew about the tattoo and that he told her about it.
Yeah, a lot coming out in this New York Times piece. Now, I believe the woman who made that particular claim was the one.
So the Graham Platner,
everybody, whom it had been established was a Republican operative, but I'm honestly not here, just in case anybody is getting the sense that I'm here to defend Graham Platner. I'm not even close to doing that. I am honestly trying to get us to turn the looking glass inwards on how we've been dealing with the primaries up to this point and what we're going to do moving forward. Right? Because that is what I am most worried about with this, right? Like, we need the very best candidates to be put forward. As I've been saying this whole time, during this primary season, we need to shoot for the fucking moon. We need to pick the people with the candidates with the policy sets that we find to be the most ambitious, not the ones who are looking to make the most compromise. Right? We've been dealing with those people for decades now, and they've gotten us nowhere but where we are now. Right? And like, if we don't figure out how we're gonna move forward, right? If we move forward as we have at this point, I have a lot of concerns about the rest of the primaries. Like, this has been something I think I have been making quite clear is like a super duper important thing that we need to focus on, that we can't just ignore and hope we get the best candidates by the general. That is how we get handpicked APAC candidates. That's how we get fucking Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
You know, that's how we get so many of these different people. Chuck Schumer, Kristen Gillibrand, Kathy Hochul. I mean, who do you? Like, we could go down the list. There's so many of them. They're most of our representatives, and I'm sick of it. And I feel like everybody here is fucking sick of it. And we need to do something to change that status quo. That's what I've been trying to do. That's why I was supporting Graham Platner, because I believed in his policy prescriptions. I believed that he was going to do what was needed to be done. Okay, there were clearly some red flags. Maybe I should have done more. I had a lot, trying to maintain my schedule, 8-hour streams, trying to do 5 days a week. Although everybody knows here that sometimes it's a fantasy, but I try my very best to stick to that and to be able to stay fed and showered and teeth brushed and my tiny earth apartment tidy enough to walk around, and I got 400, 500 and how many elections to handle over here. And I keep saying it. Not that anybody's fucking listening. I'm just a tiny voice that talks about, I'm a generalist that talks about everything. I talk about U.S. politics and cultural issues, climate change, and global politics. U.S. foreign policy. It's just, like, I, to some degree, felt like I've been in quicksand over here. Try my best. And hoping that the people around me are doing the best due diligence they can. And to some degree, I think they are. I think we are all, to some degree, trying our best. Everyone here, unfortunately, has limited resources. And this, to some degree, is another part of the problems that we need to address here, not just tonight, but over time. Like, it's not going to solve itself overnight. Is going to be organizing that gets that done. But the fact is, I just would like to point out where we are right now. We're 1 month ago. 7 months transpired between all the videos we just watched and the videos we are now watching. And by the way, believe me, I spent a lot of time going through everybody's pages, and I invite everybody to go through the pages of everybody we're talking about here. If you disagree with me, I thought about it. I'm not going to do it. It's petty. It's fucking petty and unnecessary. I honestly don't have real beef with people here for a lot of good reasons. Like, we all agree on practically everything. It's just, I think, to some degree, how we handle this moment and handle the elections themselves more broadly. Because I feel like everybody here has hyper-focused into this election and a couple of other elections after the fact rather than engaging in creating content with their platforms, all of which are all bigger than mine, to make the change that in their minds 8 months ago was supposedly needed. You at least would think would be, if you believed, right? Once again, if you believed that he was a Nazi, we should have done something about this 8 months ago. And not just we, you. Because it's incumbent on us, and I've at least seen it to myself, it's incumbent upon me to engage with these elections at this moment. And some people are doing it more than others. And it feels like the people who are engaging in the elections are the ones who are taking the heat, right? It's the people who took the stance at the time, right? Or in any way engaged in this particular election are being punished for doing that rather than not. Because it was easier not. Technically, it was easier to just ignore it. You could have worked on, you could have done any other number of more broad topics. It's technically for a single state's election, for a federal election, sure, but in itself, it's already a niche political topic. Like there's plenty of more clickable things to have worked on, but people chose to do it at the time. And I think there was some serious flaws in how vetting was done, obviously. I mean, you can't even come close to trying to make the argument that there wasn't fucking flaws here, and that we let somebody through that clearly didn't have the ability to stand up to the test of time and or scrutiny. But the fact is, even a month ago, like, there were still people talking about this Graham Platner in one way or another. Kyle Kalinske.
So the Graham Platner scandal has backfired spectacularly, and the exact opposite happened as the smear merchants wanted to happen. So let me go ahead and walk you through this. First, let me show you. Senator John Fetterman goes off on Graham Platner. Quote, "Where's P. Hustle?" I guess that was his nickname on one of the hookup apps, and so they think this is like an epic burn. He continues, "We didn't match up on Kick, so I haven't seen him yet," Fetterman says, adding that he'd love to meet him. I mean, he's a tough guy. When I was growing up, if someone had a Nazi tattoo, you pretty much assume he's a Nazi sympathizer. He expressed frustration with how I dress, and this asshole is on Kick, sexting to a dozen women. So as I pointed out, as you can see here right underneath, I said, literal bloodlusting child mass murder supporter. Bro, can you believe the affairs this guy had, bro? Can you believe that, bro? Here's the most disturbing point. Everybody who's accusing Platner of being a Nazi, they 100% know with certainty he's not a Nazi. So it is the most dishonest political attack I think I've ever seen. When you know for sure.
Now, this is another thing that bugged me big time. Kyle doesn't know. Nobody here knows for sure that this guy was or wasn't a Nazi. All we know is that he has a Nazi tattoo. Whether he knew what it was when he got it is what is in question here. We have all sorts of supporting evidence and whatever else. The fact is we don't know. And I thought that this was kinda irresponsible. Like after the fact. But I'm kind of playing after, but like the fact is like having listened to all this stuff, I did find this particular argument to be rather fucking irresponsible. Kyle, or nobody at the time fucking knew that to be a fact. Okay? And unfortunately, I think this is definitely a Kyle fucking L. Like as everybody knows here, like I listen to Kyle fairly frequently. Sometimes he goes a little too fucking hard for me, in my opinion. There's times where I disagree with him, but I use his content all the time. I fucking deeply respect him, just like every single person here, right? And I feel like it is this thing that is causing a huge amount of like I'm watching it happen. I almost didn't do this, But the fact is we need to find a way to be able to talk to each other about what just happened and move forward without, like, people in just sort of gloating about this. Like, to be honest, like, that is, I think, the thing that disturbs me most. It doesn't shock me from the millionaires, right? The millionaires, right? Like the Janet Mills. Of course, they're out here doing that. They can do this. They can do that to the fucking cows come home, honestly. But like we gotta find a way. I'm talking about the content creators here to move forward here from this, and to not be saying "I told you so," because honestly, nobody told us so. Anybody saying that they did is a fucking delusional idiot, in my opinion. I am sorry, but that is only the way I can. As the only way I can fucking put it. Okay. You said this guy's a Nazi. Now figure it out yourselves. Because if that is the case, you said this dude's a fucking Nazi, and I'm gonna go back to making fucking videos on Asmongold and whatever else. Don't get me wrong. I think Asmongold's a fucking horrible dude, and I think there's plenty of other interesting things to talk about. But if this is what people keep saying, for me, that's fucking crazy. A fucking Nazi needs to be ejected immediately, if not sooner, right? And if I had been convinced at the time, I would have switched my endorsement. As I have done, whether or not people are aware of that or not, because oftentimes it happens before I even make the endorsement. But like, it's happened actually after the fact too. I'm trying to think of who. I'm trying to think of who right now, and like there's been so many elections we've talked about now, like over 200 and like over 300 elections we've talked about now, I think, or something like that. But I would have changed my, if I had been convinced by this, and this is where I come into this again, right? This is my part of this, right? Is that I wasn't convinced for whatever fucking reason, and that's something I got to address with myself, perhaps. And I still can't figure out, like, and here's the thing, I think, because here at this time, this is where for me, I think I was upset, like that there hadn't been anything done by other people who had been shouting from the rooftops about this, whereas I was to some degree like just sort of moving as fast as possible on all of these fucking elections and just sort of brute forcing like all of this information. Just think about for a second, perusing hundreds, not hundreds, actually thousands, I think about thousands of campaign websites, okay? Because in each election, there's multiple candidates, right? And I'm having to sit here going through that kind of stuff. Like, it's a lot for me. And and for the people who were convinced, like, I honestly, at the time, 8 months ago, I was thinking, dude, a lot of people to some degree seem to think this is a red flag. I honestly, to some degree, kind of do too, but I can also see the other side of this. But at the same time, like, saw everybody as a whole as saying, we're going to hold off for now. Right? Whether it was tacitly or in a clear, like demonstrably, like a choice, right? Like as a choice, right? Whether or not it was by lack of doing something or by doing something, like continuing to support Graham, or by lack of supporting another candidate, people said this guy is fine. Like, making the video saying he's bad, not good enough. The New York Times article already fucking existed, right? Like, we have these platforms for something. And that's the question I want and I know that probably no content creators are going to listen to this after the fact. None of these people here are going to listen to me, but like, this to me is the question that we all have to grapple with here. That I have myself been trying to grapple with this whole time. and have been struggling to on my own. But how do we address all of these elections that we're dealing with right now, right? We need to somehow find a way to, I don't know, pool resources, right? Or work together in some sort of fashion, right? And the fact is, if we have disagreements on the direction of things, people should say it now. But the fact is, I think we all agree on like the policy platforms themselves. And it's just a matter of sometimes we're Graham's not going to be the only one. And I said it, like, I've said it during these races this whole time. It's like, we can't deify any particular candidate, right? They're already, the right is already going to try and do this. And before the primaries ever started, I was kind of talking about this, philosophy, I guess you could call it, of mine through this last 7 months. But like, as Zoran was, you know, celebrating his victory, I was saying to everybody, look, okay, the right is about to hyper focus on Zoran. They're going to say he is our God, and they're going to say every time that he does something wrong, we're going to be crucified for it. And so we got to do everything we can to make this guy, you know, who is effectively been the most effective community community organizer, communicator, and now to some degree mayor, it's been an interesting thing. But like, the fact is like, even Zoran, we can't allow to be the only face of the movement. We can't allow any face to be the only face of the movement, right? Because the opposition will always hyperfixate, will always figure out ways to go after those people. And I'm not saying that is what happened here, but at the time when this dropped, to some degree, I believed that, especially with what we had so much time, and we had, at this time, all of the other candidates getting trounced. This felt like a very desperate attempt. Now, unfortunately, we did not get the whole picture from this story last month. And that really upsets me that, you know, before the primary technically happened, like, we could have gotten the whole story. And that it happened in a piecemeal fashion. And I'm not here to blame anybody on that. The fact is anybody who wants to fucking blame the victim can go straight to hell. She had her own journey to go through to come to this place. Like, I've listened to her story and how she came to this decision, and I have no fucking criticism. She's not on the thumbnail. She doesn't get any criticism. Okay, that hopefully is. I hope everybody's fucking clear on that. But and that's on all. Like, I don't want to. We're not going to hash out. Well, we are, but we're not right now. But like, there's no way anybody who's suggesting that right now is living in a sane mind. All right, I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit in this fucking clip. Go back to Kyle Kalinske, to this clip from last month. I guess it's a little over a month ago now.
Into existence, and they want Susan Collins to win. You have the Republicans going after him, and you have the liberals who wanted Mills to win, who are so butthurt that now they won't support Platner. They all want Susan Collins to win, even though they won't tell you that, okay? Well, listen to this. Here's a local news segment, and they explain what's actually happening in Maine.
So we're hearing directly from Mainers who are processing the latest scandal to rock Graham.
Yeah, and just to be clear, okay, so the Maine primary was on June 9th, right? The Maine primary was on June 9th. This clip And just to make sure, because I've forgotten it already now. But just to be clear, this clip from fucking Kyle is dated June.
So the Graham Platner scandal has backfired spectacularly.
This is June 3rd, which I think was a day after this story broke, within 24 hours. And so we're talking about like days, less than a week before this primary was to happen. And like the timing to me was suspect in combination with some of the details of this story at the time. And I think considering everything we've seen in politics over the years, I'm not sure that that was unfair. And before I go back and finish this, because we had 7 months for this kind of stuff to come out, and then it comes out within the week that it's supposed to, the election is supposed to happen. Like everything about that screamed Oppo. It turns out there was obviously credibility to this stuff, but since it was lacking certain details, everybody was forced to operate in a imperfect information environment.
Senate campaign.
That's not breaking news for any politician, to tell you the truth.
I couldn't care less, honestly.
I mean, look at our president and his track record of things that he's tweeted online or what he said about women.
Many voters in Maine tell us Democratic Senate candidate Graham Platner's latest controversy will not change their vote.
Separate what somebody's doing in their personal life and the mistakes or whatever that they've done from how they run politically.
And this was the other aspect of it, that like at this time, right, beginning of June, Graham Platner was I can barely say fucking words now. Graham Platner was leading this race by 30 points. It's like 20 or 30 points against Janet Mills. And we all know what happened. He won by over 50 points. More than half of the electorate was the difference. Not how many people voted for him, but the difference between him and Janet Mills on election day. And I think a lot of people at this point were kind of throw their hands up. Like, look, the voters support him. He's decimating her in the polls. And we've had 8 months to litigate this in the public sphere, and we're just now hearing this thing that is, not perfect and gives us very little time to make any sort of actual moves. It is sort of where we are now again, take two, with less than 72 hours, or almost exactly, it's 12 midnight, with 72 hours exactly. I believe it's midnight deadline. I could be wrong on that. To file, for the finalized ballot. This one gave me fucking heartburn. So many people that I respect, disappointed in, also disappointed in myself still. But we all failed in different ways, including this guy. FD! Signify.
I'm putting all white leftists on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And black people shouldn't get lice. That it doesn't work like that for us. Lice in America cannot survive in black hair. Y'all probably don't realize that because a lot of y'all don't be knowing shit about us, but we already off topic, and the fact that I be explaining black people shit is kind of why I have this problem in the first place. We're going to start out talking Graham Platner a little bit because he's a great framing tool for everything I want to get off my chest. I want to be really clear. I'm going to say that a lot in this video. I don't like this dude. He feels like a seasonal villain from a prestige political drama like House of Cards or Scandal or something. I'm not saying he's a Nazi, but he's at least like Hydra or Order of the Cyclops for those of you that watched Watchmen all those years ago. He just is that guy, and it's incredibly obvious to anyone who isn't some of y'all.
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Exactly GSL, which is what makes this situation more complicated. What he did was monstrous, and as P-aggressives we now need to deal with it, but Miane voters are the ones who listened and supported him and still support him. And Platner leaving the race the way he did complicated even more.
Absolutely, Columbiarican. We are going to be talking about this for quite a while here tonight. Although we're making some serious progress through this thing, I'm honestly like trying to blast through this because I can't sit here and like pick apart everybody's like takes on this stuff. Like once again, to some degree, because I just respect everybody here. Aside from on what has transpired with regarding this race. You know, like when FD dropped the Black Hotep video, like all this, like I was like I've been waiting and waiting. I felt like for years for that video. Like there's been plenty of times where like FD doing it, we don't watch his content on the channel because we don't really sit around and unpack individual cultural issues on a long form too often. But like suffice to say that it pains me to do any of this and to have criticisms for any of the people here. But the fact is like this statement that FD is making right now, right? Like the fact is I'm somebody who supported Graham Platner. And as I've mentioned before, and hate to use, this is literally the sort of talk that I do not engage in almost ever. And this is like, you're catching me in the one moment of me doing this, but I am not white. I know that, you know, I don't show my identity. So people don't know that. But like, I just find it frustrating that anybody is suggesting that this is just a symptom of whiteness. Because I don't see how that case can be made. And I listened to FD's video here. I listened to all of the FD videos I could find on this topic. It was like more than 3 hours of content. And like the fact is, like, I can kind of boil down some degree where I think the crux of all this lies. And it is the same place that all of this lies. Is that when the tattoo came out 8 months ago, and FD did a video 8 months ago too. I just didn't want to like go overboard on this fucking thing. We got other things to talk. We got other elections to talk about. Like, what the fuck was I saying? I just lost my train of thought talking about fucking other elections. Like, the fact is we had 8 months to deal with this, right? FD and a whole bunch of other people all said that this was the big red flag and that we should do something about this, right? Him, Shonda Black, Mike, Lance, Humanist Report, like these guys, like, and plenty of other people said that this was a red flag. But then no one, not a single person that we are listening to, produced a second candidate. And I'm sorry, this is where I lost my train of thought. The core of FD's argument and the core of everyone else's argument is based on the crux of the Nazi tattoo being a Nazi tattoo that Graham Platner was aware of at the time that he got it, and that he continued to have on his chest, ran around shirtless at who knows how many events, including a family wedding where half of the entire was it the bridal party, whatever it was, one side of the wedding party was a Jewish family, and among like all these other sorts of things, then ran for Senate. And like to be some like we now have a lot of we can all play Monday morning quarterback on this one now, but like some of that is a little bit like fucking crazy. Okay, but the fact is that's the crux of it. And multiple people seemingly accepted this as proof that he was a racist, that he was a Nazi, that he was a white supremacist. So my question, once again, to everybody who believed this, why did you do nothing? Because, once again, this is what I've been doing over here, okay? For the last, 4 months or whatever it's been, we've been talking about like 3 months it's been, we've been talking about the primaries. Some wins, some losses, not all candidate perfect, as I've been saying this whole time. That's my philosophy, because I believe we need to engage in the democracy which all of our ancestors fought for to one degree or another. Whether your family, fought in the Revolutionary War or the Civil War or on the streets for the 15th Amendment or, got on a boat or a plane or whatever, right? A fucking raft or crawled across the fucking Mexican border, right? Like your ancestors fought for this country, for the right to live here in a democracy where we can engage in politics. Right? Because honestly, before this, things were fucked up. Things were way different before democracy, right? Like I know that we are in a terrible spot right now, but things could be much worse. And I mean, for me, here's the thing that I think frustrates me. It's just that it's not just one thing that frustrates me. There's a lot of things that are clearly frustrating me about how this is all sort of going right now. But we are all in agreement, it feels like, on the direction we need to go. But where's the imperative, right? Where is the sense of urgency? Because I posit to everyone listening right now that if there is enough urgency to do an hour-long rant about Graham Platner, there is equal, if not better, urgency in a democracy to spend that time speaking out for a candidate that you want in that race. Because that's the other thing that I found frustrating about some of these takes, including from FD here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
organizing with white socialists who at the time could not see past their anti-blackness to form effective solidarity and build a functional coalition. And this pattern has never stopped repeating, which is illustrated by this excerpt from Eugene Debs that's in the book. In capitalism, the Negro question is a grave one and will grow more threatening as the contradictions and complications of capitalist society multiply, Debs allowed. But this need not worry us. Let them settle the Negro question in their way if they can. We have nothing to do with it, for that is their fight. Debs here exemplified the way in which even radical white people who called for a working class revolution against capitalism could simultaneously distance themselves from the specific challenges facing the most oppressed segment of the working class. I'm bringing this up because I want to show that this is an infinite loop at this point. White leftists with little to no racial analytical frame can't help but center their sensibilities even in the face of obvious red flags or clearly better options if they don't appeal to their aesthetics and need to center themselves. Why have we centered Graham Platner when we have Chris Robb, who, from what I understand, is the furthest left candidate the Democrats have ever had in any political race? And he low-key still fits the gruff leftist daddy kink that so many of y'all seem to like.
Here is why. Because Chris Robb was running in Pennsylvania. And at this time, he had already won his election. A guy who I would point out we supported here. I mean, look, he's on the galactic fucking spreadsheet, just like all sorts of other fucking candidates here, you know? Like, and it's just like, what is the, like, it is once again sort of a throw your hands up politics, in my opinion. It's like, you can't support Chris Robb in Maine. You got to support somebody. But technically, you had fucking options. You had a crazy number of options. Like, do people think that there weren't people running in the race? Let me prove it to you. Here is the Ballotpedia on the Maine Senate election. Now, there's 3 candidates that we all probably are aware of. Graham Platner, who, like I just mentioned, won by 52% of the vote against Janet Mills. David Costello, 3rd candidate, 8.1%, and actually a 4th candidate who was still in the race, but in a write-in capacity because they did not make the ballot, Andrea LaFlamme. But this is at the time. Because, once again, Graham Platner was one of the first people to enter the race, like 10 months ago. He worked to get people on the ground, a team of over 10,000 volunteers in a tiny state. But they were, have you ever heard of Dan Kleben, Dai Rodriguez, Natasha Alcala, Jordan Wood, or Tucker Favreau? No, because we didn't talk about these people, and all the people who had all of these fucking complaints didn't talk about them. And that is their fault. You cannot blame anybody else for this. Okay? Like, well, all right, we will actually get to the other people we can blame for this. But, like this is this is the fault of everyone engaged or not engaged in this democracy, right? Engaging in one way, you have something to do with this. Not engaging, you also had something to do with this. It's not an art project, okay? It's democracy. It's governance. At the end of the day, somebody goes into that office. And maybe if that's not important to you, then that's on you. But if you're listening to the stream, I find it weird to think that you, of all people, wouldn't care. Because it's something we talk about around here all the goddamn time. And once again, I blame myself, too. On this race and on some other races, where people have endorsed, who I respect, and who I think have already done the due diligence, I have sometimes offloaded my work of vetting, whatever you want to call it, research into these candidates to other content creators, other journalists, reporters, and whatever else you want to fucking call them, like, you know, podcasters and whatever else. Like I am to some degree like offloading to them because I can't possibly do it all on my own. You know, like that is one of the problems, at least for me personally, that I have to grapple with here too. And that like I have been having to grapple with ever since this, you know, like it came out. I have been having to look at the way in which and ask myself, I haven't yet figured out what I could be doing more right now, being demonetized on YouTube throughout this whole fucking time, right? Like, because not only have I've been doing all the things we've been talking about, but during that time, I've been demonetized on YouTube for the last 2.5 months. I've been struggling to pay the bill. I've been worried every single month about whether or not I'm going to be able to make the rent. You know? I still haven't paid my taxes. I had to put a fucking extension on my taxes because I didn't have the money to pay for them. Right? Like I'm struggling with a whole lot right now, trying to figure out how to get the channel to be monetized and at the same time do enough due diligence on every candidate that I'm talking about in every race. And maybe I'm asking too much of myself. I don't know. But to some degree, I feel like it needs to be done. And people need, and I see other people working on doing similar things to this, and actually I've been like, you know, using some of their resources too, right? Like I know other people out there, like Secular Lefty, we talked about him. We've looked at some of his videos. Like I think he actually made an appearance on Leftist Mafia at one point. But the fact is even Secular Lefty isn't a resource that I can use entirely because philosophically, I feel it's necessary not just to endorse candidates, but still also have like recommendations for candidates in elections that I think might be flawed, but are the best of a handful, in some cases, a whole fuck ton of other options. Yeah. Like, you know, I know that like to some degree that's, you know, I'm like putting my neck out every time I do that, but that's once again the democratic process, and I feel like I have to at least try. And I feel like we all have to try. You know, if we're going to engage in this, we have to engage wholeheartedly in the democracy, right? We can't say electoralism is fucking cooked. Like, we don't need to engage in that, but then simultaneously say we have our favorite politicians. Don't do that. Like, honestly, I don't think you should be allowed to. Like, I don't think you should be allowed to say there's no reason to vote and then also be like, my favorite dude is Chris Robb. I'm sorry. Or say my favorite politician is Chris Robb. He could be your favorite dude, I guess. I'd be fine with that. But it's like, if you're not engaged in the political process, like, why are you talking about any of it? If it's not worth your time, then why is the engagement... Like, if it's so cooked, why is Graham Platner even a problem? That's my question. If it's so cooked that we don't vote, and we just let the establishment put in place whomever the fuck they see fit, what is the real world difference there? What is the actual effect? What's the result of that? It's the same. What fucking difference would it have made? Eight months ago? What difference would it have made if FD Signifier or Lance or Mike or anybody in here who fucking has said this? I don't know. I can't quantify that. I don't know how you want me to quantify what exact electoral difference it would have made. I can't predict. I can't say for sure. Nothing is certain in democracy aside from that somebody will win in these races. And you have to try. You can't just throw your hands up and say, I don't care. and then say you don't like the result. I did the same thing in 2024. I got shit for it. I said Kamala Harris would be better than Donald Trump. And if anybody thinks that that's not true, I feel like you need to wrestle with that. She had a lot of problems, which we've talked about at fucking length. But what have we done for the last year and a half? FD has been joking about being a sports guy now. I know he said that. And I was like, yo, don't. It's the wrong lesson to take from this. It's the wrong lesson. I'm glad somebody else watched this. It's the wrong lesson to take. Boku, we can't. And I know it's a joke, but like literally, we can't. Honestly, you can't even be joking about this. No, it's the wrong one. Where did I click the wrong one? God damn it. Ah. When he pleads to uphold laws and arrest criminals like Trump on Platner.
Follow the rich way.
Yeah, that's the wrong one too. Where is it? There it is. Oh, it wasn't Boku. It was right next to Boku's. FD has been joking about being a sports guy now. Yeah. Why did I think that you guys are right next to each other? But like we can't be doing this. I mean, to be fair, like, yeah. I mean, if FD wants to do that, it's up to him. I would be disappointed. I think a lot of people would be disappointed if it was just that. But he's also, I mean, he's a cultural guy. He talks sports. He talks all sorts of stuff. Music. But I guess for me, like, I don't know. I don't think that it benefits us to, after the fact of, in these scandals, like, to go for the clicks or whatever. Like, honestly, to do this. And I honestly had no idea whether or not this fucking thing would get clicks or not. I honestly don't care because I'm not monetized on YouTube anymore. And our democracy has to be about making forward progress. I think it is wrong of us to just sort of shirk our civic duty and say that democracy is not for us. In fact, I see all sorts of people say this. And for those of you who are saying that, like, I envy you to some degree. I wish I could be that. But, like, I feel like as a content creator, we technically have some sort of responsibilities. And especially when it comes to political content. And it can't just be about critiques anymore. We're in a moment like where we all, I think, agree that we're fighting against an authoritarian state, right? Like a fascist takeover of our fucking government. A dude who's running around brazenly breaking the laws and enriching himself to the tunes of billions of dollars. That we need to deal with that. That we need to deal with the fact, like, that we have an environmental catastrophe, like, looming. One which is affecting, poor and working class families more than anybody else, and is going to, in fact, do that much more so over the coming years if things continue in the direction that we are. What is that? Hype train. How did that happen? My God, thank you guys. Going up with the resub on Prime. Thank you, Moe.
That's too much, man!
Columbiarican _ 9505 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Columbia Regan with the gift sub to Princess Mouse. Thank you. Really appreciate that, everybody. Honestly, every dollar really helps out right now. I used to be able to count on the tiny fractions of pennies I'd make from clicks on YouTube to shore up some aspects of our, viewer donos. Without that, it really puts a great deal of stress on me. Hopefully that will be solved soon. I have like a little over a week to try and reappeal, but there is no guarantee that I will be approved. I'm trying to do everything I can, like reading through these fucking rules and going through the channel, trying to make sure that it's sticking to the rules, but I won't know until I attempt it. What was I saying before those donuts? I guess what I was saying is for the people who are politics-focused content creators, and technically, this excludes FD because I don't think he's only politics, but like, and honestly, like Sean is also, I don't know, it's complicated. He's mostly political, but like. For political focused content creators, I do think we should be asking ourselves about whether or not this is an important election cycle or not. Or if we're fine with having the future dictated to us. Because I see a lot of people say no, anybody, you think anybody could have made a big difference here, blah, blah, blah. Like, you can't prove that they couldn't, first off. But, like... There were 8 months to get this done. Nobody made a move at that. So how could you ever, like, we can't know. Like, there's no way for us to know now whether that could have been done. But, like, if we care about people like Zora Mamdani or Chris Robb, right? Or Charles Booker, right? Or Yasmin Ansari, or, like, any of the other people we talk about. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. If we think any of them are good, like net good, then why wouldn't we try our very best to put people that also, in one way or many ways, hopefully many ways. That's kind of the point of the primaries I've been saying this whole time. Is that the whole point of the primaries is for us to try and get the very best people who we can see our policy sets in, that we believe are capable of enacting those policy agendas in Congress and simultaneously continuing to be, competent legislators, right? And because that is a lot. That's a big job. I just, are we only going to celebrate online, when people win? Because I don't know. It feels empty to me. That feels empty to me. And everybody's allowed their own opinions. But for me, why would we be like that? With people like Hassan, who's clearly making huge differences in multiple elections across this fucking country, right? Whether it's the Majority Report, who has been doing candid interviews, and honestly, to some degree, the leftist mafia too, right? I know that Mike Figueredo has done interviews that I've watched in the past, that we've literally watched something on the stream in the past, and many other people, and I think we need to ask ourselves whether or not we've become jaded and thrown our hands up, because that's how I feel to some degree. Perhaps we have traded electoral politics for outrage politics. Maybe we'd rather be upset about what Asmongold said last stream rather than being constructive about
who's running in, Maine's Senate election or Missouri's 4th. Quick, name a candidate in Missouri's 4th.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hartzell Gray. He's actually the galactically preferred candidate there, which we'll be talking about here in a second. Boy. Now we gotta go here talking about another guy who, up until this, I've had a great deal of respect for, but a couple of takes I have some real feelings about that have only become not clear to me, but brought to my attention, I guess I should really be saying, here recently. Sean the Black with this fucking clip. This is... Oh, boy. This one, no good.
The rest of you, but I do. So many AT white races are just walking around here on the left, and it's unfair. Hashtag white lives do matter. Right? I throw up the W. Brave.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Anyway, you might be wondering how we got here. You might be wondering, Sean, what are you talking about? And are you asking also? Some of you also might be wondering, Sean, did you see what was posted in the Discord and then immediately decide to go live? And the answer is yes. Yes, I did. I wasn't really doing anything. I was watching Suits with my mom. Then my mom took the dogs out for a walk, and I was sorting my magic book. And I was like, all right, we're gonna do it. But for those of you who don't know, I see a clip in the Discord. I want to show you this clip, and I'm going to show you timestamp that somebody else showed me in chat just now. I'm talking about this. I see this clip that said, Ryan Grimm says he's glad Platner won because it's forced progressives to confront bigotry against white men, comparing it to people coming out of the closet to address homophobia. If he said this while he worked at the Intercept, HR would have pushed him into lava.
And a lot of people were dunking all over Chris Rabb for it. I think this is an important and needed conversation to have. That's one reason that I'm glad that Platner's in the race, because he's forcing this conversation. And you can't, I don't think you can kind of force people, you can't force it back in, but what you can do is have that conversation. Like, and talk to people like, why are people so passionately supportive of Platner?
Tease it out, yeah.
And then get from people like, why do you hate him so much? Like, what is it? Like, because for Rab, and for I think a lot of others, it's just aesthetics. It's like that he looks like somebody they don't like.
I think that's correct. I mean,
that's why I want.
Bro, you dog.
No,
Fuck
seriously.
Genuine.
Honestly, no, this is the worst take. We gotta listen to this whole fucking thing. It's stupid. This is some of the, I gotta believe one of the worst takes.
He's a white man, and obviously that's wrong and unjust.
Want that conversation because I feel like we can maybe break through.
It's a great conversation for you in particular to have, because we've been talking about this for a long time. And
it's a flip side of back in the early 2010s, and 2000s, when the gay rights movement was gaining steam. What
the Barney Frank argument?
What people discovered, is that you've got a gay uncle. You're like,
listen, Chatter, you can call me a liberal, you can't call me a liar. Call me a liberal, you can't call me a liar.
Come on!
You actually, once people started coming out of the closet.
The Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out of the closet, like, oh, that guy's gay? I love that guy. He's great. And my life is fine around him. This is the reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy, and he's actually pretty nice.
A big burly combat vet.
Big burly combat.
Also,
be the fucking worst take of everybody here about Graham Platner. I mean, it's not even just about Graham Platner. Like, this one is like a more broader fucking social take from I don't know why Ryan felt this was a good one. This was a good one. You know, I don't know how long he thought this one through, but this has got to be one of the dumbest fucking takes I can imagine. I mean, to compare it to the plight of LGBTQ people as if like people are coming out as white, it's a completely different dynamic, right? It's a completely different dynamic that doesn't make sense on its face. And it is clearly one of some kind of, and I honestly wasn't aware of this sentiment in Ryan up until watching this, that he feels that somehow this is something that needs to be addressed in progressive politics. I'm gonna let him finish. I'm gonna let him finish, but this shit is.
Peep that he called Chris Rabb a liberal here, by the way. Chris Rabb, who's actually a member of the DSA, right? Graham Platner disavowed being like a socialist, disavowed being left wing. You are a liberal. You are a racist, Chatter, and I don't take racist opinions seriously. And so is Ryan Grimm. I'll stop bearing the lead. So is Ryan Grimm. Ryan Grimm's a racist. Ryan Grimm is a racist. I had this inkling 8 months ago, a year ago, right? This qualifies it for. This verifies it for. Right, Ryan Grimm. Ryan, thank you, Chris Rufo. Right, thanking a Nazi. Thank you, Chris Rufo, for.
Yeah, honestly, I guess like this is something Ryan needs to fucking address. I don't even know if he, has taken the time to. It clearly hasn't. I mean, I don't think you could possibly say that sentence and have thought about it. Like, he needs to take some fucking time and think about what he said here, because it can't be. The moment he can't, like, I don't know how anybody can sit there in 2026 and say we need to talk about white people in politics. Like, it's one of these things that I'm struggling to. I'm sorry, I gotta skip ahead. I forgot that there's 2 different clips. So actually, let me just fucking let him finish this, because I think that's why I'm struggling to finish my sentence, because we only got half of it right now. We only got half of this shit.
White man, or he must be sexist because he's a white man. Like, this idea is laughably insane. He has said these things on the timeline.
I said earlier, like, that there's a particular problem that Democratic liberals kind of have with white guys. And it is particular to white guys. It's also all guys. Like,
yes. Black and Hispanic men went for Trump, and he made real inroads with Black and Hispanic men for a reason.
This isn't true, by the way. This is not true. Hispanic men, yes, maybe a little bit, right? This is not true for Black.
Anyway, like, for time's sake, I'm not gonna go through this whole thing. But I honestly appreciate Sean DeBlack for this clip right here. I don't think I would have found it otherwise, because nobody had posted this in the Discord. And I wasn't, like, because of some of the other shit that's been going on, like, I couldn't bring myself to also watch all the breaking point stuff. Also, time-wise, once again, another time-related problem. Like, everybody, we got a fucking schedule around here. I already didn't do a stream yesterday. And I was, like, cutting it close today. But I couldn't find this clip myself. And so I appreciate this. And this is just a fucking terrible take. And, like, Ryan Grimm has lost my respect on this fucking take. Like, it's a combination with this and the other thing that he's chosen to do to some degree in the midst of this. That just feels just deeply unproductive. But yeah, this one frustrated the hell out of me. That he was like, felt that there was some sort of reckoning that needed to happen in leftist politics regarding white men. Like, first off, we've supported plenty of white men around here that aren't named Graham Platner. Like, it's been a myriad candidates that we've supported here, at least. And maybe I shouldn't use myself as the fucking yardstick or whatever, because as I guess I've already said, I've been talking about this more than a lot of people. But like, I think it's fucking crazy for him to, it's beyond who's being supported right now. It's like, I gotta stop thinking about just in this one moment. Because, like, how can Graham think that white people need more representation in any capacity, in any movement? White men who deserve to be centered in the movement in any capacity whatsoever, right? Like, as candidates or otherwise, like, should be there for a reason, right? And, you know, there may be people out there who do take issue, but that's not a systemic issue that we need to fucking address, right? Like, that is something for people in my opinion, that's for people on their own time. Like, you know, whenever you're ready to trust the white man, that's the time. But my point is like for him to feel this way in any sense, like this like sense of like left out, like being left out or of like sidelined, like that's how everybody else has felt, right? That's how everybody else has felt for so long. Sidelined. Because we don't fit a particular outward appearance, right? Because, you know, we're easily identified visually. And it's just, I think it's deeply sad that it shows that Ryan is flawed, and in combination with some other stuff that he this whole fiasco has kind of, in my opinion, opened up some very easy criticisms on Ryan. Like, he could have dealt with this just like everybody else in different ways. He did the worst of everybody that I can see here. He has no fucking plausible deniability on these ones. He could have made different choices in these moments, and his choices, in my opinion, were the easiest to make, and he somehow managed to make multiple bad ones. We'll be getting back to that in a second on Ryan. And by a second, I mean in a little while. I need a Debbie Holland palette cleanser. No, you know what? Actually, technically, we're going to get a palette cleanser from all this at some point. We're going to talk about the other elections after I get through the bulk of the sort of initial stuff I want to get through. Then we're going to talk the elections, and then the future, the moving forward on the main question, because that's still a big question that we have to solve in less than 72 hours. It's quite a short timeline, one that I worry we aren't well equipped for, but need to do everything we can to actually bring about in the best possible way that we can, knowing what we know now. Yeah, I see a lot of people in chat who agree with me on this. Like, Ryan is done. Like, it seems like everybody's come to the same conclusion. Ryan fucking, like, showed himself to be a fairly problematic ally. You know, struggling on just sort of the basics here. Like, his very job of the narrative. We'll get back to that. Oh, God. So that Sean the Black video, which surfaced, that was from 4 weeks ago. Now, this is from 4 days ago. CNN posted this interview.
Good God. Within the, what was it? I think within, I'm trying to remember now, 16 hours, maybe less, of the, there's so many stories now to try and keep track of. Not the, is it the New York Times one? Or the Politico one? Whatever one it was that dropped on Monday, within a short period of time of the, I think it was a Politico interview. I could be wrong. Maybe it was Axios. After that, the interview dropped. CNN also dropped this interview. Well, I can't remember her name. I'm blanking on it. Jenny, I know it's Jenny. I can't think of her last name. I want to say Rosito, but that's not it. Good God, what's wrong with me? Oh. What's wrong with me? Why can't I think of this? That's a real problem. Well, suffice to say, this interview was posted by CNN 4 days ago. At which point it would seem that all the accusations weren't just political stunts. At least regarding these problematic sexual assault allegations, it would seem that there's a great deal of credibility to them.
You described your relationship with Graham Platner as a very good example of what modern dating is like.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that, I think there's a lot of situationships. I think people are dating multiple people at the same time, whether that's known or not known by the people involved. So it was just a very common practice is what I viewed it as.
And kind of casual?
Yeah, very casual.
And when did you meet him and how did you meet him?
Met him on Bumble, actually, in 2019.
Yeah. And honestly, that right there, for me, almost, like, it wasn't quite, but that was basically it. I almost didn't need to hear anything more. That there was an accuser going public in this way. Not just with an article, but with a sit-down interview on fucking CNN over this, an allegation that stemmed back only like 7 years ago. I knew that was it. There's no fucking way I could support him, and that there's no way that anybody else was going to continue to support this guy. That this race was, not this race, but this candidacy, whatever you want to fucking call it, it's over. I'm not gonna listen to. We're all, I think most of us have heard this from Jenny, and it's quite fucking disturbing. I don't think we need to live through it again. Hopefully nobody here is questioning her story. I think there's a lot of elements of this that lend itself to credibility. And regardless of your thoughts about it, it's just not the time. Honestly, it's time to move on from Graham Platner, and that to be dealt with in a very different context. Essentially, like he is no longer the candidate for office. He is now the asshole who ran for Senate and betrayed all the voters and all of the organizers and all of the
The apparatuses that supported him, he had ample opportunity to consider whether or not he was the sort of guy with this visible of a political race or any at all. To be honest, he should be, dealing with his own shit and, go to rallies, whatever. But the fact that he wasn't able to make the in my opinion, the easy call not to inject himself like that, knowing that he had all this baggage, I think it shows a deeply problematic mindset and approach, honestly a lack of concern for the voters themselves, for the people that he was supposed to represent, right? Is I can beat anything. There is so much here now. 8 months ago, we had one or two things. We had we had a couple problematic comments on Reddit, but also some really based comments, and people were sort of on the fence with that, as well as with the fucking tattoo. But then we've had all of this stuff now. He must have known. Much harder for any of us to know this. And there must be some other people in his life who knew. But for it to have gotten to where it got is truly mind-boggling to me. That one really kind of irks me. And the fact that he came out and told everybody that actually there was nothing more and that we should just move ahead. Full steam ahead, everybody. I never done anything wrong.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All right. Let's go here to this quick Hassan clip from... Well, not a quick Hassan clip. No Hassan clip is quick. I'm trying to make a clip. I'm going to try and make this clip as quick as possible.
Because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, a Democratic representative or a Democratic senator is going to be better than a Republican one. Okay?
Okay, so this is on 3 days ago. Posted... Oh, this is the Hasanabi archive. So this is not his channel, just to be clear. This is not one of his personal clips. I can't remember if this is the channel that he hates or not. This is the one I found.
Also incorrect. For Graham Platner's race, what I was interested in... Look, obviously the first story of today is going to be on Graham Platner. It's the major news story of the moment. We're going to be talking about that. Obviously, there have been a sequence of red flags that some valid, some not so valid, regular politics, regular political actors actively coming after what was a Bernie-crat, anti-Israel candidate who certainly wasn't thoroughly or properly vetted at all. But this last allegation, this hot girls for Toby Doby for South Dakota. I need y'all to be serious for a moment, man. Can we be serious for a...
Okay, this is fuck. It's a long ass clip, so I gotta try and find the spots that I need here. Give me 1 second. Where is this?
role with this community in getting elected into office. Okay?
Slightly further back.
May like heroes, Chris on my perspective versus my analysis on the race and what this says about the appetite for change. Okay? Trump's 2016 campaign was good though. See, this is the problem. Why do people do this? Like, why? This is my issue. And then it like 98% of the clip compilations out there are always people making like a totally ridiculous comparison, and then me going back to Graham Platner's like policy perspectives and what that means for the overall race, what that means for races all around the country. Many of the candidates you have actually excitedly endorsed and supported and door knocked for, like May like heroes, Chris Rabb, Claudia Elisa Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez, candidates that I actually went out, not only endorsed, but went out, fundraised for, actively campaigned alongside of, and am proud to have played a role with this community in getting elected into office. Okay? Like, here's the difference. When you say something like this, of course I'm going to retaliate and be like, that's a stupid argument. And then people will clip it and be like, Hassan is defending Graham Platner again. I'm not. It's very frustrating. The issues were there. It can't be all about the campaign. It can't be all about the Mainers like them. You know, I'm not shitting on the rest of your work. You do know that. Yes. Okay. In any case, can you look at Tom Tiffany's smears on you after having Francesca on? I'm worried.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, we do have to worry about the flip side of the coin of populism, and it's an important thing. Yeah, that, you know, that in the past, there's been things that are popular amongst populations that are pretty horrifying, including in this country. And we can't export our thoughts and ideas, like belief systems, to what is popular, right? Like, that's crazy. But when it comes to electoral politics, like, we do have to at least be aware of what's popular. We would be aware of demographics in a state, and be aware of like as many of the dynamics at play in any particular election as we can. You know, like, we can't just like blatantly ignore numbers, right? But this is why I keep making the argument that I've been making, is that this has been a nearly years-long process in which Graham Platner entered the race. We started to discover different sort of red flags along the way. And then none of us, including myself, decided it was time, like, to genuinely, like, interrogate other candidates, which would have been way more useful 8 months ago than last month when he was ahead in the polls by 30 points. Back at the beginning of this, nobody fucking knew who he was. I mean, we can't forget that, like, 2 months into the race, he was still behind Janet Mills in the polls. And there was like 8 different candidates. There's like one candidate per month that like dropped out between that time and now. Like, we could have supported any number of those candidates, including David Costello, who had a vaguely progressive policy platform. The fact is none of us did. And perhaps we should have, especially those who were most concerned about those red flags. You know, like, that's just how I see this. It's like incumbent upon us, not just to be critical, but like to be constructive, right? Like, not just to naysay, but to yay say. Say, yes, this is what I support. Yes, this is who I think is best. Not just, this guy sucks, sorry, Maine. Fuck that. Fuck that. Democracy is too important. Too many people died, you know, fighting for our freedom, right? Like I said before, whether it was the Revolutionary War or on the streets for the 15th Amendment, you know, we all have people who fought for this, I think, to some degree, to be here. Like, honestly, I can't think of a single American whose story isn't about. Oh, all right, that's not true. I just thought of a bunch of people. How do I say this? Like, the fact is the vast majority of us have stories of people who worked hard, fought hard for this democracy in one way or another. And like, we shouldn't be so callously throwing it away when I know so many of us care about the issues which our government affects. Whether it's LGBTQ rights or immigrant rights or foreign policy, wars in the Middle East or the genocide in Palestine, right? Like, whether it's, like any number of a myriad of issues like that are immediately affected by our government. Like I know we all care about those things, like the actual results of the democracy, but it's about the participation in the democracy that I feel is lacking. And I'm not like, honestly, I'm not saying something that's actually all that fucking wild, like, we know that people are deeply disengaged from democracy. And a lot of people are turning, away from politics and have, declared to themselves that the uniparty is not for me, and therefore politics is useless, and I'm just going to try and make as much money as possible before I die. And I'll just put my head down for the next 40 years or whatever, and I'm not going to pay attention to it. Or maybe every 4 years I'll pop my head up and I'll vote, but I won't engage in any real substantive way. I'll let the parties choose for me once, even though I, and it's just, for me, that is too fucking easy. That's a privileged take, in my opinion, to be able to say that all of the people who fought for the right to vote honestly did that in vain, because I think democracy is cooked, and fuck it. And to those people, if you're working on the revolution in the background, okay, best of luck to you, but I don't think the revolution's gonna be born on YouTube. Like we've seen in the past, it's sort of in other spaces, Discord. We've seen a lot of revolutions growing there. But in this place, I think the whole point of all of this is to engage, politically in one way or another, electorally, and or with activism and narrative. But I think we can't just rely on one of any of those things. It's got to be like the three-legged stool. Oh, three-legged stool of democracy.
Wisconsin is real. I don't know who that is, but we'll look at it in a second. So I think it was one of the first tweets that I had on the Graham Platner issue was more so about like the broad appetite that people had all around the country, including in a state like Maine. That's a very old state, very white state. And I asked the question that I repeatedly asked over and over again. Does this mean that people have an appetite for the policies, or do they simply like that Graham Platner is a white guy and looks the part? And this was a question that I had for the Mainers. And that question remains to be seen, because the comparison I always made was between Platner with obvious red flags versus Abdullah Syed. So it's seeing a lot of libs defend Platner over establishment pick Janet Mills because he has a leftist platform, and it seems like they're tired of the status quo electability arguments of the Dems. Now imagine if you had a candidate who didn't have a Blackwater CV and a totem cough. Okay? But many people will take the advantage, take the time out of their busy days, they're not usually, to make it seem as though I did not have a much more scrutinized opinion on Graham Platner as opposed to many of these other candidates. And I will tell you exactly why. Okay? It's totem, not totem. Okay, whatever. I know. There's a difference that I have, a difference in opinion that I have with many of the people that don't work on these sorts of campaigns in any way, shape, or form with other candidates who will go out and maybe door knock, go out and maybe phone bank, but they're not Like, they're not looking at the situation with a broader vision of winning the Senate majority. There are plenty of people in this coalition in the Democratic Party that are dog shit, okay? Policy-wise, background-wise, just horrible overall. Many people that I'm not going to actively go out and endorse, but many Democratic senators, for example, that have to be a part of this coalition, regardless, just to have the numbers and the seats, okay? Because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, a Democratic representative or a Democratic senator is going to be better than a Republican one. Okay? It's that simple. And Graham Platner was no different. But to simply say that this was just a lesser evil harm reduction attitude would be also incorrect. For Graham Platner's race, what I was interested in always was the fact that he was an unashamed left populist. Now, the problem that comes along with that is that his stink and his background and the things that he did will now be slammed into every other Bernie endorsed candidacy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, yeah. And that's actually already happening, which is quite a big potential problem. I do think. If people somehow have to answer for Graham Platner every fucking time, that could be a problem. Hopefully that is not the case. That we're able to prevent that from happening. And I really wish that we could have prevented this from getting to where it got. But he fooled a lot of people. To be honest, he did quite a good job of that. 150,000 voters. More than 10,000 volunteers. Bernie fucking Sanders. And a bunch of other people, right? Sam Cedar. Emma Vigland. Myself. Not that I'm some bastion of whatever, but honestly, Hassan, I can't remember where in this fucking video I wanted to go to. So I'm just going to say this about Hassan, because I also think Hassan made some big mistakes here. You know, the fact is Hassan, just like a lot of people that we've talked about here tonight, to some degree, just like me, looked at the information that existed and kind of like sat on the fence and I didn't fully endorse him, it's the same thing, but honestly, it's hard for me to sit here, like, out of everyone here, to some degree, Hassan almost gets the biggest pass from me. Like, maybe I shouldn't quantify the passes, but I guess, like, because the fact is everybody here has, to some degree, like, you know, I'm 100% has their own reasons for why they didn't do the things that I am complaining about right now. Right? And the thing is, like, Hassan is doing, and I haven't, like, put data into a spreadsheet. I can't say this with 100% certainty, but I think Hassan has been doing the most out of everyone here to push other candidates. Like, just like to like be focused on all of the races as much as possible. He is interviewing candidates all over the place, right? Not just in his apartment, you know, but not his apartment, his house, right? He's going all over the fucking country. He's somehow managing to continue his stream schedule and do all that, and to me, it's fucking crazy. And anybody who thinks he's doing a bad job should honestly go do it themselves. Like, I fully encourage you to do that. We need people like you with great skills. And, but like, Hassan just, He has made an outsized effect on this election. We've been talking about it for the last 3 months. So, you know, like, I struggle the most in criticizing him, the guy who's been literally jet setting around the country so that he can be physically in person at rallies for candidates that he does support fully, right? And he did half-ass things with Graham, which to some degree I think also gives him, like, you know, I don't know, culpability that he was just like wasn't sold one direction or another, and so he didn't focus attention on it, which I think is maybe the healthiest response to all this to some degree. But you can't tell me, like, he hasn't put in the effort on these fucking elections, you know? He's been doing it and doing it and doing it. And to some degree, I've been in awe. People know. They've been watching me be in awe. Be like, oh my God, how is he doing this? Oh, he's everywhere. 1 second, he's in Michigan. Next second, he's in New York. I mean, it's crazy. You know, you got Adam Homowy on his stream, and Chris Robb. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, I wish I was doing my job as good as he is. Maybe if I was, I would have I would have a slightly larger audience, similar to Hassan. Not as similar to Hassan, let's be real. Let's be real, that's somewhat crazy. I don't have those expectations. I'm just thinking out loud. Don't have any delusions of grandeur. I'd like just be able to pay the bills every month and my taxes and healthcare, food, stuff like that, without worrying. And I would honestly be happy continuing in this fashion for a very long time. You're not going to bring up MLK? Why? Because MLK had his own sort of personal scandals during his time that some people tried to weaponize against him, including our own government? Is that what you're talking about? Because by all means, mention that. Because don't think I haven't thought of it. If you think I haven't thought of that, then you don't know me well enough. But I want to talk about a different historical figure vicariously through scenery. Frederick Douglass. I'm sorry, that's not the way I wanted to segue this, but the MLK talk just sort of made me think about it. Let's go to Jamel Bowie, who's here at the former home of Frederick Douglass, Rochester, New York.
So I'm in Rochester, New York, walking through Mount Hope Cemetery. I was just checking out Frederick Douglass's resting place. If you look at the video posted just before this one, you'll see my thoughts on sort of visiting the sites of Douglass's life since he lived in Rochester for many years. But not talking about Frederick Douglass here, talking about a much less interesting and illustrative person in American life, that is Maine Senate candidate, as of this recording, still Senate candidate, nominee for the Democratic Party, Graham Platner, who was the subject of an article in Politico, where a former partner said...
Okay, since we know all of this next story. We've just gone through it. Let's skip a little bit ahead. The part that I take more issue with. Because, I mean, to some degree, you know, I agree with a lot of what Jamel's saying here, and mostly agree with everything Jamel talks about, posts on his YouTube.
In the 48 hours since these allegations came through, more or less the entire institutional Democratic Party has said this guy has to get out. He has to leave. Elizabeth Warren rescinded her endorsement, as did Bernie Sanders, as did every Democrat who did. The Maine Democratic Party says he needs to step down. He's cooked. I think it's just a matter of time before he steps down, although I'm not certain that he will. Because here's the thing. From the jump, Platner had issues. I've not been vocal about the Platner stuff, but I've commented on it here and there, talked about it for some New York Times podcasts, talked about it on one of my podcasts, posted about it on Blue Sky, you know. And my general take, beginning last year, was that the guy sounds good, right? He says the stuff I like to hear from a candidate. He sounds good. And his persona, kind of novel, might work out. But that tattoo, boy, that Totenkopf is bad, first of all. And second, his story about it doesn't pass the smell test.
Yes, like this for me, this take didn't really pass the smell test. Like, we still don't know with any certainty that he knew what that tattoo was when he got it. And we can't say, we may never be able to say with any certainty that he knew at the time that he got it. You know, what happened after that may be up for debate. I heard a claim that he had mentioned Totenkopf at some point in his Reddit. I still haven't found that comment yet. It may exist. The fact is at the time when we were all talking about this tattoo 8 months ago, nobody knew this with any certainty. And I don't know. Jamel is sort of on the same take with everybody else, that this was absolutely a Nazi tattoo, and that we all knew that we all knew inherently, or should have known inherently, that he himself knew that there was evidence that he definitely knew that at the time. People want to see him harmed? Who? Hassan? Or Graham Platner? Honestly, nobody should be harmed by this. Oh, you meant not to. Oh, you didn't want to compare Hassan to MLK. Okay. That makes more sense, actually. Yeah, but like, the thing about all this is that while everybody wants to cast blame and throw stones, everybody who's doing the blame casting, the finger pointing, the stone throwing, we all have our own platforms, right? To one degree or another. I'm fairly certain I'm the smallest creator out of everybody that's been mentioned here. I don't think I even break 4,000 followers across platforms. But everybody here has a platform that they could have used in a constructive fucking manner, right? In the last 8-10 months, for any of us who didn't like Graham Platner and thought that there were better candidates out there, or that he had baggage that, was red line worthy, like, each one of us had to make the call through the last 10 months you know, tacitly or intentionally, with actions or with inaction. Like, we made our choices here. And none of us, not a single one of us, from what I can tell, spent a fucking second with our platforms talking about anybody goddamn else. And that's all of our faults. For me, and maybe it's because I grew up being deeply self-critical, which is the way I was raised. But like, I've had to go through a lot of, like, a sort of a long process of dealing with that self-criticism, that sort of record that I think a lot of us have of our parents telling us something in our heads or whatever, or of society's expectations, whatever it is that's not our own thoughts, that are somehow others trying to implement their will on us. Like that, for me, I think I had a long fucking road of dealing with that. And one thing that after like a lot of therapy, you know, therapists, psychologists, and all sorts of people in between, social workers, people just to talk to try and work through things. I over the years, I think, came to the conclusion about a number of things, including how I relate with external stimuli, other people, information, whatever the fuck it might be. But when this is stupid and sort of philosophical, but when I am introduced with information that I find to be like enraging or triggering or offensive or just something that I object to, generally speaking, I have learned that, at least for me, everybody has their own process, but at least for me, I think when something is bad, I try to identify the thing that's upsetting me, that's causing me emotion, right? Whatever it might be, like what is the root of this? And then I ask myself, what is, like, who is in charge of that external stimuli, right? Is it another person, or is it a concept? Is it just an event that occurred? What is it? And do I have control over it? If I have any control over it, I look to myself first, right? Like any locus of control. I look to myself first and say, can I change what I'm doing right now to make this better experience for myself and everyone else around me, right? And I'm not perfect. Sometimes I fuck that up. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sitting here philosophizing. Don't think that I live by my own philosophy at all times. I fuck up sometimes.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. This is not be meant to be a joke, but Platner was a political succubus. He pushed for policies we supported and wanted to push through to help our fellow Americans. But we allowed us to fall for a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, it's deeply disturbing, Columbia Rican. And he betrayed everybody who supported him. You know? He made himself the face of this race for the Senate seat that everybody on the left had wanted flipped for so long. I don't know how many times I've talked about, oh, maybe this is like, not me personally, but I've heard people talk about, oh, this is the time we get Susan Collins out of Maine. How many terms has she served now? 6, 5? She's been there for like 30 years. And like this is one of those things that like one of these races that like was inherently important, right? That we do something about, you know, and we had a candidate who could have beat her. The fact is, I think we had a bunch of candidates who could have beat her, but one candidate took the forefront. And after a bunch of red flags, none of us did what was necessary at the time to pivot. Once again, including myself. I still question whether or not that tattoo was enough of a flag that I should have pivoted. But once again, I have to fall back on, for those who thought it was a red flag should have done more. And perhaps I should be convinced that by somebody that I should have seen it as more of a red flag. But the fact is the facts are as they are, right? None of us took up the torch for anybody else. When clearly now in post, we all know that somebody should have. All of us should have. Right? And in fact, that he should have never been in the calculus. But he was saying all of the right things. It wasn't just anti-Israel stuff. You know, it wasn't just anti-war stuff. He was anti-ICE. He was pro-Medicaid for all. You know, like he wanted to abolish ICE. A Senate candidate who was in Maine, who was saying he was going to abolish ICE. And people were talking and was winning, right? That's like, all of these things combined are pretty crazy. He would have been a massive change from Susan Collins. And now not all we can do. We're going to actually talk about what we can do here in a second. But now we have 3 days to figure out the future. And that is wrong. We shouldn't be in this place. The voters shouldn't have been put in this place, especially. Like, fuck me and my feelings and the feelings of podcasters and content. Oh, I don't give a shit. Okay? We're the ones who just honestly, you know, to some degree have like the toughest skin, right? And it's just that it's the voters who I feel horrible for, who put their time in, who went to the polls and voted for this, who expected change and got this. And for the future of democracy, broadly speaking. Because the fact is I didn't get emotionally caught up in Graham Platner. Like, I know some voters must have. Out of 150,000 people, there must have been some. Probably not, certainly not all. But there must have been a few people who, you know, didn't just like his politics, but also liked, you know, what he represented or whatever else. Right? For me, like, I don't see myself in Graham Platner, right? I see a guy who, you know, and I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about like before. Like, I didn't look at a guy like that I like saw myself in. I saw a guy who had similar policy priorities to me, right? Like, I look at Graham Platner, I see a guy who walks around with more privilege than I do every single fucking day. Doesn't mean I'm not going to support him for that alone. I have plenty of white friends. And family. As I am multiracial. And like, I guess my point is like, I looked at Graham in the sense that he represented a particular group of policies that we've been told can't work in rural places, small states. Oh, we can't change. We can't, you know, we can't we got to keep running the same neolibs who keep losing to Susan Collins. Like, it was so long coming, and then he took that space, and I like, it's crazy to me that he made that choice. The fact is, I just never got emotionally wrapped up in him for multiple reasons. I just knew that he was the candidate that had, from what I could tell from the beginning, the best ground game and the best policy set. Other people honestly should have tried to prove me wrong. Not that like, not that I shouldn't have, like, you know, I don't have my own fucking, I'm not saying like directly me, but that like I said, like there's 8 other options, plenty of people to choose from, and everybody who was more reticent than I and or other people were at the time 8 months ago, like should have taken the opportunity to put the clips out, because the clips were coming out regardless one or another. We were being convinced of one thing, but why wasn't there the follow-up clip of the future? You do what Aaron Brown says, what Joe Rogan needs to do, have a heavy bag that you just go over and punch. I work out. Not as much as I'd like to right now, but I do work out. I'm not an Olympic level athlete right now. Although there was a time where I was nearly one. Another thing I don't ever talk about. Banana bin face. God damn it. That one is too accurate. Those 2 words just obliterated me. Banana bin face? No. That's exactly who I am. Everyone is always calling me a banana and or secret Count bin face. Oh God. Banana bin face. Oh. Oh, Boku was actually originally, I don't want to take away credit from Boku. Go, banana bin face. Oh, Boku. With the jokes. Hopefully I gave the right person credit for that joke. Ay. Okay, we've made it through all the way up to the last day. That last clip from Jamel was posted yesterday, although I think it was from a few days ago. Holy shit, it's hot on the space station right now. I am boiling in here. Good God. Y'all ain't covered him yet? Sus? Wait, what's sus? You hope on Sunday we cover Count Binface. What do you mean, Columbia Rican? We covered Count Binface. I mean, we covered Count Binface again, right? We've talked about Count Binface how many times? How many elections has he run for since I started this stream? This is like his 3rd. I think this is like number 3, if I'm not mistaken. There's been a bunch of like different sort of elections. Because didn't he run... I'm trying to remember. Like he ran in the big, like whatever you call them, like the British general that happened, right? Then he did the Makerfield elections, and now it's the Clacton. But we talked about this last 2 streams ago. Last stream, I can't remember. Just look for it. There's a giant picture of Count Binface on the front of it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
hot right now.
Anyways, we already technically covered Binface, and we'll probably discuss Binface a little bit more tomorrow. Unfortunately, we don't get to talk about Binface tonight because everyone's yelling at each other. Okay? Because we've been yelling at each other this week, we can't have nice things today. And tomorrow, maybe, we'll be lucky enough to talk about Count Binface. Okay? Write that down for later. Focused. No one is yelling. That's fair. I'm the only one yelling right now. I didn't mean all of you. I meant more broadly. Sorry if that was misconstrued. Unintentional, I assure you. Okay. Yeah. All right, now let's go here. Slate.
I am not really questioning, honestly, his ideology at this point.
Whoops.
Am now questioning that and now believe he's a liar and believe that he's a rapist. So, like, that's a different level, and that's something, it's a separate question in my view. And that's what makes it disqualifying.
I don't know how you're feeling in this moment. If you go to the Majority Report subreddit, you can find comments from a few months ago basically saying we should thank Emma Vigeland vigorously because she vigorously defended Graham Platner.
Yes.
Through all of these scandals. She's a primary reason he was able to weather those scandals and continue on.
Yeah, I don't feel great. I don't feel awesome.
Emma, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. I'm going to start off with kind of a wild question because I really don't know what your answer is to it. When was the last time you spoke with Graham Platner?
Whew. I've never spoken with Graham Platner off air, so it would be the last time we interviewed him.
When was, like, I know you spoke to him in August. Did you speak to him after that?
No.
Huh.
Then.
I found this interview to be a lot frustrating. Honestly, I don't watch Slate very much. But people have been laying into Emma Vigeland in a way I really don't appreciate. Like, it's up to Emma, like, whether or not she is, like, wants to, like, what's the fucking word? God, how do I extricate this fucking thought from my brain? Like, it frustrates me. I've been seeing a lot of people coming at Emma, like, saying that, like, as a woman, like, she should have known better. Like, and knowing what we know, having gone through what we just went through, like, having just taken this 3 hours just now to rehash the last 10 months, where half a dozen content creators who I support, and I think a lot of people around here support, all saw this, like, these claims back 8 months ago in October, whatever it was, and all kind of together made similar decisions of, this is a red flag, but it's not enough to engage in talking about another candidate or supporting another candidate. And like, I don't think it's fair to blame Emma more than other people. Like, that's fucking insane. And I don't accept that framing at all. Like, I think she's doing as her best in the same way everybody, you know, is doing their best with the resources that they have, right? To make the best calls that they think for themselves, for their careers, for their channels, and for the movement itself, right? And like, I just think it's unfair to just be like, oh, Emma, you're extra culpable because you were born with ovaries. Like, fuck that. Like, go fuck yourself. Okay, we're all in this together, or not at all. Did Emma talk about another candidate? Can you get me that clip? Is that true? Also, not just Emma. Just to be clear, if anybody else here that I have claimed, if anything I've claimed here is anybody believes to be false, please, you know, hit me in the Discord with a fucking link to something, article, a tweet. I don't care what it is. I am not here to be fucking right. I started this off with saying I'm wrong, everybody's wrong, and I think we all need to find a way to come together to solve, to bridge our fucking divides here right now amongst this fucking situation, to get people to stop celebrating and gloating over a rape, over, you know, it just, that in itself to me is one of the most frustrating aspects of this, is the people who are saying, I told you so. The nihilist I told you so's are perhaps my most fucking, like, my least favorite aspect of all this. Is people who are like, I don't really give a shit who gets elected, but, you know, I told you so. This was the bad guy. Like, the people who are like, I haven't been engaging in any of this, and I'm not going to engage in it any further, but, like, I told you so. It's like, fuck you then. You're not engaging in electoral politics. You don't think the democracy is important. Why are you even talking to me about this? Why are you posting a video about this?
The things that he had said on Reddit, etc. So I bought into the apology. I think that it's important that we give people an opportunity to redeem themselves and apologize if they see the past error of their ways, until it gets into something like forcible rape and sexual assault. As soon as I read the piece in Politico, I knew that he had to drop out of the race. And I believed the woman immediately. I mean, the details were lurid and the corroboration was very well sourced by Politico.
Yeah, this woman, Jenny Rasico, we should just sort of outline exactly what she says. Like, she says she and Platner were in this on-again, off-again relationship for years. And one night he came to her home very, very drunk.
Right. Okay, sorry. I'm forgetting where the spot it is. This is the problem with me not being good with certain aspects of this show, that I rely too much on my memory for where the spots in these discussions are. But, and maybe one day I'll be getting better at, like, taking notes on each clip and find, like, a system that works for me. But since I deal with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clips a week, and all sorts of different moments in each clip, every fucking show, like every show we have, like, I don't know, somewhere between like 70 and 100 plus clips. I look at every newscast that I do here, and I want to be better. Just no Space Sams. I want to be better, and the moments where I'm failing, I really do. I know I'm failing. Where is this fucking spot? I want to say it's around here.
Colorado.
Right. And in Colorado, I will point out that Gonzalez, who just lost to Hickenlooper but gave him a real scare, she lost by what, 7 or 6 points?
Back slightly.
Can DSA win a statewide race? Can they win a statewide race? But what is clear is that DSA has an internal vetting process and an incubation process for their candidates where you have internal democracy where people say, like, Claire Valdez represents our values here. Daria Lisa represents our values here. Melot Kiros represents our values here. Chris Rabb represents our values here. Zoran Mamdani represents our values here. And there's a vetting and an internal structure for left-wing candidates who are at this structural disadvantage and don't have like all of these consultants and corporate backing behind them that would do that for traditional Democratic candidates. In fact, often the National Democratic Party is actively opposing them. So you need to have some sort of structure and internal democracy, I think, in DSA to vet candidates who like
I think this is the comment I fucking
will push for that platform.
Sorry, I think I need to go back further because I think this is the spot I wanted. Where does this fucking question start?
Definitively?
When you know this woman is out there quoted.
Damn it, I can't find it. I can't remember the name of the Slate hosts. Because I don't watch the stream ever. I'm only watching this because Emma's here. But like, she asked a question, and I think an important question. I wish I could find this fucking spot. But she asked an important question that I think we need to ask ourselves is like, what failed? Like, and well, actually, I'm not sure that she quite said. I can't remember what leads to this, but it was basically a discussion surrounding the investigation, the amount of effort that the New York Times put in vetting this, right? Like how many fucking phone calls and emails and like all these other sorts of like things they did to try and double check on each one of the sources and all this other stuff, right? Like, I think it's a little unfair almost to expect the majority report to be able, and like any of us to necessarily be able to do all of this vetting, right? Like to some degree, I don't even know, like when it comes to like character vetting, this is a whole other process, right? Like we talk about the issues here, but like if you want to talk about character vetting, we're talking about like an incredibly intensive, grueling process, which millions of dollars are spent on, I would point out, right? Like on oppo research and on internal research. Like, and for like little independent organizations to be able to match the finances of a New York Times who's owned by the fucking Dow. They're owned by the Dow Jones, I would point out, right? Like New York Times is owned by the Dow. I just think it's a little unfair.
The Dow right now.
And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be able to, I'm not saying we shouldn't try and that maybe there shouldn't be some effort. And Emma, Emma basically, I think, I can't remember exactly where this starts, but like I think this is part of her answer where she's basically saying like the DSA clearly has like the vetting apparatus that, you know, a bunch of random unaffiliated content creators online do, right? Or that like random volunteers do, right? And is that lack of cohesion that I think inherently was the problem here. And that I think Emma also makes the point to some degree that this is almost the fault of the DSA. Or maybe it's the co-host, or the host. I can't remember who said it, but somebody says it. And to be honest, like that had not struck me until this conversation. But to be fair, and actually maybe, does this come up in a different clip that I have? It very well might, but it's worth a two takes. Because the fact is, the DSA tried to force a candidate that nobody wanted down everyone's throats. The people with all the fucking resources tried to force a candidate that nobody wanted and could have been, you know, doing this kind of thing. But that's not how they're operating, right? Like they're operating in a inherently hostile way to people with ideas that are that involve change in the Democratic Party, right? And I think to some degree they definitely deserve some of the blame. The DNC apparatus, right, is to blame for this. And that they continue to try and push candidates who fucking nobody wants so that they can prevent any change from happening internally in the fucking party, no matter how bad voters want it. And if we had like a functional party, we could be having like just broad internal vetting of everybody or something, you know? Like the DNC could decide to fucking just do that, right? And just release everything on everybody. But also, the DSA may very well be the apparatus that we need if the DNC is not going to get on board, which, as we all know, they are not. We all know they're not, which is why we're doing what we're doing right now, right? We can't forget that they are essentially the people who are creating the environment, fostering this environment in which people are so desperate for change. They're willing to look past some things that perhaps they wouldn't in other circumstances. An environment in which the DCCC, the DNC, all these fuckbags know full well is happening. How do I know this? Because a year and a half ago, they told us we're just going to sit back and wait until things are so bad that people come back and vote for us. You know, and they've done that. Now, this debacle, which I witnessed yesterday evening, is the reason for why I felt this necessary. I was prepared to do a election show on Thursday, but after watching some of my favorite leftists yell at each other, among other things, for, I don't know, 45 minutes, I couldn't bring myself to do that show, and felt it necessary to do this show now.
Across the board, I think globally at this point.
That's pretty much the log line to our show. Preaching to the choir.
Preaching to the choir. Welcome to the leftist mafia. Hey, what do you guys think of leftism? It's great. All right.
I support leftism personally. There may be some disagreement in the chat.
Chat's not for socialism.
Some moles.
The chat is all ardent capitalists.
Oh, okay. And just to be clear, if I wasn't making it clear, I hope I was, but I suppose it's possible that I was saying a lot of acronyms in there. But I wasn't saying that Graham Platner is associated with the DSA. What I was saying is that the DSA clearly has the apparatus necessary to get candidates that don't have a bunch of scandals popping up that, you know, that we don't have when it comes to these sort of vaguely leftist candidates that I've been supporting in the races that aren't affiliated with the DSA, that haven't, as was mentioned, that don't have like the all of the things that come along with being part of a dues paying organization and a hierarchy and other things like that. You know, that's what I was saying. Not that DSA was affiliated with him. that the lack of DSA affiliation may have, in fact, been the problem here.
Yeah.
You know what?
Hey.
2028.
Hi.
Hey, Ariana.
Hello.
So you're
Hello.
here. We don't know where Matt is. Matt
Yeah,
is
where's Matt?
later than usual, and we haven't heard from him. Was he on Majority Report today?
I have no idea, but I have some things to say to the chat.
Okay.
Now that I'm here.
Oh, before you say that, your microphone is the wrong one.
It's showing me it's the right one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Maybe it's my
not.
internet that's making it sound muffled. My apologies then.
No,
it
you're
did,
fine.
it did sound like it was a little bit
It did? Okay.
tinky or something. Or
Is it better now?
Yeah.
I'm just letting people know that I'm eating homemade biryani while
That looks amazing. I was going to ask you what that
fantastic.
was.
It's homemade biryani for me to lose weight with, so it's good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you
Sounds
guys the
amazing.
recipe.
Yes,
Nice.
please do. I have a good Indian place near me. And it's
That's
delicious.
awesome. You should also know that most Indian moms and aunts will tell you that it's a special recipe, but it's just Shan masala they get from the store. I know it.
Oh, really?
all awesome.
I'm glad to hear that's the same thing in all cultures.
Yeah, yeah.
This is my homemade recipe. It's from the back of a box. I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks. My mom,
That's nice.
I asked my mom to come up one time and make us biryani. And I was like, I'd gotten like all the onions and everything like that. It's like, we can't use this. And we went and we got store-bought like fried onions to put in it. And I was like, and all these like store-bought like pre-made things. And I was like, this tastes like so much better than all this fresh shit that I got. What am I doing?
All right, Ariana, take it away.
Ariana, you spit. Go ahead.
Hello. So I just want to say that 2 months ago, the chat really roasted the fuck out of me because I said that I don't like Graham Platner, I don't trust him, and I will not endorse him or support him. You guys fucking dragged my balls through shard glass for it. So I would just like to say that I would accept apologies in $5 and plus super chats. Thank you very much.
I did. I really like Ariana and every single person in here that we are looking at, but nobody should be saying, I'll be taking apologies for being right over this situation, right? I just find it crass that anybody is celebrating or thinking that they're owed restitution for being criticized. Now, I'm not saying every chatter was. I am sure there was a bunch of chatters who were rude to Ariana during that chat, during that live stream. I also happened to be in that live stream, and I was saying many of the things that I'm saying today. That I felt everybody who in the room at the time was making these claims had not spent any of the previous 6 months doing fuck all about it. Okay? And I just think it's a little crass to celebrate that, you're right. You were vaguely right about something. Literally nobody in that room who's smiling and giggling over the situation predicted that this is what was going to happen. Everyone said he was a Nazi. That is not what we found out earlier this week. Earlier this week, we found out that he has a serious fucking problem with women. He's been accused by now multiple women, and at least one very, very credible allegation of sexual assault. And that's something I don't want to celebrate in any way, shape, or form. And I think it's kind of ridiculous for any of us to do this. And the fact is I could not be less celebratory about this moment at all, right? Like, I am beside myself over this. Like, I am so deeply, deeply disturbed that this is what we are doing right now. That any of us would say, I told you so, when nobody told us what to do. Not a single fucking person told us what we needed to do in this. I'm not gonna listen to any of like the yelling because I love everybody here too much. Like the yelling was really upsetting to me. Like I grew up in a family of like abuse. A lot of yelling, screaming. I just think we need to find a way to have these discussions without being shitty to each other. Because that's kind of how I viewed that stream to some degree. I mean, to some degree, it could also just be seen as a hearty debate. But I get some aspects of this, to me, hit on an emotional level that how do you call it? Like, I'm trying to think of how, like, it's like an internal family dynamic almost, especially when it comes to the leftist mafia. Everybody there knows each other, and all of us, I think, at one time or another have been in those streams. At least most of the people watching these streams have been in those streams. We share audiences, right? I include myself in this to some degree, even though I'm not part of the leftist mafia in any way, shape, or form. And because I know people who mod here, mod there, people who watch here, watch there. I intentionally start my streams late on Thursday because I know that that's when they do their streams. And in fact, I often hope to finish my work before my stream so that I can catch a little bit of the leftist mafia before I have to start my own show. So I can pop in and say hello to everybody. I guess if we are a family, if we are some sort of loose coalition, a mafia, whatever the hell you want to fucking call it, we have to find a way to work with each other that isn't just yelling or finger pointing or blaming one another, and is one of openness and of constructiveness and of, you know, one that is looking towards the future and not looking to hold things over each other's heads. Like, I've been in relationships where that happened. And in fact, like, when I was much younger in college, there were two brothers in my band who did exactly this over and over again. It wasn't my band. It was actually their band. They started it. And like, they would constantly hold things over each other from the previous practice, the previous show, something between their mom or whatever else, right? Like some family shit, they would bring it to, like, to practice, whatever else. And like, it always just needed to come to the place where both individuals stopped trying to hold things over each other's heads and stop trying to win in some way. This is not about winning against each other. For the love of fucking God, we're supposed to be comrades and allies. You know, we're supposed to be lifting each other up and celebrating each other, not poo-pooing each other and like saying like, oh, you suck, right? So people who are just saying, broadly speaking, like, you suck, Ariana, you're a dickbag, okay? But constructive criticism also has to be something we can have, right? But to be honest, like, it has to be constructive. Like, we shouldn't be just destroying things, right? We have to be working towards something. Like, that's just my opinion. But like, in my opinion, a loose coalition like this has to have some kind of direction and ability to, at the very least, listen to each other and not celebrate when someone else is wrong. You know, I'm deeply disturbed that that we were wrong. You know, like I'm just looking at all of these faces of all these people that I fucking respect, and we were all one way or another wrong. Whether we identified the correct issue or not, I don't think anybody here did what was necessary. If in fact Graham Platner was a Nazi, and what we know now, clearly disqualifying, but that's not the point, is that we had 10 months to do this. We didn't, and now we have to learn from this. But that lesson cannot be that we disengage further from the democratic process. If anything, it should be a lesson of we need to lean in to the democratic process. We haven't done enough. We haven't done enough. Like that's just my like, that is where I'm at. We should not be taking victory laps in the middle of the race, especially against our own team. Do you see what I'm saying? We're running a race. We're like think of it like a fucking NASCAR race or something like that, right? You got a pit crew, you got a driver. It's a very good analogy now that I think about it. You know, and pit crew guy just fucked up. Actually, not the pit crew guy. The fucking driver just fucked up. And now we're all fucking say, like, oh, look at the pit crew. We didn't notice that the fucking driver was a piece of shit. He was fucking drunk or whatever, right? Like, and it's just like, like that's, like we're still in the middle of this race. We gotta get somebody in that car or we fucking lose, right? Not just with Graham Platner, but for the rest of the fucking year. And the primaries are where we need to do the fighting. Because as I've been saying all year, the job is done for us when the general comes. Not entirely, but mostly. We've been talking about how deeply unpopular Donald Trump is across the fucking country. How affordability is hitting everyone across the political lines. And Trump just restarted the fucking Iran war. I mean, Epstein files still not released. I mean, we could go down the list. And we will. In like 4 months, right? Like during the general, be like all of these people on the Republican side supported all that shit. Now is the time for us to get the best people there to make that argument, but more importantly, the argument of the future. Because we all know the arguments against Trump. I get bored talking about it. You do too. And he is not representative of the whole movement. Okay? He's one man who made a fucking choice. A man who looked into the eyes of all Maine voters and all the people that helped him, in this race to replace someone that we all broadly want out of there. Like, he is not the entire movement. It was one fucking race. But the race was huge. And I know that to some degree I'm going in circles. But like, this is the same argument I've been making all year that I hope doesn't fall on deaf ears. Is that if we learn any lesson from this, it has got to be we need more effort, we need more resources. We need more people interrogating the fucking candidates themselves. Not after the fact, but like while these races are going. We still got 3 months almost fully. No, sorry. 2 full months. My brain just broke. 2 full months of primaries. July, August, part of September. 150 plus candidates. Now, as we all know, Graham Platner finally suspended his fucking campaign 2 days ago with this ridiculous video.
We're breaking into your programming to share some breaking news. I'm Bailey Cornick. Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate Graham Platner has just announced he is dropping out of the race. Platner made the announcement in a social media video. Here is that video.
I have faced some very serious. Need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power.
Oh, buddy. Gotta go find a rock somewhere. Gotta go find a rock somewhere and do your very best, Patrick, and get under that thing. Because honestly, I don't want to hear Graham Platner talk to me about politics. I don't think ever again. I don't see a reason why I would want to. I'm leaving... I don't know, some like 0.1% chance of some crazy thing happening. I'm fairly certain I don't want to hear that. We all heard it earlier.
Hey, folks.
Anyway,
you know what time.
Now, I'm afraid we're not done with Ryan Grimm. Because I think... Ryan has some serious questions to answer for, not just for those comments we heard earlier on Breaking Points, but for a piece he wrote, and I think may have taken down, I'm not sure. I couldn't find the original piece, or any copy of it, but suffice to say, Ryan Grimm had some fucking stuff to say in the wake of these allegations that came out. Which I find very problematic in this moment. And kind of generally.
For $50 off, support our show and let them know we sent you after checkout. Lisa.com, promo code majority. We will put a link to that down below in the video and episode descriptions. And a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by Ryan Grimm. We are back, and we are joined by Ryan Grimm, journalist, co-host of Breaking Points, and co-founder of Dropsite News. Ryan, welcome back to the show.
Hey, Emma, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's been quite a week for us both, I would say, and like also just in terms of covering progressive politics and anti-establishment politics. We'll start off in the most controversial place here, because as I've said to you before, you're one of my favorite people to disagree with because it can always be even-handed and in good faith. But just to catch people up, earlier this week, you reported that there'd been a detail that had been left out of Politico's reporting on the rape accusation against Graham Platner. Politico didn't include, apparently, that the woman accusing Platner of this assault had asked him to come over for a glute massage the night of the alleged assault. However, sorry, what'd you say?
Said she needed a glute massage, but not to ask him for it. Is
Gotcha.
my recollection. Right?
Yeah. And afterwards, she still said, do not come over. And you have faced some pushback for reporting this detail. And I guess I'm wondering what you think of that pushback. Because this is what I would say, right? Like, we often will say on our show that it's as important. Like, the substance of what we say is sometimes even less important than what we choose to highlight or cover, right? And I think that perhaps emphasizing this detail gave a lot of people license to dismiss Jenny's accusation, even if that's not in what the text said. That would be my critique, and I'm wondering what you think of that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone seriously argues with the general idea that if we're going to try a very serious allegation in the court of public opinion, that the information that the media has about that should be public. Like, I think I don't generally think that anybody really disagrees with that. And I think it's important to understand exactly how Politico reported this at the time. So I have it in front of me here. They wrote, that night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house. So the way that Politico presents it, they were texting, she says, don't come over. And then there's effectively a break-in. Like, that's kind of the impression that you're left with here. The door is unlocked, but like, if you don't have permission to come in the house, like, you can't just come in an unlocked house. It's not how it works. Politico was aware that the exchange that they're referencing there included her saying she needed a glute massage, him responding, I'm on my way over. And then she responds, I'm not, don't come, I'm not in the mood for company. We don't know whether or not he got that message or he was just, drunkenly driving over to her house. There are a lot of people.
And that's where we're going to end this clip. That's all we need from this fucking take. In my opinion, this does not fucking matter. It might matter in a court of law, but this isn't a court of law. Okay? Here's the thing about this take for me, is that I'm not going to convict him, right? Like, I'm not going to send him to jail. A jury has to fucking do that. If in the case that were to ever be something Jenny might fucking, well, the victim might want, right? But like, in the context of these elections, like, all elections, honestly, like, it's the court of public opinion. And like this doesn't matter. This doesn't change the facts of what what transpired and what's being alleged. Those things not only clearly have credibility, but even in the context that Ryan is trying to put into light are, in my opinion, not excusable. Certainly not for a fucking candidate. Once again, you could litigate it in the eyes of a fucking law, but that's inexcusable. All of the aspects of this, like, and like he tries to bring up that like fucking Graham is fucking like was drunk at the time. He got in the fucking car and drove drunk, and then walked into it without checking his phone. None of it. No fucking way. No fucking way do I believe that. Or does it matter? Honestly. I not only do not believe it doesn't matter to me. It does just like that to me, that's victim blaming. I struggled to come up with another fucking term for it. Like, there's no way in which that's necessary for this moment. And Ryan Grimm is on my shit list until further notice. The guy is galactically dead to me. Like, these two takes combined are just all I need to be like, dude, I'm done with you. You need help. You need to reassess what you're doing. Like, what the purpose of your journalism is, like what the real world results that you're looking for at the end of the day are. I'm just not sure that we align anymore based upon what I've fucking seen and heard. A little upsetting to me, honestly, because I also respected Ryan Grimm a great deal and the work of Drop Site News. And in the case of Jeremy Scahill, I'll probably continue to listen to what he has to say. But honestly, this is not great. This is got to be like Ryan Grimm, like 2 for 2, worst fucking takes possible out of everyone. And he has no fucking excuse for this shit. I don't see how this changes the calculus at all for anyone. Like the fact is like, as we all know, politics, right? Like in political races, like it doesn't really matter what you've been like convicted of. It's just what you can be convicted of in the public eye. And the dude has had so much stuff now. Anybody who's sitting there trying to say, effectively what I think Ryan is trying to say is that, look, we don't know for sure that he did this, so we can't give up on Graham, is fucking crazy to me. Especially with the timeline that we're looking at right now. And that's after, he suspended the campaign. I just find that crazy. All right, we're going to take a break now, finally, from this discussion. We will be coming back to this to talk about the future of that Maine Senate seat, which we have, 70 hours or so left to solve. Let's talk about the future, because we certainly need it. And there's a fuck ton of elections happening right now. Across the country, primaries, people out there knocking doors, phone banking, donating. Otherwise, hopefully engaging in their elective processes. Let's talk about that. The changing Democratic Party, the DSA, and these events, and my best way to segue to talking about these other elections for a moment. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From 12 hours ago.
While much of the media conversation about the future of the Democratic Party in recent days has centered around Graham Platner, we turn now to what is fueling the progressive insurgency in primaries across the country. Not necessarily the candidates themselves, but the platforms and issues they're championing without apology. These include opposition to military support for Israel, support for universal health care, and more. The Political Action Committee Justice Democrats has endorsed 15 candidates this cycle in congressional races. 6 of them have won their races so far. Dozens of candidates backed by the Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA, have won or advanced in their races. Progressive wins have sent shockwaves through the Democratic establishment. Over the past decade, the DSA has grown from about...
Oh, God. Just take a moment and breathe. There's so many great people that have run and won their races. Not everybody here has, but we've had some serious victories. A lot of these people are on my list. A lot of these people won their races, and some of these people have the opportunity to do just that here in the near future. Oh, Cat's making me a little sad. Cat Apple Gonzalez still making me a little sad, but never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. The Democratic establishment. Over the past decade, the DSA has grown from about 5,000 members to over 120,000 members in 200 chapters across the United States. And whereas 2 years ago, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC, spent millions of dollars to defeat 2 outspoken critics of Israel, Missouri's Congressmember Cori Bush and Congressmember Jabal Momin of New York, the Justice Democrats have quickly emerged as a powerful force backing progressive candidates across races nationwide ahead of the midterms. Their victories this cycle come in spite of $35 million in outside spending being spent against all of their candidates. DSA and Justice Democrats-backed candidates have prevailed in key local and congressional races in Oregon and California, Colorado, Texas, Georgia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maine, Washington, D.C., and New York. In Colorado, 29-year-old attorney Melat Quiros unseated 15-term Congressmember Diana DeGette. Here in New York, Afro-Latina organizer Daria-Lisa Villa-Chevalier beat 5-term Congressmember Adriano Espaillat, and New York Assembly member Claire Valdez defeated Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso to fill the seat long held by Congressmember Nydia Velázquez. In Pennsylvania, progressive legislator Chris Robb beat out machine candidates to win a congressional primary in Pennsylvania, and in New Jersey, the Justice Democrat-backed surgeon and Army veteran Adam Hamawi won the primary to replace the seat held by Congressmember Bonnie Coleman.
Yeah, and just to hammer it a little bit further, I mean, the fact is with all of those names said, and it's a long list, it's one we should be honestly very happy about. We've had a bunch of other wins, not necessarily Justice Democrats or DSA candidates, but people with very similar policy prescriptions and ideas also winning across this country. You know, Ohio, Indiana, places I wouldn't expect. You know, even in Montana, Sam Forstag winning. That shit was fucking kind of crazy to me. You know, and not just Chris Robb. There was a handful of great Democrats that won in Pennsylvania. You know, I don't think Summer Lee was on. Was she on there? I can't remember. Was she on that? I don't think I remember seeing her face. Yeah, no, Summer Lee wasn't on there, but she won, right? Like, there's a bunch of really great candidates that have won in California. Over and over again, we've seen wins in places where previously we've been told these sort of leftist ideas, more populist, progressive, whatever title you want to give it, non-centrist neoliberal ideas had no fucking gas. We've seen them win over and over and over again. Perhaps not, not in every seat as we see here, but I've been saying it's not. We're not going to win every seat. It's ridiculous to suggest that. I mean, if that's the only win scenario that we're okay with, it's crazy. But we've seen so many big wins, and combined, it shows a picture of what it is voters fucking want, especially in Democratic primaries across this country. There's something that I hope that we can base our future efforts on and learn from, especially from some of the stuff that we've learned from lately. But just generally speaking, it would be real fucking depressing to me if the movement lost a fraction of the energy that we've been seeing because one dickbag thought that he was bigger than everybody, than the whole, fucking movement, right? That him being there was more important than somebody else. The idea that there was nobody else that could have possibly done it but him. Like that was his own narcissistic fucking journey that he took us all down, that we are now fucking living with the ramifications of. I just think it'd be real disappointing for us to let that one person take away any of our vigor and our excitement. If anything, this should just remind us of how much effort we need to be putting into this.
Democratic Socialists of America, DSA, and Alexandra Rojas is Executive Director of Justice Democrats. Welcome you both to Democracy Now! Before we get into any particular race, Ashik Sadiq, I wanted you to define the platforms of the Democratic Socialists of America, how it came to be, and this string of victories across the country and what this means for the DSA and for the country.
Thank you so much for having me. So DSA's platform starts with the idea that workers deserve more in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We stand for universal health care, free college, affordable childcare, and higher taxes on the wealthiest people, on the billionaire class. And these things are very popular with working people. We want to redirect massive resources from militarism and things like ICE expanding militarized immigration enforcement. These are things that people don't want in this country when so many people are struggling to get by. So we now have over 120,000 members across the country, and we're united by a commitment to organizing around the values of politics and policies that resonate with working class people in the United States.
And Ashik, how do you respond to those who say that DSA stands for the greater power and development among the working class, but it's largely a youth movement and also more middle class and educated youth?
The results we're showing in elections across the country show that we're not just young, white, college-educated people. It's not just in New York and Los Angeles, where we've had a base for years, but in communities across the country, where we're winning support nationwide, including in the South and the Midwest, and in states like Georgia, Kentucky, and Michigan, we're electing people. And it's more than just about electing people. Our members include workers, healthcare workers, electricians, teachers, postal workers, UPS drivers, Amazon warehouse workers who are organizing in their workplaces.
Absolutely. And here's the other thing that I would just like to point out about this this dynamic, because the fact is, working class people and college educated people are not some sort of like two completely bifurcated groups or something, right? There's plenty of working class college educated people. And for a very long time, America told itself that getting a college education rocketed you into the middle class. And as we all fucking know, that's not the case anymore. That, to some degree, I think, that inherent hypocrisy or unfulfilled promise, whatever you want to call it, is to some degree why we are in the moment we are in now. The middle class has been eroded. People with college educations are working at Amazon fulfillment centers and at McDonald's and wherever else, right? And none of those jobs are inherently fucking bad, but people were promised a certain way of life, a certain standard of living if they just went to college, if they just did all the right fucking things, and they would get there, right? Now, of course, as we know, that promise was only promised to a certain, well, maybe we don't all know this. I assume we all know this, but that was not promised to everyone, unfortunately. You know, back the New Deal times, it's only promised to white people. And the exclusion of non-white people was kind of one of the selling points of that, unfortunately. But it's been basically ever since the Green New Deal. I mean, the civil rights era, to some degree, was literally a response to this inherent hypocrisy. You know, that American dream did not include everyone. And I just think, to some degree, we got to stop talking about college-educated people and working class people as being somehow like opposed inherently, right? There may be some of that, right? But it's a what do you call it? It's a Venn diagram these days, very much so.
Expand democracy in our workplace.
And you know, considering like the extreme inequality that we have in our system right now, like you look at it, like people, college educations are struggling very much. Certainly not as much as people without. But like, I mean, there's plenty of people who didn't go to college and instead went to trade school and are doing better than people with college educations, for instance, right? Like there's plumbers who are making more money than dudes with, you know, physics degrees or whatever, coding, communications, whatever it might be, right? Plenty of people who like had like serious degrees that now are making less than framers, right? The fact is, I've done a bunch of the jobs that yeah, but fucking hell. It's just... We need class solidarity right now. Big time. And a vision for this country. Big time. And we can't allow it to be slowed down by any one fucking person, honestly. Because the stakes are too high. The stakes are much too high. It's not just fascism. As I've been talking for the last 2.5 years now, like, if we don't do something about environmental policy soon, as we've all been witnessing, the heat waves, the storms, the fires, this time we will see as a time of peace. The not that distant future, if we continue down the same path that we have right now. And we need different people in government who are serious about this for us to make any of that necessary change. Any of the changes that we care about. We need a government to enact those changes. Like, we will not be able to do these things as rugged individuals. You cannot be out there in the wilderness by yourself, take yourself out from society and tell yourself that, you know, you're the bastion of humanity when you haven't seen humanity for the last however long. You know, we got to at least be participating in society here. We got to be doing the bare minimum at trying to achieve our goals in the ways that we have at least established.
With in elections, and our candidates in office are more and more reflecting that. And the results in places like Washington, D.C. are totally upending that kind of logic. Janice Lewis-George, who just won the Democratic primary for mayor in Washington, D.C., won pretty much every district except the wealthy white districts of homeowners. So more and more, we're uniting people across differences of race, of identity, around shared economic goals, around class politics. Our goal is to reframe politics around class lines in the United States, which is what the ruling class has been doing forever. We want to transfer power from the 1% to the working class and to replace capitalism with socialism, which means expanding democracy in every part of our lives. And that's how we're organizing people together.
Can you describe how DSA works as an organization, how it operates, and how it is distinct from the Democratic Party or other traditional parties?
Yes, so we're a member-funded organization, and the member democracy is really important. It's a core function of how we operate. We're not just about electing people on good platforms, although the values and principles of our platform are critical to what we expect of people in office. But we're run by and for members. So all the people who are joining DSA mostly don't have backgrounds in informal politics. They got politicized through our lives, through our experiences at work, through our life experience. And that's what we're based on. So most of the work happening in the organization is happening at the local chapter level, where ordinary people are getting together to make decisions about how to organize. And the electoral work is really an outcome of that. It's an outcome of the work people are already doing in the workplaces to organize unions, to organize tenant unions for power against their landlords, for community issues, for protest movements on the streets. So people make decisions together about what to spend their time on and what to spend the resources from member dues on. And that's where we were able to punch way above our weight versus organizations that might depend on private funding or just wealthy donors from nonprofits or very consultant-driven politics. Like the Democratic Party itself is more than anything a massive funding network.
Sheik makes a very, very good point here. You know, DSA is actually member funded, not funded by wealthy donors or special interests. It's funded by the people who are actively participating in the democratic process, in the political movement. Something deeply lacking from the DNC, the CCC, and all the other funding apparatuses and party-affiliated groups They've been trying to give us the same shitty candidates for the last 30 years. Now, not quite done with this Democracy Now! Piece, because we cannot forget that Donald Trump now has it out for democratic socialists, or as he calls them,
A communist. A communist.
Communism lightly. According to Mother Jones magazine, he's brought up communism at least 80 times in the last 2 weeks. And he's made it clear he's talking about democratic socialists. This is Trump in the last few weeks.
We're social democrats, they say. They're not social. They're communists. They want to destroy our country. We're not going to let that happen. Communism is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. They haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country.
So, Ashik Sadiq, you're co-chair of the National Political Committee of Democratic Socialists of America. Your response?
Well, at this point in the United States, socialism is losing its scare factor. We had so many decades of Red Scares and Cold War propaganda that set in before most people who are politically active today were even born. I'm in my 30s now, and I fully came of age after the fall of the Soviet Union and all of that. And for us today, socialism is about expanding democracy over all parts of our lives, in elections and in our workplaces, and eventually over how our economy works. So we really want to revive the history of socialism in the United States, where all the major social and economic gains for ordinary people the past century, things like civil rights, environmental gains, the gains of the New Deal, all of these things were attacked as communist at the time. But they also were won with organized workers, with socialists in the past.
okay. And you know, like, absolutely agree with Ashik here. There's just one more spot I want to go to, and I'm trying to remember where it was, where they discuss, I think they quickly discuss Graham Platner. I could have sworn somewhere in here. Fucking hell. No, I can't remember. I'm just gonna move it forward, I think. Maybe this is it. Hold on.
Conversation. Alexandra, welcome to Democracy Now! Could you talk to us about Justice Democrats, how you differ, let's say, from DSA in your political organizing?
No, this isn't it either. God damn it, I can't remember now. It's all melting in my brain. There's so much footage that I went through. Honestly, it's not all that important. It was just from the. I thought this was a good place to put it because I sort of saw this as like a segue to talking about broadly the other elections that we got here. Talk about. The Red Scare is back. Yep. Yeah, Donald Trump's trying to bring that back. I can't say words now. I'm sweating so hot. It's so hot in the space station right now. I should turn the air conditioning on. Oh, I'm just trying to save money. Keeping the lights on here in the space station. It's a lot. Speaking of which, we didn't do a galactic content goal tonight, and we're not going to, but your donations always really help keep this show alive and me from going homeless. So many great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Throne, and of course Patreon. Sadly, no longer monetized on YouTube. Hopefully we will solve that very soon. Fingers crossed. No promises here. But I am doing everything I can, suffice to say, to get us back to that place as well. Something that was hard fought, not just by me, but all of you who supported us during the time where we were unmonetized originally. Oh, God. It's been a crazy 3 years, Space Fams. I just hope that we can all work together to make substantial changes. Bring about a better future that we can all enjoy together. And the fact is once we get to the old general elections, this thing's gonna be pretty easy in my opinion. That is like making the case. And, you know, hopefully we'll have a bunch of great candidates already there to support. But on the issues, it's gonna be pretty easy. In my opinion. There's so many things that you could hit Donald Trump on. Let's go to the very best. Everybody knows him. The great Harry Emden.
That's too much, man!
Holy Toledo! More than that, look at this. Look at all the groups. Now the font is really small. But take a look at this. Trump's net approval rating on inflation. Fox tested this. Fox News tested this. It was negative. That is all the red in 44 out of 45, all but one group that Fox actually broke down. It was negative. This is all the red. Rural minus 43, independents minus 671, age 65 and older minus 35, Trump voters minus 4, under $50,000 income minus 58, suburban minus 54, women minus 55, men minus 47. All of these groups are negative. There is just one group which you might not be able to see. It's right here. It's right here. Look at this. In your green, I'm circling it in green, very conservative voters. That is the only group. And I know you can't see it. It's plus 16 points. Even amongst very conservative voters, where he is on the positive side of the ledger, a group that supported him overwhelmingly.
So everybody thinks Donald Trump's doing a terrible job on the economy, the very thing that they all, well, everybody who supposedly voted for him. Now, of course, we know some people voted for him purely on white supremacist lines and whatever. But like the most quoted reason that Trump voters claim to have voted him for was inflation. Now, non-white, rural, independent, over 65, Hispanic, urban, men, 2024 Trump voters. Wait, just like all, just broadly, all, I just realized what that was. All voters under the age of 30 to 80. Wait, what? Under age 30. Oh, okay, I see. Minus 80. Minus 80 for under 30. 2024 Harris voters. Black voters, suburban women, white evangelicals. Under $50,000 earners, no degree. White no degree men, women, under age 35. White evangelicals, Dems, moderates. White voters, white Catholics, suburbans, white no degree men, no white no degree women, under age 45, parents. I mean, they're really hitting a lot of the hits over here. So many different demographics that all think Trump's doing a terrible job. And only the extremely conservative, very conservative, still on the Trump bandwagon.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It's basically everyone. Let's be real. Basically everyone thinks the economy sucks. You know why? You know why they think inflation sucks? Because it does. Because we know the numbers. Because we talked about them here at length. And they have not gotten better. We haven't had a single deflationary month for I don't know how long anymore. I've forgotten. But it's been so long it doesn't matter. Because all the months in between it, all the months before it, were inflationary. And it's been that way for quite a while. And we're all feeling it. And we haven't been seeing the inflation on our wages. Most of us don't have the investments to keep up with the inflation. And are struggling to get by. This is why I say the general election should be pretty easy. Just based upon that one thing, let alone all of the other obvious things that we talk about on the daily around here that Donald Trump does that are ridiculous, that nobody in their right mind should be voting for. and vicariously voting for Republicans who have been helping him along with every single one of the things he's been doing. It's the easiest fucking argument ever. It got Biden across the finish line in fucking 2020. A dude without a pulse.
I'm staying in the race.
But as we know, we can't depend on that. We've seen that on too many elections. We've seen that fucking calculus of only we just do the Chuck Schumer and play dead for the next year and a half while not resting, but also not fighting. Like he's standing there and doing nothing and hoping that he becomes so unpopular that you, by comparison, become less shitty is fucking deeply cynical and fucking disturbing that anybody in elected office, let alone leadership, would recommend that we do. But that's been fucking, I almost called him Mitch McConnell. Jesus Christ. It might, honestly, at this point, there's not that much difference between those two guys. I'll give this much. Chuck is more of a spring chicken than Mitch. He's been in there, I think, almost equally as long, but he seemed at least more alive, I guess, I would say. So perhaps that's unfair, but the rest of it is trash. The rest of it, and honestly, that's actually an argument against Chuck Schumer. Now that I've thought it out loud into existence, that's actually an argument against Chuck. That he's actually got more energy than Mitch, but he's equally useless somehow. That's deeply, deeply disturbing sentence. Anyway, we need new leadership. We need new representatives. It's time for that Tea Party moment, people. The fact is, the Tea Party had some fucking problems. I mean, even for the Tea Partiers, right? Like, of course, I think most of us here kind of objected to all of the outcomes of the Tea Party. But we must also shoot for the same sort of outcome that we've seen in the Republican Party, and that is the shift, right? That is the Tea Party moment's ability, and the people who participated in it, to drag the party in the direction that Republican voters wanted. Is it a direction that's benefited the country? Absolutely not. But this is the other side of the coin. This is that other side of the coin moment where actually, it might actually come out good for us, right? Like where dragging back to the left moment would be, I think, good for America. I can't think of a single reason why it would be bad. Like, why? Why would it be bad for us to go back to a place where we care more about workers, where we care more about human and civil rights? I mean, do I have to this audience? Do I have to make that fucking argument right now? I highly doubt it. And so, we must press on to Arizona, the first election coming up in the primaries. And it's coming up quicker and quicker. 10 days to make any new arguments, to reach any new voters in any of these races. Now, unfortunately, Arizona, as we all know, to some degree, fairly red state. It's gone from, in my lifetime, she kind of came of age at, like in the 2000s, right? And like I wasn't, what was I saying? I forgot what I was just saying here. I wasn't there for when, Arizona was a different place. But, I at least remember when it was like a purple state, like a very purple state. But like it's become more and more of a red state over the years, I feel like. Or it's been sort of, as have a lot of other states that used to be purple when I was younger. The fact is, I got politically interested when I was fairly young. That's why partly I find myself here, because I I did find politics fairly interesting early on for personal reasons and whatever else. Like I didn't get like for instance, like I got like a copy of the Communist Manifesto when I was like 17 or something like that. I wouldn't say that like I got to where I'm at now. Like it just like, you know, like I didn't like buy the Communist Manifesto and become a communist all of a sudden, right? Like it was a process for me, a journey of learning about history and about my own like views in the world to get to where I am, and like an understanding of what I want out of politics. And but like I remember when Arizona, it was like in contention in the same way that Florida was in contention, and Ohio and Indiana and a bunch of other like former like blue states that like died and turned into red states after globalization, right after the TPP or whatever. Clinton. I mean, the fact is, like when the Clinton like scandal was going down, I was like a kid. I was like a literal kid. So a lot of that stuff I've had to like look into after the fact. Like I didn't live through the Clinton administration in the way that some people who watch the stream did. I had to like sort of learn about it and piece together what I lived through and what I read and or heard about. But I'd love a moment. I'd love to think that this is a moment where we could perhaps start dragging some of these formerly blue and or purple states, whatever you want to call them, back into contention with leftist policies. Or at least leftist adjacent policies and or candidates. Honestly, like this, in my opinion, is the time. I keep saying it. I've been saying it. I'm not going to stop saying it. This is our moment. Say we're fucking done. It's not just Republicans that we don't like, right? Because it's not Republicans who failed us. Like, I don't know how many people here watching this chat have voted for a Republican ever. I know I haven't. But, like, it's not like Republicans promised a bunch of shit to us and then they didn't come through on it. Like, that we voted for, right? Like, they promised the country things, sure. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, Democrats are the ones who've been promising us shit and not delivering. And they need to be punished for that. Electorally. Not with, oh, we don't like you. With, oh, you don't have a job anymore. That's what democracy is all about. We seize that power.
Yeah! Immediately, if not sooner.
In the way that our ancestors fought for, with the vote. Let's start in Arizona's 1st district. This guy. Guy named Rick McCartney. This was him 8 days ago on his YouTube channel. McCartney for Congress.
Across this country, ICE is terrorizing families and ripping people out of communities and operating detention centers with almost no accountability. That does not change with speeches. It changes with power. A Democratic majority in Congress can investigate ICE's abuses, claw back the excessive funding, restrict surveillance programs, and finally bring real oversight to an agency that has been allowed to operate in the shadows for far too long. But first, we have to take back the House. I'm Rick McCartney, and AZ01 is one of the seats that can make that happen. Chip in today, help us flip this seat, and let's fight back.
Yeah. Now, let's go here to Mr. McCartney's website. Rick. I hope he's okay with me calling him Rick. Rick McCartney for Congress. New kind of Democrat. Real kind of fighter. Let's start here with the endorsements list. Young Democrats of America. Kathy Hoffman, who's the superintendent of the public instruction at ASU. 5051. A number of different people here. None that were too crazy to me. I would point out Rick McCartney is not a gold star galactic endorsement. I'm going to try and start ranking endorsements even more now. I have been working on my system for endorsements over this process over the last few months, but as everybody knows, it's been it's a rather rocky fucking path. But Rick McCartney's got a little asterisk here because he doesn't do everything I want. It's not everything, but he's got a lot of great stuff, including wanting to rip up the administration, the ICE agency, on healthcare. He believes healthcare is a human right, not a privilege. He wants to protect the Affordable Care Act. But unfortunately, as you can tell here, no promise of Medicare for all. He'll protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, and attempt to help rural hospitals and things, I think, like in AZ, but he wasn't willing to make that claim. And unfortunately, I went through everybody here in the 1st District that I know of or could find, and couldn't find anybody in the 1st who wanted to endorse a Medicare for all platform, universal health care, single payer, any of those terms that I could find. Housing. Rick here works a nonprofit agency focused on affordable housing models, LGBTQ youth, workforce development. Knows firsthand that having a place to call home is essential. Wants abortion and reproductive freedom. I'm glad that he makes it clear, not just bodily autonomy or some other sorts of nonsense. He just says abortion, which, let's be real, that's what we're talking about, and is absolutely an essential health care service. You don't have a baby at the vet or at the water park or the library. You have it at the hospital. You also deal with, pregnancy-related situations, whether it be abortion or any other sorts of medical procedures involving a fetus. That is the business of the mother and needs to be protected. Honestly, we need to legislate abortion into law, which is, I believe, what Rick wants to do. Let me just make sure. Yeah, he wants to codify Roe into law. Environment and climate. Arizona already feels the impact of climate change. Record-breaking heat. Rick believes in acting now to protect the planet while creating jobs in a clean, green energy economy. Anyway, I think he's got the best policy set, and as we all know, that is to some degree, in my opinion, the number one thing we need to frame this around. Not electability. That's the stupid liberal fucking talking point. That's neo-lib DNC bullshit. Don't talk to me about electability right now. Like we support the best possible candidate with the best platform. We look for people who want the most changes that we support in the office. So somebody's going there. At the end of the day, next year, all these people, as long as fucking Mike Johnson swears them in, which is a whole other discussion, which we will vicariously get into through some of the other discussions, other candidates here tonight. Actually, very soon. I think. Fairly soon. But, you know, suffice to say, as long as they're sworn in, all these people that get elected will be legislators, whether we support them or not. We might as well try and get the best people elected. All right, one more clip from Rick before we go to the next candidate. This is him from 4 days ago.
If you're ready for the next blue wave to follow what happened in New York, our election is the place to look. I'm Rick McCartney. I'm running for Congress because working families deserve affordable housing, real opportunity, and a government that actually works for them. The American dream our current leaders promised us is so broken. I'm fighting to fix it. And my opponent has Trump's endorsement and Turning Point USA's money. The MAGA machine thinks that they can buy this seat. Well, they are so wrong. Our election is July 21st. Will you chip in today so we can reach every single voter and win this thing?
Okay. Now, before we leave Arizona's first congressional district, I just want to take a look at the broader picture of this election, of this district itself. Here's the Wikipedia page. As you can see, sort of central Arizona, north of Phoenix, including Scottsdale, Paradise Hill, and Paradise Valley and Fountain Hills. Fairly white district, 69% white, 16% Hispanic, and 5% Asian, 3% black, and 1.5% Native American. Has this dickbag, David Schweikert. Oh, yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, getting this guy out of Congress would be great. So many reasons we don't have time to get into. He's up against, that being Rick, in the primary. Three other candidates. Marlene Galan Woods, Amish Shaw, Jonathan Treble. None of whom had stellar policy platforms. And this is inherently one of the frustrating elements of doing what I do. You know, of like doing this kind of content. Like, you know, you're faced with situations like this. You go to Arizona's first, and you go to one page, you're like, oh, this one sucks. Go to the next one, like, this one sucks. Go to the next one, you're like, God damn, I didn't know it could get worse. And then you get to the fourth one, you're like, holy fuck. How? How is the last one the worst one? Like, and you're left with a shit sandwich, or what's it called? God damn it, now I can't remember the other one. You get what I'm fucking saying, though. But the fact is one of them is better than the other. One inherently has to be. They can't all have the same policy platforms. And they don't. And I went through them, and I tried my best to find the best candidate. I hope I did a good job. I can't say with any guarantees, which is why he gets an asterisk next to his name. But I tried. Oh, did I try. Now, one woman who is having to run in a third and soon to be fourth, I think. I think that's how this all plays out. One woman who's running for her third and soon to be fourth election here in Arizona's second district is Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, who I'm sure many people here are familiar with. She had to win a primary and a special election, then the general. At least I think that's how it played out. And now she's here running in another primary and will soon be running in the regular general election. Oh, I'm sorry. I take it back. Not Arizona's second. What did I... Arizona's third. That's my bad. Arizona's third. Arizona's second, unfortunately. And I'll just give you a quick rundown on this. Since I don't want to skip any of these so you know what's happening. Arizona's second district, unfortunately, we have no democracy in the primaries. Yeah, I'm sad to say that beautiful democracy I keep talking about us trying to fight for. Well, it's being decided for us to some degree in Arizona 2nd, where it'll be between Eli Crane, incumbent Republican, and this dude, Jonathan Nez, who definitely gives me neolib vibes just based upon appearance, but I can't say for sure. He could be a radical communist, who's to say? Doesn't matter because there's nobody else in the primary.
A communist!
Okay. Now, to Arizona's third, Yasmin Ansari.
Thank you. I'm Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, representing Arizona's 3rd District. I am extremely appalled by the Republican chairman's behavior today and by the behavior of the entire committee and how unserious they are about this investigation. Let's remind the country about what we are actually talking about. Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and a list of many rich and powerful people from around the United States and around the world abused and raped more than 1,000 people who were children, many of whom were children at the time. And today we are sitting through an incredibly unserious clown show of a deposition where members of Congress and the Republican Party are more concerned about getting their photo op of Secretary Clinton than actually getting to the truth and holding anyone accountable. Come on! I also want to talk about the reporting from this week and the fact that we now know that the Department of Justice, in their ongoing cover-up, the most egregious cover-up in American history, intentionally seem to have redacted more or withheld more than 50 pages of allegations from a minor against President Trump. Do not forget that Kash Patel went in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee and said under oath that the FBI had no credible allegations of any other people being involved in this child sex trafficking operation. These documents that the Department of Justice intentionally has withheld from the American public in regard to the allegations against President Trump came from the FBI. The FBI had interviewed this witness 4 times. You do not do that if it is not serious. So Kash Patel needs to be immediately brought back before the Oversight Committee. He needs to answer these questions again, and we need answers immediately. Again, America is watching. Young people in this country are watching to see if powerful people will continue to protect other powerful people and whether or not Congress will actually hold these perpetrators accountable.
There is Yasmin Ansari. Woman who took office last year and has been spending her time doing stuff like that. Trying to hold the powerful to account. But don't take my word for it. Here's a recap on 2025 that Congresswoman Yasmin... I just realized I did these out of order. God damn it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Huge, tiny mistake. This was her recap of what she did in 2025.
I'm Yasmin Ansari, and it is the honor of my life to represent Phoenix, Glendale, and Guadalupe. This year was my first as a U.S. representative, and it was an extremely hard year for Arizona families. But as the youngest woman in Congress, I wasn't planning to sit back and wait my turn. I jumped straight into the fight. This year, I held 13 town hall meetings and 12 mobile office hours, reaching tens of thousands of Arizonans. We attended 165 community events and met with roughly 42,000 Phoenicians. We closed 394 cases and returned over $500,000 to constituents. Here in DC, I introduced 20 bills and submitted over 400 appropriations requests. In committee, I fought back against oil execs, Jeffrey Epstein defenders, and corrupt billionaires dead set on protecting Donald Trump and his corrupt authoritarian agenda to enrich him and his family at the expense of everyday Americans. This fall, during the longest government shutdown in history, I brought the fight directly to Speaker Mike Johnson. In a year full of mass deportations, wrongful detainments, and heinous treatment of immigrants, I traveled to detention centers, advocated for Kilmar Abrego Garcia in El Salvador, and held Know Your Rights training so that my constituents know how to handle ICE, immigration courts, and their constitutional rights to due process. My team and I led key legislation on housing and utility affordability, regulating artificial intelligence, and healthcare. We hosted a read-in of Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, all 1,000 pages, right here on this lawn to show the American people just how full of corruption it was. Arizonans want a fighter, and I'm fighting for them. It is the honor of my life to represent you in Congress. We'll see you in 2026.
Well, there you go. Yasmin Ansari, Arizona's 3rd district, fighting for her constituents and America more broadly. And I think many of the things people around here want to see happening in our politics. Yeah. Let's go here now to Teo. One last clip. Yasmin talking about the Democratic Party.
At the same time as he's doing this kind of cosplaying as a dove, you've got top Democrats, Chuck Schumer, Richard Blumenthal in the Senate saying, this is a horrific deal. We're never going to agree to it. Why would we give billions to Iran? This deal is dead on arrival, to quote Senator Blumenthal. And I see people on the left, I'm sure you do, you're online like I am, saying, hold on, how is it J.D. Vance sounds like a dove and top Democrats sound like hawks who want the war to continue?
Yeah, I think that it's the natural inclination to want to criticize Donald Trump and what he's done, because what he did was insane. But I believe that sometimes in that effort, we may inadvertently become obstacles to peace as Democrats. I felt this very strongly back in April when, I remember the day because it also happened to be my birthday, Tuesday, April 7th, when Donald Trump, used really genocidal language, yes, saying that he may end civilization that night. And personally, I spent the entire day really panicked. And even though Donald Trump does change his tune constantly, you don't know with this person. He's insane. And so I believe that we should take him seriously. But then we saw some Democrats right after that, make jokes about Trump always chickening out, et cetera, et cetera. That really bothered me because honestly, if somebody backs out of, using a nuclear weapon against a country with the type of language that he used, that's a good thing. And
yeah, absolutely. And I even, I caught myself early on with this one. I don't know if everybody remembers. I think I even made a point to mention this is because I think initially I found the taco thing funny, and I jumped on that for a day, and then I thought about it and I was like, wait, what am I doing here narrative wise? He's checking out of a thing that I genuinely didn't like. That's good. That's a good thing. We shouldn't be doing this. That's ridiculous. This is fucking crazy. Let's hope Trump is always a chicken in the very best way possible.
Agreed. That was a good thing. And that's how I feel with this deal. You know, I think, of course, any deal could be better. There is no deal yet. There's so many things to be worked out, from Iran's enrichment capacity to the Strait of Hormuz to sanctions relief. But my hope is those things get worked out and that we have a deal that is going to be good for the United States and you know, just lead us towards peace.
Another criticism of the Dems in all of this, and I'm sure you've seen this online as well, is why is it taking so long to try and constrain Donald Trump in Congress?
I don't have visibility into the inside workings of the Senate. I can tell you that in our caucus, from the I mean, we had an emergency caucus meeting virtually within hours of the war starting on February 28th. And our leadership was firmly against the war. Now, I do think that we should have started sooner with constant war powers resolutions, just to put everybody on the record, especially the Republicans, on where they stand on this.
Exactly. But Democratic leadership can't even decide if they like the war or not. I mean, Chuck Schumer, like, short days, I can't remember exactly how long, like it was just a couple weeks or less than that into this whole fucking debacle, and Chuck Schumer still couldn't figure out where he stood on it, because according to him, Trump was all over the road. How can I make a decision with Donald Trump all over the road right now? It was ridiculous. It was because he and a bunch of other Democrats like him all, to some degree, believe that we should be doing a war with Iran. And they're glad that they're not being blamed for it. You know, it's deeply cynical, and so, because of how many people are suffering, just evil, you know? Same goes for him, you know, them sitting on their hands on all this other shit, or orchestrating ways to pass Trump's budgets. Like appropriations, right? And these other fucking things. Like, it's insane. It's fucking insane. And that's what most people, I think, are pretty sick of. Now let's go to this next candidate. Shit, where's my... Huh? Oh, here it is. I have too many windows. Anyways, Yasmin Ansari, she gets, honestly, before we move on, I just want to look at this. We don't need to look at Yasmin's website, I don't think. Do we? Do we right now? I will. I'll do it. But she's already proven. She's got a track record. It's why she's got these beautiful little wings around her name. The brackets, if you will. Those are there because she, you know, she is one of the good ones. She doesn't have an asterisk, but she has, and honestly, we got a few of those to talk about here today, which is just beautiful. Her, Adelita Gerhalva, Rashida Tlaib. But just, we haven't had enough of these. Like, most of the brackets have been no challenger Democrats. That's the only reason they've even been on here, because there was no democracy happening in some of these places. Anyways, Yasmin, easy vote, yes, in Arizona's 3rd, where she is the incumbent with a proven track record of fighting. All right, up next, Arizona's 4th. Kai Newkirk. Here's one of Kai's vids on his channel from 2 weeks ago.
There's a common truth in my view. We're part of a greater shared being, and our suffering is bound together, and our freedom is bound together.
We cannot truly make an Arizona that we can afford if we don't stand up to the power of the billionaires and the corporations that are screwing over the working class.
And to those who will defend the status quo of corruption, there will be a political price to pay.
My name is Kai Newkirk. I've devoted my life to leading at the front lines of nonviolent movements for justice, for democracy, and now I'm running for Congress here in Arizona's 4th Congressional District, because I will not stand by and let the oligarchs have it all.
More than 400 people were arrested to protest the influence of big money in politics.
I'll go to jail for justice again before I ever take a dime from AIPAC or any corporate interest.
You guys walked from Los Angeles all the way to Sacramento.
We're walking from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. to call on Congress to end corruption and give us a democracy that works for all.
It's time for Democrats to pick a side. And we're part of something much bigger across this country.
Progressive candidates across the country have launched primary challenges against established Democratic office holders.
Take out Greg Stanton, get those corporate Dems out of here.
And we know this, the majority of Democrats are with us on these issues. The majority of Democrats support disbanding and abolishing ICE, Medicare for all, universal child care. The majority of Democrats want to end military aid to Israel and stop the genocide in Gaza.
Our very lives are dictated by how much money somebody can spend. And Kai Newkirk knows that's not right.
I'm not a career politician. I'm rooted in a different tradition.
We're building a movement of love, truth, and people power here.
There's no other candidate like Kai.
If I walk alone, I'll walk alone like that. I've done it. I've done it. But I know that even when I'm alone physically, I know that I'm just walking humbly, a fellow traveler in an ancient, ancient tradition.
And what I'm doing now, running for Congress, is just an expression in that tradition of seeking to build a society that reflects our goodness.
We don't tell undocumented people, go and pick the crops and we'll deport you the next day. We don't tell the homeless, well, you can sleep out there all alone. We don't tell somebody when they got cancer, you don't have money to pay for it. That is the way we build a society in which nobody gets left behind. We say, we love you, we got you, we're never gonna stop fighting for you.
I believe a new day is possible if we come together and seize it.
Yeah, and this guy, honestly, from what I can tell, no joke. He's got no asterisk next to his name on my chart. And that is for multiple fucking reasons. One of them being this picture. Look at this. This is Kai's endorsement page. Whew. Oh, hydration. Yes. Hydration is much important. Thank you, Omega. And puppy treats. Lowercase. Puppy treats. Come over here, Leica. Look at this fucking picture. This is not it, though, either. It's not just these 8. Nithya Raman, William Lawrence, Ed Markey, Ro Khanna, Francesca Hong. We'll be talking about her in a second. Right? Are we doing, is that today? Is that today? Oh, wait, I haven't gotten to Wisconsin yet. No, we're not on Wisconsin. We'll talk about Wisconsin later this month when I get to it. But she's one of the candidates we're already in. Really excited about for Wisconsin governor's race. But Justin Pearson, Sam Forstag, the guy who I just got done talking about winning that primary in Montana, Ilhan Omar. I mean, it's crazy. Adelita Grijalva. But this is... Hold on, where is it? Where is this guy's fucking page? There it is. Oh shit, I was on the wrong page. Where is it? Oh, platform. There it is. Found it. Sorry, I'm managing multiple fucking pages over here. Here it is. Here's Kai's page. Make Arizona affordable for all of the United States. Medicare for all. Affordable housing for all. Affordable groceries. Free as utility rates. Lower gas prices and affordable transportation. Universal child care. Affordable world-class education. Raising the national federal minimum wage. End corruption and saving democracy. Defeat authoritarianism. Hold the oligarchs accountable while keeping big money out of politics. Reforming the court. Abolish the filibuster. Introduce retroactive 18-year term limits for the Supreme Court. No profiteering from public service. Taxing the rich. Abolish ICE and honor immigrants. I mean, you can't tell me this isn't a great fucking policy platform. But I just want to actually make a correction because I just realized I was on the wrong fucking page. I was on the page of the, what do you call it? The group of people who are endorsing Kai, not the list of people who are endorsing him, right? It was on a page. Somehow I clicked on the wrong fucking, suffice to say, I've been going through all these pages and I clicked a purple link on Google that I had hit earlier. But he is backed by Progressive Democrats of America, PCCC, Track, APAC, Turn Left, Organization for Peace, Palestinian American Community Circle, Arizona College Dems, 5051, Future Dems, Indivisible Mesa, and a bunch of other people, including Shaikat Chakrabarty, Harvey K., who is, I believe, a historian, Lawrence Lessig, some other people. He's got a great fucking policy platform, though. And I remember being disappointed a little bit that it wasn't that whole list of people that I just read out, and somehow I foiled myself again because I disappointed myself when I was doing the research, and now I've done it again to myself and all of you. I'm sorry, but I'm not perfect. And god damn it, am I sweating right now? Whew. But look, I just want to watch this clip posted by a channel I've never seen before called Mobilize for Healthcare. I don't know if Kai's associated with this at all, but this was posted to YouTube 16 years ago in 2010. This is Kai. I know he looks a little different, but I almost just searched Kai Sanat. What's his name again? God damn it. Kai Newport, right? Hold on. Newkirk. That's it. No, Kai Sanat's not running for Congress. But this is the same guy. I know it's been 16 years. But that is the same guy.
Hey, my name's Kai Newkirk. I'm the National Coordinator of the Mobilization for Healthcare for All. But this morning, I'm just another American that doesn't have insurance and who's been hurt in my life by this system that puts insurance company profits before the healthcare that we need. I've been denied doctor-recommended care by an insurance company in the past, and one of the people I love most in my life, my older brother, I've seen and suffered seeing him for years not be able to get the healthcare that he needs for mental illness. And I don't believe that anybody in our country should suffer, be sick, go broke, or die because they can't afford to get the health care that they need because insurance company profits come first in our society. That's not right. We know it's not right, and that's why I was arrested in New York City on September 29th in the first sit-in as part of this campaign. And I've been amazed to see since then people all across the country, in some 26 cities now, hundreds of people that have come forward, put their bodies on the line, risked arrest, because they believe that healthcare is a right and that we need to win healthcare for all. And now we're going to a new stage in this campaign where we have to go to the politicians that are complicit with the insurance companies that are corrupting and trying to control our democracy and make it so we can never win real reform. And that's why I'm going to go talk with others to Senator Joseph Lieberman this morning, and I'm going to demand with them that he publicly pledge not to take any more money from insurance companies, We know that we have to break the grip of these insurance companies on our democracy to win real reform, and it's going to start with Joseph Lieberman today. And if
Man, I mean, it's crazy how much clarity this guy seemingly had on all these issues for so freaking long. It's quite impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
arrested, I'm going to stay in jail as long as I can until he takes that pledge. And I need your support. If I'm in there, I want to know that
I'm gonna stay in jail. Just hear that again, really quickly.
real reform, and it's going to start with Joseph. Break the grip of these. And if I'm arrested, I'm going to stay in jail as long as I can until he takes that pledge. And I need your support. If I'm in there, I want to know that I'm not alone. We need money for bail, for any legal fees. We need folks to sign the petition to Joseph Lieberman. We need you to tell your friends. We need you to join a sit-in in your community.
So yeah, that was Kai 16 years ago. I just want to sort of hit on this slightly more. This is Kai's page, once again, his about page. Kai Newkirk is a nationally recognized community organizer who has helped lead fights that have made a difference for millions of people in our country. He serves as the co-chair of the Progressive Council of the Arizona Democratic Party and the founder of For All, a center for nonviolent action and organizing in the Salt River Mindfulness Meditation community. Born and raised in West Virginia, the son of a carpenter and a child care worker who divorced when he was very young, as a young man, Kai was looking for ways to make our world more fair for his working-class family, neighbors, and friends, and to protect the land and life with which he was taught to feel a deep connection. Kai has been arrested over 25 times in acts of nonviolent civil disobedience and direct action, led multiple 100-plus mile marches, and undertaken 2 extended political fasts, including one while being held in the Washington, D.C. jail. Honestly, this guy, this guy is fucking great. This is exactly the kind of candidates that we need in these elections. And hopefully he's using his organizing ability to be able to get himself across the finish line. Since I haven't really heard any people really talk about it, the Arizona 4th District election, that is. Before we leave this discussion, just want to go here. Whoops, didn't mean to add that search term in. Don't do that. Fucking me up. There we go. So this is Arizona's 4th congressional district, currently occupied by Greg Stanton, a do-nothing Dem, preceded by Kristen Sinema, who hasn't done much better.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Perhaps Kai. 3rd time's the charm. Or, well, not the 3rd time, but you get what I'm saying. God damn it. God damn it, we need better representation. And hopefully Newkirk can be that representation. In that seat, that sordid, well, what's that? I don't know, that's the wrong word. That seat that has caused us so much trouble in the past. You're not a mammalian? That's fair. I understand your desire to separate yourselves from us. We are a problematic bunch. It's really the humans, though. Don't blame the rest of the mammals. Okay, Duck? I feel like your war against the mammals is unfair when it comes down to it. You can't blame the mighty ox or the giraffe or the elephant for the state of the planet. It's all human. It's human. I know it's all mammal all day over there in your mind, but I think it's a distinction necessary to get the best results possible. Because, if you take down the elephants, I don't think that's going to solve all your problems. Duck? That's just saying, I I know some mammals are probably more problematic than others to you, but I think you should see solidarity with most mammals. Band together against the human oppression. We're the ones ruining the environment. You could all live in relative harmony if it weren't for us. Sure. You'd still have people, and by people I mean other mammals trying to eat you, but it'd be different. All right, Arizona's 5th. Arizona's 5th. Let's see. Yes, Elizabeth Lee up next. Pretty damn good candidate here. Don't have a lot of clips. I do have a couple. This one is from last month.
I'm Nurse Elizabeth Lee, and in Arizona, we've earned the right to dignity, opportunity, and an economy that keeps a roof over our heads and food in the fridge. So we deserve leaders who will fight for healthcare, schools, and our pocketbook, for treating medical decisions as matters of personal liberty and privacy with no government interference, for schools that meet students' needs, including healthy food in the cafeteria, and an economy that doesn't squeeze us for every penny from every direction. I am a women's health nurse, and I'm also the person people call when they need complex healthcare problems solved. So the time is now. Arizona needs leadership that treats our well-being as a priority. I'm Nurse Elizabeth Lee, and I'm running for the U.S. House of Representatives because Arizonans deserve leadership that understands what's at stake and leaders who will fight to fix it. Let's head into this election year strong and bring some common sense back to Washington. Join our movement today.
That's Elizabeth Lee, a nurse running for Congress. One more clip from Elizabeth before we go to her website. Talk more about the district itself. This is from her YouTube. Nurse Lee for AZ from 6 months ago. Here's a brief glimpse into what it might be like to have Elizabeth as a legislator, speaking at a city council meeting in Mesa.
Mayor, council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Elizabeth Lee. I've been a longtime resident and nurse here in the East Valley. And while I do reside in Gilbert, I'm running for public office, of which the district includes part of Mesa. And so after some extensive conversations and concern from citizens, I wanted to make our collective voice heard on 287G, and I certainly can't speak with the professionalism of the gentleman behind me, so I'll speak to it from a higher level. In practice, especially under now what seems to be a disregard for at the federal level for immigration law, we have created with this 287G agreement, which is really only a part of the bigger problem, but we've created a situation where, especially on top of the remains of 1070, that require our officers to screen folks that have a reasonable suspicion of being undocumented, that unfortunately is so often tied to appearance, to language, to neighborhoods. And because statutes are forcing information sharing with ICE, even when the underlying issue is a traffic stop or a civil matter, the data here shows the consequences. So since October 1st, 73% of people detained by ICE from our community have no criminal conviction. And the specific Mesa-specific data that you guys publish shows that a small fraction of the arrests are truly 287G arrests. So I agree, unconditionally, that 287 ending that is necessary. But on top of that, when you combine the remnants of SB 1070, the federal information sharing rules, families are quickly learning that it's not safe to call Mesa PD for help because they don't feel that they will be kept safe even when they have no criminal conduct. So you guys obviously can't change federal law tonight, but what you can commit to is something I've heard you all talk about quite a bit tonight. It's been very impressive, and that is transparency, right? So let's publish the stop data. Let's publish the ICE referrals. Let's publish detainer outcomes, right? The question here seems pretty simple. Do we want Mesa Police to be feared as an extension of ICE and to be a distraction from our good Mesa PD's good policing efforts to keep our neighborhoods safe? Or do we want to back local policies that are going to keep those profiling incidents alive? So
exactly. Honestly, like when I saw this, it's like, oh, we should get her in there. she is digging into this stuff in a way that I was honestly quite impressed by. The fact that she, is a nurse and that she had the time at this time to do this. Although at this point she had announced her candidacy. I don't know if she had quit her job or not. I don't know if she has yet even done that, honestly. But what I do know is that she seems to have a real understanding of at least local politics, spending enough time to avail herself of local ordinances. And I looked up what 287G was. Apparently, it's ordinance that allowed local police to work effectively as ICE officers, not even in conjunction with them, but like to basically do all the things that ICE does and making them quasi-ICE, like wing of ICE, right? And that shit's nuts. That shit's fucking crazy. And she's 100% right about that. But you want the police to continue like racially profiling everybody so that they don't call the cops anymore when crimes happen? Are you out of your mind? And by the way, Elizabeth has got some great endorsements over here on her website. Look at these. Local 640. Electricians Union. OBGYN PAC. Citizens Impeachment. Healthcare for Action. PDA 5051. Courage for Democracy. Young Democrats of Arizona. Uh-oh, this website's freezing. Hold on. I gotta do this. This is going to be a dick to me for some reason. But honestly, look who else you got in here. Representative Adelita Grijalva, who we're about to talk about next. But before we do that, quickly let's look at her policies. Healthcare is a human right. Elizabeth spent years undiagnosed with a genetic disease because the healthcare system failed her. She knows what it's like to be dismissed by doctors, to ration care because of costs, and to fight for answers that should come with compassion. Fully funded public education, affordable housing, economic equity. Pro-family means all families. All families should be able to afford healthcare and access strong public schools, find safe housing, and raise children in communities that are secure and welcoming. Elizabeth will fight for policies that strengthen all Arizona families because every child and every family deserves dignity, stability, and a fair chance to build a good life. Protect democracy and voting rights, water security and environmental protection, reproductive freedom and fertility care access. Gun violence prevention, immigration reform. I mean, she's got a great list of fucking policies here, and a bunch of people supporting her. People who I think many of us respect. Like this lady, who, just like Yasmin Ansari, there's a theme here in the state of Arizona, huh? What's going on here? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Arizona's 5th district represented currently by Republican Andy Biggs, this dickbag. I'm sure you've seen him before.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
All right, now, just like Yasmin Ansari, this lady had to win an election, primary and a general, and now has to do that once again. I am, of course, talking about Representative Adelita Grijalva. This was her appearance on Democracy Now! 7 months ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Arizona Democrat Adelita Grijalva was finally sworn into the office by House Speaker Mike Johnson on Wednesday.
This is a lot of work that I have to do. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. But technically, I mean, I've been working on this stream for multiple days now. Like, I've been working on the list since Monday. At least these next 4 states that we have. I've been working on them all week. I had a plan to do a stream yesterday. Like, I'd already done most of this preparation for yesterday. I got distracted from the yelling and the arguments. So don't think that I've somehow done all of this in the last 24 hours. This has been a little bit of effort over a long time.
50 days after winning her seat in Congress in a special election to fill the congressional seat left vacant when her father, Raul Grijalva, died in March. Up until yesterday, House Speaker Mike Johnson had refused to swear her in to prevent her from submitting the final signature on a discharge petition to force a vote on the Justice Department's full release of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
In a moment, Congressmember Adelita Grijalva will join us. But first, let's turn to her speaking on the House floor on Wednesday.
I rise today the proud granddaughter of a bracero, a hardworking Mexican immigrant who came to this country for a better life. And I stand as the proud daughter of a U.S. congressman, a man who spent his entire life fighting for justice, equity, and dignity for the most vulnerable. Yeah. From working as a vaquero to serving in Congress in just a single generation, that is the promise of this country. That is the America I want to raise my 3 beautiful children in, Adelina, Raul, and Joaquin. Stand up, baby. Look at them. They, along with my amazing husband Sol and my wonderful mama Ramona, are here with me today. Muchas gracias por su apoyo y tu amor. And thank you to la gente of Southern Arizona for making history, electing me, the first Latina, the first Chicana from Arizona to ever go to Congress.
Yeah! Oh, there you go. That was Adelita Grijalva's speech to Congress after finally being sworn in by little Mike Johnson. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit to the actual interview with her. Here it is. Whoops, I think I went a little too far. More puppy treats. But Laika is already snacking. Oh wait, you can't even see her over on the vertical. There she is, snacking. Snacking and snacking, continuing to snack.
This is your first full day in office. As you took the floor yesterday after being sworn in, you spoke in English and in Spanish. This is the first time in more than half a century that a person who was elected was prevented from becoming a Congress member for what, more than 7 weeks. Your thoughts today?
Yeah, Southern Arizona waited 50 days to be able to have a representative in Congress. Southern Arizona did their job, and Speaker Johnson refused to do his. And as frustrating as it was for me personally, it's more heartbreaking when people needed help during this shutdown that was completely preventable. But they needed help with their VA benefits, understanding whether they were going to get furloughed, whether they were going to get paid back, what is happening with Social Security and their immigration status, and I couldn't answer any of those questions. And so now we finally have the green light to be able to open up offices in district, offer services, onboard staff, and I'm very excited for the opportunity that Southern Arizona has given me.
Well, Representative Grijalva, Mike Johnson, it was 50 days, over 7 weeks, as Amy said. His justification is that he couldn't swear you in while the House was out of session, but in fact, there's no such rule that would block your swearing in.
No kidding.
On top of which, during this time, he swore in 2 Florida Republicans while the House was in recess.
Yeah, including one, I think at least one candidate who hadn't even won their fucking, the votes hadn't even been fully counted yet. It's wild. But no, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for you, Adelita. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. And that is, as I was saying before, one of those things that we just gotta hope is not gonna be the case come next year. We're gonna have a much bigger problem, of course. It would be a literal coup. I think everybody would recognize it as that. But what would be new for Republicans? I guess this would be new. It would be the actual Congress this time getting involved. Getting in on the insurrection. But it wouldn't be that much of a shift. A lot of them have refused to even put a plaque up celebrating the officers who were slain and who helped protect the Capitol and them. So how much further do you figure that is from where we're at now? Okay, one more quick clip. Adelita, of course, just like Yasmin, has been proving herself in Congress since taking office. And witnessed just a few short months into her term, Donald Trump's ridiculous State of the Union earlier this year. One more clip. Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. We spend the last part of this show with Congressmember Adelita Grijalva.
Be right back.
Among several Democratic lawmakers who boycotted Trump's State of the Union last night. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. Her district includes Tucson, Arizona, near the southern border with Mexico. Congressmember Grijalva, thanks for coming back on. As we heard that violent description of what happened to Alia, I thought about you being pepper sprayed, intervening in an ICE attack in your district. You have talk about why you didn't attend last night, the State of the Union.
I couldn't in good conscience sit there and listen to Trump go on with what we knew was going to be hours of lies, gaslighting, and maligning the very people that I represent. He talked about, and that's literally exactly what he did. He broke his own record for just continuing to just spew during the State of the Union. There was no attempt to try to bring this country together. He literally pointed at Democrats and called them out. So I'm grateful that I wasn't there. I did watch it because I think it's important for me to understand what is it that he's saying so we can push back on it. But at one point, he was handing out a lot of medals, right? And I literally said out loud, I am waiting for him to give himself a medal.
I Absolutely. But Alita's right. We have to watch. It is a disturbing fact of our reality that our country is being run by this man and the people who are helping him with his agenda. And every day that we turn away from Donald Trump is a day we don't know what the fuck is going on. Because he is to some degree acting like a king. He is ruling unitarily, right? Without any input. All the Republicans, the entire, federal government essentially is there now just to uphold everything that he does in post. Uphold everything he does in post or attempt to pass, or like enact what which he decrees. And when we don't do that, and especially when our leaders just sort of disengage from what he's doing, we are in a big problem. Unfortunately, we already have that kind of leadership right now. We're just kind of, sitting back, not worried at all about what Donald Trump and his narrative is and what it is the Democrats should be fucking doing. Oh, it's disturbing. Okay. We're making progress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6th district in... I'm sorry. That was 7th. The 6th, I almost forgot. I skipped over it. You fucking idiot. I keep doing this to myself. Anyways, that was the 7th district. Adalita Grijalva. The 6th district is, unfortunately, no primary situation. There is a Republican sitting in this seat, but there's no serious primary happening among the Democrats. It's one woman by the name of Joanna Mendoza. And in all of these cases, just so you're aware, when it is no race involved in the primary, I'm not doing the research. I'm just not gonna. I will later, but it's just not. It just doesn't benefit us at all for me to do that. And five freaking people dropped out since this primary started. I think it's a little unfortunate. It's my fault, honestly, that I got here. We got to this point, and that I had not yet interrogated any of these candidates. Such is life. Can't win them all. Just gotta do what we can. All right, now skipping to the 8th district. Wait, 8th? Or is it the 9th? No, 8th. All right. Arizona's 8th district, currently represented by Republican Abraham Hamadeh. And unfortunately, the choices in this race were not stellar in any way. It was between two individuals, or still between two individuals, Bernadette Green Placentia, which is maybe one of the worst last names I've ever heard, and Raymond Keeler, so maybe the boringest, whitest name I've ever heard. And I went through their policies and tried to determine, based upon that, and that alone, and based upon what I could find on them, it is my humble opinion that Raymond Keeler ekes out the win. To be frank, neither of these individuals had almost. I mean, we don't have a clip to watch. Okay, we just have this website. This really Not so great website. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. But this not necessarily wowing website is all I could find on Ray effectively that would be useful for our purposes here. Here are his issues and positions. Healthcare. Affordable Care Act. That says it all. Housing. Tiny homeowners in zone plots with HOAs. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to think about that. Ownership builds equity. I mean, to some degree, I think that could be a good idea. It's not clear what the plan is quite lacking. And then increasing incentives for 3D home printing is not all that important to me in terms of issues. I wouldn't even put it on my list. There's many more important things. And the fact that he took the time to do that and not other things upset me. But fact is what was her name again? Miss Placentia did not have a better platform either. It was worse, in my opinion, as it turns out, somehow. Zone for community gardens. This is honestly one thing that I'm big into on this platform. Like, it's random as shit, but yeah, I'm down for that. Hard. But it's like, it's also not like, it's not Medicare for all. It's not universal health care, right? It's not single payer health care. It's not abolish ICE. It's not end the genocide in Gaza. And I would point out all of those things that I just said, none of those exist on this policy platform. There's decent stuff in here, but I would say it's just sort of, liberal, to be perfectly frank. But it would certainly better to, in my opinion, have him than a Republican. That's just the estimation that I make when it comes down to it. I really didn't think he took things far enough, but there were certain things in here that I thought were good. Limitations on dark money. It's like one of these sort of like middle of the road things that are like halfway to where we need to get to, right? Like, I'm like, okay, like you clearly see the problem, but you're just not willing to go all the way there. I have no idea. Really hard to get a vibe on the guy from a web page. Okay. So that is Arizona's 8th Republican district. Located on the northwest side of Phoenix. Now, on to the last. Actually, nope, take it back. No, I thought so. Hold on. So the last district in Arizona, the 9th, is another no challenger race. A woman by the name of Danielle Sturbinski is running there unopposed in the Democratic primary.
Do you know what we're here for?
Pep Talks. Thank you for the raid on Twitch. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well tonight. Hope the stream is good. We've been going for like 6 hours. Wow, that flew by. How did that happen? 6 hours. Yeah, we've been going for 6 hours. We still got a hell of a lot more elections to talk about, as well as we are planning to go back to the Maine discussion. I did this. I thought about all sorts of different ways to do this stream tonight. And I decided, since I skipped the election coverage last night, that I was going to do because I got upset over the way the left was fighting regarding this Maine Senate election vis-a-vis Graham Platner. I decided to embed into the stream all of this coverage. And at the end, we're going to go back to talking about Platner, which we spent like 4 hours doing. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take us to get there. A couple hours at least, I think, based upon how long this has taken us. So yeah, we're in it for the long haul tonight, Space Fams. Big time. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. Don James. Pep went 11 hours today. Impressive. Impressive. You get one of those. You got a long clap for your efforts, sir. On that alone, I'm impressed. Notchket. Notchket on Twitch. I didn't even know you had a Twitch. Look at you. Welcome in, all you beautiful people. All right. Where were we? Ah, yes. We're going to move on now from Arizona. That was all 9 districts there. And unfortunately, we're going to have to do another stream to cover the Senate and governor's races, aside from Michigan, later. Because I haven't had time to go over those ones yet. And there's at least, I think, a half a dozen of those to cover between the 4 states. But I just only had time to do the House. I only had time to do the House. I'm going to start crying. I'm kidding. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Ridiculous. Okay. I am sweating balls. I need more hydration. I did not buy enough tea today. Somehow I'm low on tea. I know why. I forgot. Because I had to pay my fucking bill. Oh, I had a fucked up day financially. Oh my god. A payment. I still don't know exactly what happened, but thankfully I managed to avoid doomsday. The whole payment got confused. I thought I had missed a payment to something, which was going to give me just be a whole series of bad events. If it had been true, thankfully, I misinterpreted what happened. But I was like running around all day. I would check it with my head cut off. Oh, calling people, and like walking the stores, like trying to figure out how I was gonna solve this because I don't have a bank. I do all my banking on weird apps and shit. Thankfully, I still managed to keep the stream thing today. Shady? Is it shady? My bank literally played a bunch of shady tricks on me and I was forced to close it. Was it last year or the year before? I think it was in 2024, the first year I started the stream, and like an old gym membership that I had gotten, that like I'd gotten into like a fucking feud with. Like I won't name the gym for fear of it being some sort of like offhand endorsement, although I don't see how it could be with what I'm about to say. But I got into a feud with this fucking gym, and like as a result, I like just told my bank to shut off all charges because they were refusing to like cancel my membership, and they were continuing to charge me every month. And the person I talked to at customer service at my bank, which is a international bank, I'd point out, that they did fucking like they're like, oh, this is fucked up, and they gave me they reversed all the charges for me. and say, "Oh, this is great. We got this all covered." And then later, after the Trump administration completely dismantled the CFTC and the like all of that shit. Like I think within like a month, they sent me like a half dozen letters saying, "Oh, actually, you owe us this much plus interest," and I had to close the fucking account. I still owe the money technically. It's on my credit report. So I just don't have a bank anymore. I just use PayPal and Cash App and all these other fucking things. You don't need to know my shady dealings. Wow. Wow, lowercase.
How rude.
Yeesh. Sorry for thinking you cared. Good God.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Huge, tiny mistake for thinking that. All right, let's go to Kansas's 1st congressional district. A Republican district led by one Tracy Mann, where a woman by the name of Lauren Reinholt, I do believe, is our best shot here for leftist and or leftist adjacent ideas. And yeah, Lauren is going to be a leftist adjacent type of individual, if you follow me. Not perfect, but better than her opponent. What did I say his fucking name was again? I didn't. Craig, nope. Colin McRoberts. All right, here's Lauren and Colin at the Kansas Dems Washington Days Candidate Forum on March 8th.
Good morning, I'm Colin, and I'm a businessman, I'm a negotiator, I'm a lawyer, and I'm a teacher. And I do all of those careers simultaneously at the University of Kansas. I'm a professor of business law and negotiation. I left my private practice, a very lucrative private practice, a lot of years ago when I met my wife.
Great. Very lucrative private practice businessman, Colin McRoberts. Oh, he's taking a bullet for the team over here. All right, hold on. I'm gonna listen to this whole goddamn thing. We're just gonna listen to Lauren because that's the time that we have. Do do do. Do 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 do.
Thank you to the Kansas Democratic Party for including me today. I'm Lauren Reinhold. I'm a lawyer, a single mom, and until recently I was a proud public servant. I've always worked for the American people, running Social Security programs, serving as a public interest attorney, and fighting for labor rights as a union officer. When DOJ pushed hardworking employees like me out the door, I decided if Washington won't fight for people, then I will. I'm running to represent all Kansans of the 1st Congressional District to unseat Tracy Mann, who has spent his life enriching and protecting the wealthy. He ignores his constituents, he refuses to take any real stands on foreign policy or federal overreach, and votes to cut funding for our health and safety. Boo. I'm committed to running this race full time to defeat him too. I've already traveled thousands of miles across the 1st District listening to countless Kansans. The common denominator here, we are all fed up.
Yeah! Yes, we're all fed up. All right, we're not going to listen to Lauren, whatever her fucking name is, too much, because once again, I wasn't all that wowed by her. This is just an electoral fucking calculation that I am making. This is her. Rebuild rural healthcare. Support agriculture and rural economies. Government integrity and reform. Strengthening workers' rights. An economy truly prospers when it stops favoring corporate monopolies and starts honoring the dignity of a hard day's work. Government integrity and reform. Worker first immigration reform. Strengthen Social Security. Honestly, I don't love any of these. Like, they're nothing. Like, nothing here wowed me. All of this was vague in a way that led me to believe that she could be just a massive fucking disappointment. But the fact is, she can't be that much of a disappointment because she's barely putting out a policy platform on her website. I mean, like, this is it. You click it. Here's her healthcare thing. No, nothing in here about Medicare for all. Just lowering costs, improving access. That's what we've been hearing from Democrats selling us Romney care for the last 20 years.
Fed up with a government that puts corporations first while our communities struggle. Fed up with a system that makes us work harder for less. Fed up with Congress accepting its own gridlock as the norm. So I'm running to take back prosperity for Kansans and demand accountability in our government. I'm excited to talk to you all today.
There you go. But the fact is, like, I listened to this whole thing. I looked at both of their websites. It was practically the only existing social media for either of them, from what I could tell. And I think Lauren is just better than Colin. Like, everything she was saying at least kind of met the moment, I guess you would say. Like, she seemed to at least know what people are looking for. Colin was just like talking about like how he was a fucking like a prosecutor and like a lucrative businessman, and how he's like a pillar in the community or like whatever the fuck else he was talking about. I was like, dude, like, nobody gives a shit. Are you gonna give us healthcare or not? Are you gonna end the genocide or not? Like, do you know what year it is? And Colin did not give me the sense that he even knew what year it was, and therefore I had to be like, I think Lauren's the right one. This guy doesn't even know what time of day it is.
I'm staying in the race.
Ain't heard about Mitt Romney in a minute. Look, I only bring up Mitt Romney because technically the Affordable Care Act, aka Obamacare, was technically Romney Care from when he was governor of Massachusetts or whatever, and they just laundered it as like the solution to everything. It was a Heritage Foundation backed like plan that made sure that like the corporate insurance racket continued, you know, at the expense of everyone freaking else. And really, to some degree, it's all Romney's fault, and the Democrats who decided to try and sell it to us. Granted, it's an improvement. I will never say the Affordable Care Act is not an improvement over the ridiculous Wild West that existed before. And the fact is, I kind of came into like adulthood, essentially, like around the time that Obamacare or Affordable Care Act, whatever you want to call it, it came into fruition, or like even the conversation around it came into fruition. Like, you know, I was, you know, at that point, like I was in college, and my dad had passed away, and I was on my own entirely in the world. And I was just like trying to figure out what I was gonna do about healthcare. And basically my entire adult life has been sort of framed around that, right? Like, or at least the narrative has been like, that's been sort of like the, whatever you want to call it, like the genesis like of like my understanding of healthcare as an adult human being in America. Okay. Got another candidate. This one fairly good, not perfect. This is in oh, wait, before we go to this, just want to say, Kansas's 2nd district, we do not have a candidate here either. Current incumbent Derek Schmidt, and it's a no challenge primary for the Democrats. This one is not happening. Like, this is how fucked. This is how much Democrats have threw up their fucking hands on this. Take a look at who Democrats are running in the 2nd district in Kansas. This is fucking stupid. Look, here he is, your big candidate. Don Coover. Oh boy, they call him Don Face. They call him Don Blackface Coover, not because of offensive makeup, but because he has absolutely no distinguishable features, because he couldn't even be bothered to upload a goddamn picture. Oh, this is so wild. When I looked at this, I was like, this is fucked. This is fucked. You gotta be kidding me, dude. They didn't even try. They didn't even kind of try. Like, the Democratic Party, the DNC was like, nah, why spend the money? Unbelievable. These people have no fucking vision. At least the Libertarian posted a goddamn photo. Oh, for the love of God. Our democracy in a sad state, and it needs us, Space Fams. It really does, more than ever. Which is why we can't let what's happened with Graham Platner dissuade us in any shape or form. In fact, it must remind us just how important our involvement in this process really is. Coover, generic placeholder 1. Yes, exactly, Columbia Rican. Generic placeholder Don, whatever his fucking name is, doesn't matter. We'll be forgetting it as quick as I'm done saying it, Coover. And Kansas is 2nd. Now on to Kansas 3rd, to a halfway decent candidate here, that in Sarah Prue. I think that's how you say this. Sarah Prue! Kansas is 3rd. Take it away, Sarah.
A new feature for the candidates in Kansas City. Go for it. Tell me who you are.
I'm Sarah Prue. I'm the lone progressive candidate on the Democratic side for Kansas 3rd. I'm primarying Charisse because I don't believe in her ICE votes. I don't believe in the blank checks for Israel. And I think we've crossed a moral line. So we need to make her work for this. We need to make her tell us why she voted that way. And I can tell you, I would never vote that way. We need to buckle in and we need to stand up. We need to fight in the House. So that's why I'm here. Can I ask you, why are you a Trumper? I'd love to know.
No, I'm not a Trumper.
Oh, you're not? What are you? What are you doing here?
Independent journalist. I did vote left-leaning.
Oh, okay.
I may be critical sometimes of some of the things we've done, but
left-leaning is, what does that mean though? Like, what was your vote? What was your deciding issue?
Being either all the way to the right, all the way to the left, I feel can be harmful.
But you voted all the way to the left, you said.
Yeah.
But why did you do that if you thought it was harmful?
I find it more helpful to actually encourage the conversation instead of focusing also on just the left completely, because you are going to have some bad candidates. Yeah, try to stay open-minded. It's a lot easier to get people to speak to you if you're at least closer, independent, a little, at least willing to say you're open-minded to hear what they say. Because listening and hearing, I get to then share my ideas, at least see if we can get a back and forth. I'm not going to necessarily change their ideas. I'm not going to change anybody's ideas on either side necessarily. We all have this, have what we want set in stone, basically.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I can barely focus on the I can barely focus on the clip. Somebody thought that it was Hawk to a girl. I guess now that you say it, I can't unsee the vague similarities in their faces. No, not hog to a girl. She's not running for Congress. This is ridiculous. Everyone's saying it.
This is ridiculous!
She spit on them.
I'm not going to change anybody's ideas on either side necessarily. We all have this, have what we want set in stone, basically. I mean, hopefully we're replaceable, yeah. I have a lot of family that is basically MAGA. So, I mean, that's also why there's been confusion. I'm comfortable being around people like that because I already know the conversations. I already have the arguments. There's shows going on. I mean, occasionally ask questions that I've either seen, like in, say, other chats, or just questions that I pop up in my head that I think might be important.
Like, what issues are motivating for you?
I do support, the idea of taking the people that haven't actually committed a crime other than crossing the border illegally, make them citizens, get them fully invested so we can, for one, increase wages. Because if we have more people that are legal, if they're all, we actually recognize them, then they will get paid fairly, we'll get paid fairly. And that's really what America, at least in my opinion, is about, is equality,
working people needing the same things, right?
Yeah. I love the conversations because, just to try to get the idea of what that person's thinking, versus what I'm thinking, like, I already.
Okay, so the camera work was pretty bad, but Sarah Prue, was here, kind of doing like a quasi Zoran. It's kind of just what we call going out into the streets and talking to human beings now. A new crazy concept that politicians are embracing in the wake of Zoran Mamdani. This was from 4 months ago at some kind of rally. I don't know what the rally was for, but if I had to guess 4 months ago, that sounds like No Kings to me. Pretty sure that lines up. I could be wrong. Now, Kansas's 3rd is currently represented by a Democrat, an AIPAC Dem by the name of Sharice Davids. That is the woman who almost called her Hawk to a girl. Sarah, that is who Sarah Prue here is going up against in the Democratic primary here. And if all, goes, accordingly, one could, I think, safely assume that here in Kansas's 3rd, Sarah would make it to Congress, right? Right? Am I wrong? With Sharice, a Democrat, incumbent. You would think that another Democrat could probably win that seat. Kansas, Kansas's 3rd, which encompasses the southwest corner of Kansas City and other portions of Kansas. It's sort of like kind of looks like a Tetris piece. See what I mean? It's like a Z. It's kind of like a Z, but standing up. Now, Sharice has been taking in a fuck ton of money from AIPAC for her campaign. Meanwhile, Sarah Prue continuing to try and fund without any of that. Here's another clip from Sarah 2 months ago.
I have an 18-year-old and 19-year-old. They have held after-school jobs since they were 14 or 15 years old, just like I did, just like my parents did, right? And the mama bear in me is like, oh, no. You're not going to take my kids' tax dollars. It's one thing to have you abuse my tax dollars for 30 years. But you're going to go and because here's why, because working people know, right, that every dollar that goes to taxes, every dollar represents 15 minutes of your time, an hour of your day, a week out of your life, a decade out of your life. That's what those tax dollars are made of. They're made out of people's lives. And I just do not sense the urgency in a lot of our Democratic incumbents to really reflect that reality in the budgets that they're agreeing to pass, right?
Yes, indeed. All right, now wait, before we go to the next candidate, don't do it. Don't do it. We gotta go to Sarah's Congress website, campaign website. Sarah Prue, 2026.com. Here's her website. SarahPrue2026.com. Endorsements. One notable one, Track AIPAC, the watchdog organization that catalogs AIPAC's influence. And here are her issues. And if you just go based upon what's on her website, it's pretty damn good. Healthcare is a human right, Medicare for all, zero-cost insulin, protecting reproductive freedom, rural healthcare improvements and such, living wage, strengthening unions, pass the PRO Act, universal child care, rural pay gap improvements, green manufacturing, climate action in Kansas, green jobs, transit justice, require new data centers to meet renewable energy standards before receiving federal tax incentives. Wow, what a novel concept. Housing for people, not profit. Justice reform and community safety. End the war on drugs. End cash bail. Common sense gun safety. Responsible AI responsible AI governance. Workers first. Consumers' rights. Farmer data ownership. Protect our elections. Innovation with guardrails. Rural healthcare AI. I don't know what that last... I don't like this one. I don't love this last one. Like, and to some degree, like, I worry that she might have taken the AI pill. I can't say for sure. But just to continue on, because AI is not everything. Immigration, our strength, not our enemy. 9% of Kansas workforce is immigrant. 141,000 workers contributing $8.3 billion in earnings and $2.2 in taxes. There are 19% of our construction workforce and 11% of manufacturing. They are building the Panasonic plant. They are building Kansas. Abolish ICE, protect Kansas workers, and stop the raids. Foreign policy. She's even got foreign policy. Like, this is what I'm saying. She's a great, on paper, this woman is a great candidate. She's got, there are some things where I might disagree with her on, but there's not a single candidate, I'm sorry, not just candidate, there's not a single elected representative in Congress or the Senate that have had no issue with ever, that has never made a mistake. This doesn't exist. Or made a, just like, they may not view it as a mistake, but made a choice that I view as a mistake. Arms embargo on Israel, end the forever wars, audit the Pentagon, diplomacy first, humanitarian aid, not the arms sales, and climate as security. The fact that she ties climate in with the discussion of the military-industrial complex is something for me that I almost like needed to see. Like, do you need to see more? Get money out of politics? Ready to fight? Hopefully. Sarah Prue, Kansas is third. Get her in there. Get her in there now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Because, like, that's something that I think is missed oftentimes. But the United States' military-industrial machine and, you know, our military footprint on the world, wars, bases, whatever, all of it has like an insane sized footprint. If you count in all the other wars that aren't directly being waged by us and are just funded by us, it's nuts. All we can hope is to like turn around the ship, the United States, and like for the like EU to like not follow through on what they're trying to do right now to some degree. And for the wars, I mean, there's a lot. There's There's a lot to this, but you know, there's a lot to solving all of our problems. The more I try and unpack it, my point is we got so much work to do right now, but like not understanding the problems is inherently part of the problem that we've been watching people. And the fact that she at least understands that that's part of this problem and sees environmental justice and
This is ridiculous.
the military-industrial complex as intrinsically linked, kind of crazy to me. I just don't hear that take enough, like ever. Like we just like, I mean, yeah. Anyway, fairly good candidate there. And Kansas is third. Sarah Pugh. Really good. And we still have some time to, what's the word? Interrogate that between now and August 4th. Because all these Kansas elections aren't until then. Almost a full month. All right, one last candidate in Kansas. Kansas has only only four reps in the House. Here's Ryan Gilbert. Another pretty good candidate here.
Hi everybody, we're out here in between Topeka and Broadway on Douglas, and we're just here setting up for the No Kings 3. We'd love to see you out here. We got a table in front of the Ruffin. Come say hi, come join us and help protest our peace and freedom.
Well, there you go. Ryan Gilbert was organizing at a No Kings rally. Already running for office, I believe, at that time.
When I'm pumping gas, I let my mind wander.
Here's another clip from Ryan before we go to his campaign website. Mostly shorts that Ryan's been posting. Not my favorite format, but here we are.
When I'm pumping gas, I let my mind wander. I wonder what is so bad in the Epstein files that our president would rather start another war than release all the files. I wonder when he shifted from draining the swamp to draining the treasury. And I wonder if we'll ever recover from this administration. What never crosses my mind is if there is a transgender person in the last bathroom I used, or if a mom used Snap to buy a drink, or if the guy next to me is undocumented. It's almost like those aren't even real issues. Visit GilbertForCongress.com to see what common sense leadership looks like.
Yeah, and that kind of comedy too. I hope he can bring that too when it comes down to it. I'll be hoping for some of that humor in the future as well if he makes it all the way. Now Ryan Gilbert here has a lot of work cut out for him here, fighting hotly contested race. Technically 4 people on the ballot, although one person, whoopsies, why is it frozen? God damn it. 4 people here in the race in the Democratic primary. For some reason my fucking thing is being a dick. Here we go. 4 people technically on the ballot. However, Cole Epley has withdrawn, but is still on the ballot. I don't know what that's going to do to this race. It will certainly add some amount of unpredictability, I'm sure. This is represented by Ron Estes. And it's a red district. Wichita. 70% white, 13% black. 30% Hispanic, 7% black, 6% biracial, and 3.5% Asian, and 1% Native American. Now, wait, where did I put this? Didn't I open his web? Motherfucker. What did I have so many goddamn open. Oh, wait, here it is. Idiot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's on the window you were looking at. Yes, of course it was. It would only make sense. All right, Gilbert for Congress. Accountability, affordability, adaptability. Oh. Tell me, how will you be adapting, Ryan Dallas? Living wage. Critical that wages reflect the cost of living and not the amounts that big corporate employers want to pay their employees. This starts with the federal minimum wage that's at least $17 an hour. Human rights. The government has no business telling anyone what they can do with their body or whom they can marry. Every individual should be able to work with their doctor to determine what their best medical treatment is for them, whether it's gender-affirming care, reproductive rights. They're all human rights deserving of dignity and autonomy safe from an overreaching federal government.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Tax the rich. Ryan supports taxing millionaires at a rate of over 50% and billionaires at a rate of over 90%. Oh!
Come on!
There is no reason billionaires should exist. Expand Medicaid and Medicaid for all. Expanding Medicaid is critical to our rural communities surviving here in Kansas. It would also improve the quality of life for all Kansans. We must fund the expansion of Medicaid. If we're going to reduce poverty and protect our vulnerable populations, we also need a single-payer healthcare system that provides care for everyone, regardless of their income levels. See, this is a guy with goals, but understands that it might be a slow road to get there. And there might be some compromise to get there, but we have the understanding that Medicare for all is the intended outcome. Legalizing marijuana.
Yeah!
Rent freeze. Agriculture. Renewable energy doesn't have to clash with private property rights. Landowners deserve to use their land however they choose, whether it be for a mineral lease or a turbine. We have to balance this with protecting our nation's cropland. I plan to invest in urban location of renewable energy resources, such as solar, to make the best use of our pre-existing resources. High-speed rail. Oh, please. Don't tempt me with a good time, man. Committed to restoring travel efficiency and lowering the cost of travel for Kansas families. Revolutionize how we get around our state and the country. Imagine being able to take a high-speed train from Kansas City to Wichita to see the Chiefs play in a brand new stadium. I intend to revolutionize the way we travel. Responsible gun laws. Proud gun owner and will always protect the right to bear arms. But doesn't mean we can't have common sense gun solutions we can put forward to work for us and keep our kids safe. Anyway, to some degree, I'm sure that some of us, including myself, may think that his policy platform may not go far enough. Oh, by the way, let's not forget, women's healthcare. As a man, I don't believe I should have a say in women's. But if it wasn't clear from this one up here about health, gender-affirming care, Ryan here is pro-abortion. And doesn't think that he should even have a fucking opinion on the matter. Anyway, he also wants to abolish ICE and completely shut down the agency. And on a broad brush, zoomed out look on this candidate and the whole race itself, in my opinion, Ryan's got the best ones. If somebody finds a better candidate than this guy, just let me know. Fact is a process we were all working on together, technically. There's Discord channels created for everybody to send me clips, links on the states that we're talking about and make it easy for me to find it, for other people to find that information, for us to work together on all of this. Even Canada. That's right, Canada. I don't think I forgot you. I love you enough that you get your own Discord channels too in the Discord server. You just gotta be up in there. And promise not to be a meanie to everybody else in the Discord and make the community a better place and not a worse one. And you too can get all up in there. One per province. Yeah. I separated by state and province because we all deserve that. Work together. Not against one another, god damn it. Hugs. Not hates. Alright, let's go now to Michigan. God damn. I need hydration. It's been a long day. Rand showing so fucking cool you can't stand it. Oh god.
Aren't I a good guy?
Such a cool guy. Look, Sylvie DB, you are exactly the person I'm talking to. If you disagree or if you have weird vibes, I encourage you, I implore you, in fact, to do the effort yourself, please. And at least, and if you do, just clue me into it so that I can perhaps see through your eyes what you're seeing. Yeah? Like, once again, I'm fielding, as you can see here, a shitload of stuff. And perhaps you might have picked up on something I didn't, because I'm running through shit real fast. I am blazing through this shit. You know? Oh, mostly because, like, I know that this doesn't pay the bills. I know that people, to some degree, are more apt to click on other stuff. All right. We made it halfway through the states. We did Arizona and Kansas. Now it's Michigan and Missouri time. I just need hydration. Let's go here. This would be a perfect way for me to do that. It's an interesting little podcast. I mean, it's the only episode that I've watched. But what I saw was interesting enough. I had in the office 4 months ago. Interview with the candidate for Michigan's first, Kyle Blomquist.
Hey folks, today you'll be listening to a special bonus episode of Head in the Office where we sat down with Kyle Blomquist, a candidate for Congress in Michigan's 1st congressional district, a district that's pretty...
I'll let him go.
Far north and is pretty red, so we had a number of questions for him about running as a sort of left populist progressive in the Democratic primary in a district that has been, at least for like the last decade and a half, controlled by Republicans. We also had some questions for him about his support for Medicare for All and how that goes, pushing it in a rural district, what he wants to do with housing and all of the critiques he has of our housing policies, given that he's an architect and he has some insight into that. And also where he thinks the Democrats broadly should go from here, as well as his personal critiques of the Democratic Party and how it's failed rural districts like his. So make sure you stay tuned for this. It's a very interesting interview. I think you guys are going to like it. Even though it is an interview episode, I do implore you to stay for this one because it's pretty good. If you want more content like this, if you're tuning in on YouTube or on Spotify or on Apple Podcasts, consider becoming a patron. You get early access to all of our content. You get access to this kind of stuff before anybody else. And I think that's pretty cool. You also get...
Okay, I'm skipping ahead now. We can get to this discussion. Oh, it's already starting it. God damn it. God damn it.
Here is our interview with Kyle Blomquist. We are now joined by Kyle Blomquist, candidate for Congress in Michigan's 1st congressional district. That's way up north for our non-Michiganders. Kyle, thanks for coming on the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Well, the first question I have to ask, and I say this as a lifelong Michigander, of course, this is not meant to be derisive, but the further up north you go is like you're going further down south in America in terms of like Confederate flags, conservatism up in the northern part of Michigan. And you've got a pretty progressive platform. Medicare for all, universal childcare and parental leave, abolishing ICE and so on. So if I were to embody the mentality of a Democratic consultant, how the hell are you going to make that work?
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And that's usually a lot of people's reaction, right? Is how are you going to run on that platform there? And the reality is that me personally, I couldn't run on any other platform.
Yeah.
These are the things that I believe. And I'm hopeful that people understand that there's a deep sincerity to all the things that I'm saying, and that ultimately that's the foundation here, right? Is that too often I think that especially Democratic politicians, they try in rural districts to like triangulate where their constituencies are at. When ultimately what I'm trying to do is completely different than that. I'm not trying to win an election based on what I guess the Overton window is, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to use my platform that I get just by filing for, filing to run.
Yeah.
Trying to use that to tell my neighbors in northern Michigan that their lives can be better and that I mean to make them better, right?
Yeah.
And too often I think that in rural America, Democrats will moderate to obscurity. They will choose a position that is somewhere between them and the GOP and to the point where they kind of meld together. And then they're completely trying to win that race based on negative partisanship. They're trying to say my opponent is this, that, and the other thing because they are a Republican.
Yeah.
And I say this, as I don't care whether you voted Republican in the last election. What I care about is whether or not you have quality health care or whether you have affordable housing or whether you have living wages. And when I speak to people who would conventionally be seen as conservatives, most of them are conservatives just because they have beliefs. They have a belief system. I don't want to pretend that they don't, right? But I think that so much of it is this expectation for less. Right. And so it becomes all about individual responsibility. It becomes this bootstraps mentality, which helps us up in the Upper Peninsula in northern Michigan because it's deeply rural, because we feel like we're isolated from the levers of power in Lansing or in DC. But I think that's also self-defeating. And so I hope that my neighbors recognize me not as a Democrat, because I've never really identified myself as a Democrat, even though I'm running for the Democratic nomination. But instead, they recognize me as the same guy that works, that shops at the same stores as them, goes to the same churches as them, goes to the same bars as them, and that we have a hell of a lot more in common than we have apart.
Yeah, you're running as like a Democrat who believes in things in a rural.
Whoopsies. Didn't mean to do that.
We have apart.
Yeah, you're running as like a Democrat who believes in things in a rural district.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that CD1 in Michigan went like plus 15, plus 20 for Jack Bergman last election.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing for me to hear somebody who is running as a Democrat in a rural district who doesn't want to, like you said, go around and sort of look at the constituency and triangulate a position that they think can work. Go and focus.
Exactly. And honestly, I liked these these two hosts. I mean, they were quite competent. I had no time to really go through any of their other stuff. Like, this is the only episode I could watch, but honestly, check them out. And maybe if you're interested in Kyle Blumquist, you're in the Michigan's first district here, check him out. And honestly, he's doing something somewhat interesting. And you might have heard him say, I don't see myself as a Democrat. I haven't necessarily ever either. And perhaps maybe you're asking yourself, well, what the hell does that mean? What is he? Some sort of libertarian? Some sort of Republican? Not quite. He's actually a guy who's endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America. Yeah, here's Kyle's page. Blumquist for Congress.com. Here's his endorsement page. Democratic Socialists of America. Traverse Indivisible, No One Left Behind, Progressive Caucus, People's Coalition. Moms Demand Action, Gun Sense Candidate. Citizens Against the APAC in Unrig Washington. I don't know any of these people down here. They're local leaders. Perhaps they're important in local politics here. I do not know. I don't know I really don't know enough about Michigan's first to say, but what did I just click? I clicked endorsements again, didn't I? Policy. But the fact that this guy has got PSA backing gave me a lot of, what's the word? What is the word here? a lot more faith in the candidate. Okay, 100% corruption free. Representing the people of Northern Michigan is a sacred trust. I will never invite corrupting influence into my campaign or allow personal profit to taint my actions in Congress. I refuse to take any money from corporate PACs or organizations like APAC. When elected, I will not hold any individual stocks, cryptocurrencies, or invest in any sectors that I might be tasked to regulate. Medicare for all. Housing first. Prosperity and work. Prosperity and work is a human right. I'll champion living wages, paid time off for all American workers, pass the PRO Act to protect our union rights to organize. With the advent of AI and automation, I'll join the bold few in Congress fighting to preserve the working class by proposing a 32-hour work week, the return of a national public works program, and a federal jobs guarantee. Dignity in retirement. Every American worker deserves a comfortable retirement. I support broad expansion of Social Security, including the uncapping of Social Security tax. These changes would affect only high-income earners and billion-dollar companies aimed at making Social Security solvent long-term. Increasing retirement benefits for all of us and pulling our seniors out of poverty. Child care and parental leave. American workers should be empowered to start and grow their families without financial hardship. I'll fight for universal health care. I'll fight for universal child care and paid parental leave. Providing time for new parents to care and connect with their children and eliminating the high cost and low availability of daycare that disproportionately affects rural districts like ours. Strong public education, tuition-free higher education, democratic reform. Term limits for Congress and the U.S. Supreme Court. Prevent billionaires from buying our elected officials through unaccountable PACs by overturning Citizens United.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Economic equity, embrace immigration. I mean, these are all the sorts of things that I think you would, we could go through this whole thing. The fact is, this guy is on every single one of the things that you would expect a DSA-backed candidate to be on, right? Quite an exhaustive list from Kyle Blomquist running unapologetic in a red district. He's got at least 2 Democrats that he is facing in this primary. Callie Barr and Dwayne Stiles. And here's Jack Burton, the Republican in charge of the district. Okay. Whew. Making some pretty good progress here. Let's go to Kansas's 2nd district. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? Kansas. Michigan's 2nd district. To Ben Ambrose. Who, unfortunately, did not have a great social media presence. The point that I could not find any social media presence for Ben at all. I keep hitting that because I'm an idiot. My ADD is always causing me problems. I call myself an idiot for it, but I'm just easily distracted. What's it doing? Yeah. Michigan 2nd District, represented by Republican Joe Mulinar.
This is ridiculous!
Ben Ambrose in a fight between 2 very lackluster candidates. Honestly, Ben, not the most exciting candidate I've seen out of everybody, but the best out of the 3, Clyde Welford. Another blank photo candidate, another zero effort candidate. Jamie Hill had no social media presence, just like Ben, but their website was even worse. And their policy prescription, the policy prescription between both of these were not, none of them were wow me type stuff. Sorry, did nobody see that just now? Son of a bitch. I should be better in my life. Like, I should be better at all things. All right, here's his priorities Doesn't even bother to tell us who's endorsing him. Make life more affordable, bring down costs, support small businesses with tax incentives, and reduce red tape. Like, honestly, this whole thing felt kind of abundist. Like someone abundist. Like, there's some good stuff in here. A lot of very liberal type of stuff, you know? Like, there's nothing wrong with clean energy manufacturing jobs. I'm all about that, right? Like, but it's just none of this was all that groundbreaking. But he did say that he would champion Medicare for all. I'll give him that much. I'll give him that much. Fight for the veterans, protect the natural environment, and keep communities safe. That's his entire platform. Like I said, nothing ground shaking, earth shattering at all there. Now, Michigan's third. You got a incumbent Dem, Hillary Scholten, no challenger. So that race we will not be talking about. You have shut up, Sticks. You know I have ADHD. I have terrible ADHD. My Twitch logo was briefly shown on CNN. I was among so many others, and they were talking about radical leftists on Twitch, but you were on there for a microsecond. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Justice Clarence Thomas. I can't even see that link. We don't allow links on the fucking thing. But if anybody finds that, if that's true, I need to see that. If my Twitch logo was briefly shown on CNN, I would love to see it. That dude is not a good person. Who's not a good person? That'd be shocking news to me, Justice Clarence Thomas. Good to see you, by the way, Justice. I assume you're still ruining our democracy over there at the Supreme Court. Okay. I love how we have a bunch of I don't even know what to call them. They're not sock puppets. They're like, there's like a weird word for it. It's just like I guess imposter accounts that like follow or subscribe on YouTube show up out of the blue. Jordan B. Peterson, Clarence Thomas. All right, let's go to the next race. To another fairly good candidate. Actually, in my opinion, I think potentially a better candidate than the whole, what was his face? Better than Ben Ambrose, I think. It's not 100%. I haven't been able to unpack, I feel like I need more time on a lot of these candidates to be able to be more certain. But this guy has got a pretty good platform. Michigan's fourth, Diop Harris. Nope, wait, don't do that. No, yeah, thank you. No, you know why did that happen still. This was Diop on Public Media Network last month.
is Diop Jermaine Harris II. I am running to be your next congressperson, to be your next representative for Michigan's 4th Congressional District, and I'm running to give a voice to the people. I've worked on campaigns here in the Midwest and in battleground districts. I've worked on Capitol Hill for one of the greatest senators. I've got that experience, but I've also got the lived experience of being born and raised here in this district, being from Battle Creek, understanding that we have communities that go underinvested in. I want to go to DC, be your representative to ensure that our communities not only survive, but can thrive with the added investments coming from the federal level, and I'm looking to do that for our people. First off, we can start off by having an operational congressional office that is open to the public. We should have staff that are intaking requests, whether that be opinions about legislative matters, requests for help receiving SBA funds, Social Security funds, or if folks would like to introduce a new piece of legislation. We need to have people who are not only staff, but are involved in our community.
Diop has got a pretty great policy platform. I guess for me, I struggled with the fact that he didn't have a great social media game for a young guy. That kind of threw me off. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, he has a fucking YouTube channel. I just expected a lot, I guess, coming out of him, being a young guy. And the social media game for Diop was a little flat, but his policies on his platform, his policy platform on his website, quite good. That much I will say for sure. Let me just go through. I don't want to take too much time on any one candidate. Let's go here to housing. Thankfully, it's separated by issue. Makes it easy.
So we're the richest country in the history of the earth. You know, we do not have enough resources. We just need to be able to distribute them more evenly. So in terms of housing, we have tons of properties, availability of opportunities to unlock. Look no further than downtown. We have vacant office buildings, sometimes vacant for years, if not decades. What we can do is reformat, repurpose those into things that our communities actually need, such as be able to serve our unhoused population. Why can't we turn some buildings into living situations for folks while also be able to provide those wraparound services like mental health counseling, like substance abuse, and like providing employment resources? I think we can do that right now. We just need lawmakers that care enough to do something about it.
There's a fascinating plan from Diop. Let's take a quick gander at his website. Fortunately, I can't. I had to switch browsers because it wasn't working. I've been using here. Okay, here's Diop's website. Diop4mi.com. People over profits, Medicare for all, and Citizens United. Hit a pause on data centers. Protect the workers. Hard work should pay off. Corporate accountability and the reform of the court. Abolish ICE. Honor the veterans. Healthcare freedom. Democracy is power. Express yourself. Peace over war. Afford a home. Invest local. Save family farms. Better transit. Future is resilient. Celebrate the arts and culture. Oh, fascinating. Tribal sovereignty. Invest in the youth and support the educators and the families. The nurses and the seniors. Support them all. But the ones that poked out to me the most, Medicare for All and Citizens United, hitting a pause on the data centers that reform the court, and protecting the workers. Those are all huge. Let's not forget abolish ICE. Those are kind of all of the things we're looking for here. Sure. Are there other things we would accept? Sure. Maybe. But I gotta say, Diop, out of all of the other people in his race here for Michigan's... what was it again? Michigan's 4th. I think he's the best candidate. Here's a quick clip from his YouTube channel from 11 months ago. Launch day recap.
My community is my guiding light, and I want y'all to know that my campaign is going to be centered in this community. We may need to protect them, but really what they need are the adults to fight for increased access to mental health care so people don't feel the need to kill people. And before your speech yesterday, I didn't think I wanted to stay. But I'm so grateful to say that I think I'm staying. You've helped multiple different people like me keep doing great. From Kaylin Cousins.
Okay, well, that's it on Diop. He's running in Michigan's 4th election on the 4th of August, coming up in about a month. All right, now we got to skip a couple of elections, I'm afraid. Michigan's 5th. Christian Vukocevic running unopposed there against a Republican incumbent. Michigan's 6th, Debbie Dingell, incumbent Democrat, running unopposed as well. Now to Michigan's 7th. Where William Lawrence is running against 2 other Dems in the primary. Take out incumbent Republican Tom Barrett.
Here's what I need us to understand. The same money that was spent to hire these ICE thugs who are kidnapping people, snatching people off the street, shooting people in the face, is the same money that was cut from your health care in the big, beautiful bill. So when your premiums are going up and you're seeing ICE rampaging around American cities, that's the same thing. It was the big, despicable bill passed last year by the Republicans in Congress, including our representative, Tom Barrett, who hasn't done a thing for the people of Mid-Michigan. It was that bill that did all of this. So I'm out here with residents of Mid-Michigan fighting back against Representative Tom Barrett. This is Will Lawrence. I'm running for U.S. Congress to represent us in D.C. I will fight to pass Medicare for all so that we can all have good health care for life, to defund and abolish ICE, because we cannot have mass men running around our cities, shooting people in the face and snatching people into unmarked cars. This is un-American, it's unacceptable, and we're going to put an end to it. Next time you're crying in the Frandor parking lot, turn that frown upside down by coming in.
Okay, hold on.
Next time you're crying in the Frandor parking lot, turn that frown upside down by coming into our campaign office. What? Where is that? It's right across the street, across from Staples on Michigan Avenue. I'm feeling better already. Come on in any day between 1 and 8 p.m. or 1 to 5 p.m. on weekends. Sign up to volunteer and meet cool people.
Now there you go. That's William Lawrence. He's running in the 7th district of Michigan. Here is his page that I forgot to pull up because those were some quick-ass clips. I've been trying to do these in the background as I'm doing the clips. But those are two hella fast clips from William. How many primaries in August? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13, a baker's dozen. I think it's big. Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin, Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming. Is that 14 or 13? I lost count some in there. God damn it. Yeah, I think it's like 13 or 14 elections in August. One still left in July, which we just got done talking about. Here is William's page. Unbought. Michigan made. Proven leader. Mid-Michigan is becoming more expensive every day. Why? Billionaires and political insiders run Washington, D.C. All right, let's check out his endorsements. Oh, and William's got some good ones. Bernie Sanders. Rashid Tlaib. Ro Khanna. Bunch of local leaders, it looks like, here as well. Local community and big political names backing William here in Michigan. Could be sign of good things, hopefully. Here's his platform. Lower the cost of living. Protect Social Security by taxing the wealthy. Build affordable housing and corporate landlord price gouging. Guaranteed health care for all. Stabilize prices and markets. Protect pure Michigan. Michigan's water and farmland and our health are under attack from multinational corporations, and too many politicians are afraid to stand up for Michiganders. Will isn't one of them. He will fight to pass a 12-month federal moratorium on new data centers. Protect Michigan's water by restoring wetlands and rivers. Preserve game and wildlife areas. Hold polluters accountable. Say no to endless war and the illegal and expensive war on Iran. Stop arms sales to Israel and other human rights violators. Seek diplomatic solutions to global challenges, not more war. And restore the rule of law. You could read the full platform. I just encourage people who are interested in this guy to do that. He's got a great one. And I think that's why he's being endorsed by people that I think all of us respect. Like Bernie, like Rashida. Alrighty. Making easy work of this, people. Only 7 hours. By the way, if you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, please. Hit that bell icon, like button. Really helps us out. And while you're at it, don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And we need your help more than ever. The massive galactic deficit. Partly as a result of the fact that we are demonetized on YouTube still. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, and Throne donations are always appreciated. All right, everybody. Let's move it on. We got to skip Michigan's eighth and 9th. Those are two no primary districts. Kristen McDonald in the 8th, Ray Pooley in the 9th. Kristen is an incumbent. Ray is a challenger against the Republican incumbent. That's 8th and 9th, respectively. Now, Michigan's 10th district has one candidate who's fairly decent, at least better than the other ones in the race. Tim Gremmel. I think that's how you say this. Tim Gremmel who's in a three-way race looking to unseat Republican incumbent John James. Honestly, this one was tough. This one was fairly difficult. There were 3 different candidates here. I looked at all of their policy platforms. Eric Chung, Tim Gremmel, and Christina Heinz. Nobody here had a unimpeachable galactic Earth policy platform. But I think Tim is the best out of the 3. Once again, I encourage anybody who's in Michigan to take up the election torch and look into this one too, because I could use some input on this one. These 3 candidates were all imperfect, to say the least. And in fact, none had like any sort of impressive social media, anything like that. Basically just policy platforms to look at on their websites. However, Tim is, I think, of the 3, the best candidate, also a candidate who's sat elected office before as well, which to some degree I did weigh, but fairly lightly, like quite lightly, like I don't know, I couldn't like quantify the weights and balances here, but like it was an afterthought, but it's something I thought of certainly. But this guy, like, while I wasn't like just blown away by his website, one thing did tell me that he had some good backing, and that is his endorsements list here on his website. Labor backing Tim like fucking no other here. Michigan Education Association, AFSCME, Teamsters, Michigan Professional Firefighters Union, Pipe Fitters Union, Plumbers Union, Detroit Plumbers Union, Michigan Pipe Trades, Trowel, the masonry guys, Amalgamated Transit Union. Hold on, this fucking website just froze. There we go. The Machinists Union, Smart TD, Roofers Union, Boilermakers Union, Michigan IBEW, IBEW 58, IBEW Local 17, CWA, Michigan Laborers. I mean, the local, like, he had every fucking, like, I don't know about every, but I mean, he had a laundry list of labor support. Here is a clip from CBS Detroit from yesterday. Tim Gremmel.
Well, we are just a few weeks away from Michigan's primary election, and several candidates are in the running to represent Michigan's 10th congressional district. That includes former Pontiac Mayor Tim Gremmel. Thank you for being here today.
Well, thanks for having me, Shana. It's great to be with you.
Yeah, so let's just start with the basics. Why are you running? Why Congress, and why now?
Yeah. Well, we need proven fighters to go to Washington, D.C., stand up against Trump, restore checks and balances on the executive branch, and fight and deliver for everyday people and working families. That's been my track record my whole adult life. As a union-side labor lawyer and civil rights attorney, I took on billionaires and their right-wing allies and delivered for working families and everyday folks. And as the State House Democratic leader, I worked with Gretchen Whitmer to expand affordable health insurance to 700,000 uninsured Michiganders, to increase the minimum wage and index it to inflation for the first time ever in Michigan's history. And hold utilities accountable by increasing the renewable energy requirements in the state. And I'm ready to go to Washington and continue to fight and deliver for the people of the 10th District, just as I have in the past.
Well, you've got a lot of experience. You just noted some there in the State House. Most recently, a lot of people would recognize you as the former mayor of Pontiac.
Yep.
Pontiac is not in District 10. So what would you say to those who see you as an outsider who's just looking for an available seat?
Well, I was born in the 10th District. I grew up in the 10th District. I graduated from high school in the 10th District. I live in the 10th District today. And I've held multiple elected offices in the 10th District. I served on a local school board in the 10th District for 7 years, served as a county commissioner in the 10th District, and the 10th District deserves a better representative than John James.
Yes, indeed. That much I think we can all agree. Wait, what happened to his website? God, his policy section is missing from the website now. Oh, that's terrible timing. What are they doing? Updates to the fucking website? Are you kidding me? Oh, I was gonna go through his policy proposals and nothing. All right, I guess we'll just listen to more of this. Oh, that's annoying. That's a little annoying, guys. Oh God, I hope that. Fucking hell.
We need to make sure that the 10th District is represented by a fighter for everyday people. And as I said, I have spent my entire adult life standing up against the wealthy and well-connected and delivering for working families. That's why I've been endorsed by more than 20 labor unions. That's why I was just recently endorsed by the AFL-CIO, by the Michigan Building Trades Council, because they know that I have spent my life delivering for working families and everyday folks in the 10th District and across Metro Detroit.
So you mentioned labor unions. We're talking about Southern Macomb, Eastern Oakland County, Warren, Sterling Heights, huge manufacturing hubs. What do you think is the single biggest issue facing workers in District 10?
Yeah. Well, it's much the same as the issue facing Americans in general. It's skyrocketing cost of living, everything from gas prices that have gone sky high to grocery bills that are far too high still, to high utility bills, to high housing costs. People are being suffocated by the skyrocketing cost of living, and their wages are not keeping pace with inflation.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to absolutely seem to understand at least what people are facing economically here. This is Tim. He's the elected mayor of Pontiac, who served as mayor from 2022 to 2026. Decided to step down to run for Congress. And since his policy part of his page isn't working, I'm just going to take a look at his... God damn it. None of his real policies are on here. Okay. Figured it was worth a shot. All right. One last clip from Tim, and then we'll move on.
Who delivered health care to 700,000 Michiganders? Tim Grimal and Gretchen Whitmer. As Michigan's House Democratic leader, Grimal worked with Whitmer, stood up to Republicans, expanded Medicaid, and raised the minimum wage. Now who can Macomb County count on to take on Trump? That's Tim Grimal, too. In court, he took on big corporations and won. The fighter Macomb County needs is made in Michigan.
I'm Tim Grimal, and I approve this message.
Okay. There you go. Hopefully you get a better sense of that candidate there. Now, is this our last candidate in Michigan, or do we have more? Oh, no, I forgot. Of course not. Of course not. We still got a couple. Okay. That's right. Oh, wait, did I even do this? I almost forgot. Okay. All right, let's go here. Where was I? Okay, that was Michigan's 10th, Tim Grimal. Right? I'm saying that right? Whatever it is. Now, next district over, Michigan's 11th. Where one woman by the name of Aisha Faruqi is running to be a congresswoman here in Michigan.
After moving to Michigan, my parents worked hard to achieve the American dream. While my mom studied, my dad worked for the automotive supply industry. We didn't have much, but we had a community that showed up for us. Teachers who paid for school supplies out of their own pocket. Neighbors who opened their homes to watch my sister and me after school. The small family business owners that employed my dad loved us like their own. I knew I wanted to help people, just like so many had helped me, so I became an attorney. I stood up for survivors of domestic violence, fought against corrupt landlords, kept our communities safe as a prosecutor. And I was appointed by Governor Whitmer to help protect our children from abuse and neglect. I've seen how broken the system is, who it leaves behind. Right now, too many Michigan families are struggling to get by, with the American dream all but lost. The cost of living is sky high. Healthcare is hanging by a thread. And retirement seems out of reach, with Medicare and Social Security under attack. My name is Aisha Faruqi, and I'm running for Congress because we deserve better. We need a government that fights for the middle class, that makes it affordable to raise a family and retire with dignity, that doesn't punish people for getting sick, that makes sure every child in every zip code gets a fair shot. This is our fight, and I'm willing to take it all the way to Washington.
Yes, indeed. All right, Aisha is in a... I actually don't know where the polls are right now on this, but is in a hotly contested race. 4 different candidates: Aisha Faruqi, Jeremy Moss, John Paul Torres, and Don Ufford. All running. I went through as best I could all of their platform policy proposals. Hopefully Aisha's page works up and is not working again on this. So I gotta switch browsers. I ran into this on a couple of people. Shit, what just happened? Give me a new page. There we go. Still hot as balls here on the space station. No, no, wait, whoopsies. Oh, there it is. Here's her page. Aisha Faruqi. Aisha for Congress. Start with endorsements first. Rogana endorsing her, as well as a number of other people, including Muffin the Cat. Aww. Citizens Against AIPAC, Progressive Caucus, and No Dem Left Behind. Here are her priorities. Whew. That's a lot of priorities. Aisha's gonna be busy in Congress. Let's just read them off. Then we'll go on. We'll take a look at a couple of them. The cost of living, affordability, healthcare for all, education, immigration, childcare, gun safety, civil rights and liberties, defending democracy, economic development, reproductive freedom, support for seniors, environment, expanding pathways to home ownership, foreign policy, restoring the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, taxing billionaires, and holding extreme Republicans responsible. Fascinating. All right, healthcare for all. Aisha believes healthcare is a human right, not a privilege tied to your job or your income. That's why she supports Medicare for all, a universal single-payer system that guarantees healthcare for every American. No exceptions. Under Medicare for all, every American would be guaranteed comprehensive coverage, including medical, dental, vision, mental health, and long-term care, without premiums, deductibles, or copays. It would also ensure that you can choose your doctor freely without interference from insurance companies, so you get the care that you need when you need it. Immigration. Aisha supports abolishing ICE and replacing it with a system that upholds accountability, protects human rights, and guarantees due process for all. Opposes mass deportations, the use of detention camps for immigrant families, and any effort that undermines the core values at the heart of the American experiment. Yeah, I mean, what else do we look at? Reproductive freedom. After Dobbs' decision overturned Roe v. Wade, Michigan voters were loud and clear. Reproductive freedom is now protected in our state constitution. However, anti-reproductive freedom activists are working to ban abortion rights at the federal level and circumvent state laws and constitutions. Aisha will fiercely defend reproductive freedom, assuring that women can make their own health decisions without government interference. She will also protect access to contraception, fertility treatments like IVF, and ensure that Michigan families, Jesus Christ, why can't I read? Ensure that Michigan remains a safe place for everyone to make deeply personal decisions with dignity and privacy. Foreign policy. Aisha unequivocally opposes Donald Trump's illegal war with Iran.
Illegal.
Our taxpayer dollars should not bankroll human rights abuses abroad. They should be invested right here in Michigan. Rebuilding our aging infrastructure, creating good-paying jobs, strengthening public education, and ensuring our veterans receive the healthcare opportunities and dignity they've earned. Aisha also unequivocally condemns the genocide in Gaza and calls for an immediate, permanent ceasefire to end the ongoing loss of life. War implies comparable military power on both sides. What is happening in Palestine is not a war. I think everybody gets the point. Hopefully everybody sees why I think Aisha is going to be the best for Michigan's 11th. Now you might know the lady representing Michigan's 12th district. May have heard of her. How many terms now? 3? 4? 4 term? Hold on. I want to be correct. Four. Is that right? Am I doing the math right? I might just be too stupid to do math today. I think 4-term Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib.
Every morning, I fill water bottles, make breakfast, and get my kids ready. We shouldn't have to wonder whether the water coming from our tap is safe. Lead pipes can make children sick and put their health at risk. That's why I'm grateful Rashida Tlaib is fighting to replace lead pipes, secure funding and access to clean water, and protect families like mine. Because clean water shouldn't depend on your zip code.
I'm Rashida Tlaib, and I approve this message.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. On Tuesday evening, Palestinian-American Rashida Tlaib in Michigan and Somali-American Ilhan Omar in Minnesota became...
Okay, sorry this clip auto-played. This is from 7 frickin' years ago. Just because. Remind us of how long Rashida's been in here. Keeping America... Well, not keeping America, but trying to make America a better place for everybody.
The first Muslim women elected to Congress. Rashida Tlaib is a democratic socialist who supports the Palestinian right of return and a one-state solution. She also supports Medicare for all, a $15 minimum wage, and abolishing ICE. The child of immigrants, Tlaib has spoken out against the Trump administration's travel bans. This is Rashida Tlaib celebrating her historic victory.
I want you to know my mom, who's from a small village in the West Bank, they're literally glued. It's like 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning. And now it's more than that. But they're glued to the TV. My grandmother, my aunts, my uncles in Palestine are sitting by and watching their granddaughter.
Yeah!
Uplift the families of the 13th Congressional District. I'll uplift them every single day, being who I am as a proud Palestinian American and woman.
In 2016, Rashida Tlaib made news when she confronted then-candidate Donald Trump at the Detroit Economic Club. She got up and shouted, "Have you ever read the U.S. Constitution?" She was taken out by security. For more, we go to Madison Heights, Michigan, where we're joined by Rashida Tlaib, the Democratic Congresswoman-elect, Michigan's 13th congressional district. Rashida Tlaib, welcome to Democracy Now! And congratulations. How do you feel? You have made history.
It's overwhelming, but it's happy chaos is what I describe it as. And I'm just ready to get to work. I just feel like there's so much at stake right now and very limited time for us to be able to change people's lives. And I'm just ready to get things going and to, provide neighborhood service centers throughout my district for the residents of the 13th.
Indeed. Now, her district may have changed from the 13th to the 12th, but Rashida continuing to represent Michigan in the best ways possible. She's going to be one of my favorite people on this list to have those little parentheses wings around her name who are in Congress right now. Incumbents that we actually support around here. Because there's not enough. That is the fucking facts. It became just so clear to me how alone people like Rashida, people like Elon, everybody else who we've talked about over the past have been, especially with things like, AIPAC, DMFI, and all these other motherfuckers, doing everything they can to fight against Rashida and the people, like her, the very small group of people like her, like Elon, who are actually fighting some of this stuff that's been going on. And like, I just want to, because I've made this point, like, this is what is like so inspiring to me about this fucking moment, right? Like, I just want us to take 2 seconds, just look at this list, okay? And just bask in the glory to some degree, okay? Because let's just interrogate what I'm talking about for a second. Here are the incumbent Democrats that we supported here in these races. Latifah Simon, Sam Liccardo, Rose Ro Khanna. That's 3 people in California. LaMonica McIver, Anna Lily Mejia. That's 2 more in New Jersey. Is that 5? Actually, is LaMonica an incumbent? Is that right? Hold on. I don't know if that's even correct. I don't think that's correct. I think I'm losing. I think I was on the crack. I think I was on crack that day. Hold on. Is she? Oh, she is. Okay, she is. She is. Okay. Huh. But like, honestly, I think to some degree we don't talk about her as much because she's certainly not as, progressive as some of the people in here. But like, honestly, you got like, what was that, 5? Where were we at? 5? AOC over here in New York is 6, right? You come over here, we got Yasmin Ansari, Adalita Grahalva, that's 8. Like, you count Rashida in there, that's 9. That's in a 435, whatever the fucking number is. I'm always forgetting the fucking number. Out of like 435, that's an ocean of shit with like a few, heroes, just like, our protagonist just clinging to the fucking raft. It just for dear life. And let's not forget that, once again, people like ADL, the DMFI, DNC themselves, AIPAC, have been doing everything to get people like them out of office, including people like Cori Bush, who we're about to talk about in a second. Well, not a second, but in a moment. I just want to remind us of all that. Let's go hear this from last year. Democracy Now! Rashida, a take 2.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now at how key members of the media have participated in a smear campaign against the only Palestinian American in Congress, a vocal critic of Israel, Democratic Congressmember Rashida Tlaib. She recently criticized Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, who is Jewish, over charges Nessel filed against 11 mostly students and alumni who were involved in a pro-Palestine encampment at the University of Michigan. The Detroit Metro Times reported the comments by Tlaib from an exclusive interview Friday, September 13th, saying Nessel's move was, quote, going to set a precedent, and it's unfortunate that a Democrat made that move. We've had the right to dissent, the right to protest. We've done it for climate, the immigrant rights movement, for Black lives, and even around issues of injustice among water shutoffs. But it seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently, and that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs, Tlaib told the Detroit Metro Times. Well, the Michigan District Attorney General, the Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel, responded in a post on X that also referred to a recent Detroit News cartoon that was widely condemned as racist and Islamophobic for showing Congressmember Tlaib next to an exploding pager, implying she was part of Hezbollah. Nessel wrote, quote, Rashida's religion should not be used in a cartoon to imply that she's a terrorist. It's Islamophobic and wrong. Just as Rashida should not use my religion to imply I cannot perform my job fairly as Attorney General, it's anti-Semitic and wrong, unquote. After this, the Metro Times published a fact check Monday, noting Tlaib, quote, never once mentioned Nessel's religion or Judaism, even though the newspaper had pointed out in its own reporting that Nessel is Jewish. Meanwhile, the smear campaign...
Oh, wow. Oh, we've all heard this story too many fucking times. I just want to remind us all of what people like Rashid have been fighting against here. Just gonna skip ahead towards the end of this.
Which really diminishes what she says about this this war. So I mean, it was a very unusual, surreal experience for me as a journalist to see so many lies being peddled about an interview that I witnessed, and people saying that something happened that I know didn't happen.
Prem Tucker of Zateo, can you take it from there on a national level, watching this story unfold, with the reporter himself trying to correct the record, saying that the Congress member who he interviewed never mentioned what CNN and others said she did, and then trying to bring the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, into this?
Thank you, Amy, and Steve. It's a pleasure to be here with you too. Yeah, I mean, seeing it from the DC perspective, it was remarkable to watch the timeline and events unfold sequentially. This started out actually a day before Steve's interview, when Representative Tlaib appeared at a Black Palestine Solidarity panel when the charges by Nessel were announced minutes before this panel. So during the panel, Representative Rashida Tlaib speaks out against them. She sort of criticizes Dana Nessel for not bringing to charges against those involved with the Flint water crisis, but nevertheless choosing to do so here, as Steve mentions, also contrasting that with other civil disobedience and other civil actions where people were not charged. Notably, too, is that, as I believe Steve noted, too, that Representative Tlaib was also suggesting that perhaps there might have been pressure from the university. And so over and over again, it seemed that Representative Tlaib was referring to broader systematic forces that are, as Steve says, anti-Palestinian. But again, the timeline itself is also quite striking. So there's the panel on the 12th where Representative Tlaib makes these comments condemning the charges. On the 13th is when Steve's story comes out with Representative Tlaib. On the 20th, a week later, is when the cartoon is out, when Dana Nessel tweets condemning the cartoon, but also condemning the possibility that, or suggestion that she is only making these actions against these pro-Palestine protesters because of her Jewish identity. A few days after, actually that same day, is when Jake Tapper then asks Governor Whitmer about the situation and starts peddling this false accusation against Representative Rashida Tlaib.
What a shock that Jake Tapper is caught up in this fucking what is effectively just racism peddling, Islamophobia mongering. Really disturbing, but not shocking. Okay, last district in Michigan, people. We're making serious progress here. Michigan's 13th, and yeah. This next guy we're about to talk about is running to unseat one of the most like clownish incumbent Dems I can imagine. He has faded 6 other challengers, which in itself is fairly impressive. Hey, what did I do with the fucking website? Whatever. I'll open it up while I go here. Here's a clip from Donovan McKinney for Congress from last year.
People across this country, and even the world, know Detroit, or they think they do. They know our music, our sports, our struggle. But what people always forget is none of this is possible without our people. This district is one of the poorest places in America, but the mighty 13th knows hard work better than anyone. It's the people who clock in, generation after generation, shift after shift, that get forgotten first. Somewhere along the way, we got convinced we should settle for less from the people we elect to represent us. I'm running for Congress because we deserve better. We deserve a Democratic Party that leads the fight against the billionaires robbing us blind, that stands up to corporate PACs. Our country and our children can afford nothing less. People like our congressman, Sri Tanadar, are the problem. A multi-millionaire who spent millions to buy
this guy
a
is a
Congress,
clown.
who has more.
Yo, Sri Thanatar's got it. Like, I have made fun of this every time this guy comes up. I make fun of him for his fucking wig and his goddamn microbladed eyebrows over here. Like, yo, this guy is just like not comfortable in his body or something. He's like something weird's going on. Like with his eyebrows, they used to not exist, and then he like microbladed them onto his face. Like, just be you, man. Like, and fact is, there's so many things this guy I disagree on. He's part of this like corporate moneyed dino dem like his clownish appearance is only dwarfed by his clownish politics.
In common with Donald Trump and Elon Musk than people like us. I was born next to smokestacks. We moved 13 times as a kid. Sometimes it was an apartment, sometimes it was a family member's house, sometimes it was even our own car. But wherever it was, my mom and grandma made sure it felt like home. I spent my life and the choice is ours. I'm Donovan McKinney, and I'm running for Congress to take back this seat for us, always with the people.
There we go. Donovan McKinney running here in Michigan's 13th against Sri Panadar. A dude who's been taking money from people like, I don't know, America's Israel Public Affairs Committee, gambling PACs, bunch of like mostly pro-Israel money, 7 million cash on hand on the, like this guy is rolling in fucking money, and he's doing nothing with it aside from enriching himself. Instead you could vote Donovan McKinney into office here in Detroit. A dude who's got some pretty good endorsements. and some pretty good policies. People like Bernie Sanders and Rashida Tlaib. On the list of endorsements, actually, I can't remember. Was he endorsed by any unions? I can't remember. He's got so many people on this endorsements list. It's wild. Yeah, and he's got tons of SEIU, National Nurses United, AFL-CIO, Jane Fonda's Climate PAC. You know, like Metro Detroit, Democratic Socialists of America. Priorities. Let's see what old Donovan here is running for. Economic security, environmental and climate justice, living wages and union jobs, rebuilding democracy, and getting big money out of politics, healthcare and housing for all, fixing our broken criminal justice system, reproductive freedom and abortion rights, diplomacy first, foreign policy, immigration, and Palestine. Yeah, he's got all of them. I mean, where do you want to start? We could read through it, but I mean, the guy, I guarantee you, is the play. He has lasted, as I said, unlike any other candidate, in an 8-person race. He's the only one left fighting against incumbent Dino Dem Shri Thanadar. We must win this. This is the one. This is like another one of these like New York elections. Okay? Like we got to get behind Donovan here. This is like this is kind of like a Chris Robb or like a Daria Liza, right? Like if Donovan wins here, he's in. He is in as a blue district. This is Detroit. Yes, SEI, you mentioned, that's right, Vilma Rygar. Apparently you're paying enough attention to hear that. Whew. Okay, that's it on Michigan, people. Actually, fuck, I forgot to do this. There is one other individual running in Michigan. I know we're all familiar with him. His name is Abdul El Sayed. But since I totally ignored the Senate and Congress races, even though he's one of our galactically endorsed candidates, we're going to skip Abdul. I think everybody here knows Abdul. He's been getting out there. He's got the Hassan, he's got the Hassan bump. He does still need people's help in Michigan. It's still, last time I checked, a fairly tight race between him and, who was the one that's left? I can only remember Mallory McMorrow. Haley Stevens? I think that's her name. He still needs help because it's still a fairly tight race between those two. I don't see how it could be, but it is. Or at least it was last time I saw. Now let's go here. Oh, please. Oh, please, oh, please. For the love of God and all things holy. For the love of Gary and all things galactic. What in the fuck do we gotta do to get this one? This race is a reckoning, okay? This is Missouri's first. Oh, this is gonna be a gauntlet. This is a throwdown of throwdowns, okay? Missouri's first used to be key operative term used to be the representative of the 1st District of Missouri. Until APAC and DMFI and all these other motherfuckers got involved, sort of throwing millions of dollars to unseat her with Wesley Bell. I think that's his name. Honestly, I've just tried to forget that man ever since. Like, honestly, I've tried to, like, block him out, I think, like, subconsciously. Because it's a little triggering, I think, for me, this race. But this is the the fucking hell. What is the word? I say too many words. What the fuck is the word? This is the redemption. This is the redemption arc, goddammit.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Cori Bush, 9 months ago, announced her intent to run for her stolen seat in Missouri's 1st District. Here is that video from Cori from 9 months ago.
What does it mean to be from St. Louis? When I think of home, I think of our community's red brick. Strong, weathered, resilient. Alone, one brick can be broken. But together, brick by brick, our neighborhoods, our history, and our strength become a force and a movement. I ran for Congress because I know what it feels like to be a working class St. Louisan. Too often unseen, unheard, left out. I promised to fight for St. Louis, and we delivered. We brought billions of dollars home, directly to our community. We secured flood relief when disaster struck our neighbors. We fought for families poisoned by Coldwater Creek. And we always stood up for the most vulnerable. But because I spoke truth, they pushed back, attacked my name, my motives, spread lies and hate. But even after leaving office, when the storms came, I showed up on the ground. Because that's what needed to be done. And that's what our district deserves. This community is my purpose. And what ifs don't define us. Action does. I ran for Congress to change things for regular people. I'm running again because St. Louis deserves leadership that doesn't wait for permission, doesn't answer to wealthy donors, and doesn't hide when things get tough.
Not gonna do it.
All across America, we see it. Our rights rolled back, our history being rewritten, our lives on the line. The stakes for our community here have never been higher. I'm running because our district deserves someone 10 toes down. For our families, for our wallets, for our safety, for our democracy, and for our bright future. St. Louis is built different. So am I, and so are we.
We need Jamal Bowman back? Agreed. But I will say this much about Jamal Bowman. Like, I'd love him back, but he's his own man. And I think there must be a reason for why he chose not to run and why Cori did. You know, and I think to some degree, I think Jamal is focusing on organizing right now. And he's been involved in a number of the wins that Democrats have seen, that leftist Democrats have seen. And so perhaps he sees himself as being more effective in that way right now. I don't know. I'm just guessing. This is just a guess. You'd have to ask him for sure. But I assume he thought this through. And, you know, I don't see his name on any races that I've been covering yet. But he has been visible. But in a very behind the scenes, I've been noticing him because I've been watching all of these things. I see his little face popping up. Well, I guess it's a normal size face popping up in places. Oh, okay. Another Cori clip. This one at No Kings.
Today, we're in rainy St. Louis. All of a sudden, now today it wants to rain. It's been beautiful, but that's okay. We're out here in St. Louis. We just rallied together. Today is No Kings Day all across the country, where we are standing up saying this country will not be controlled or ruled by someone who wants a kingship or a dictatorship. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. He is no king to any of us. But beyond that, really what we're out here saying is we're standing together in solidarity against fascism, against authoritarianism, against the dictators. We're standing against white supremacy, anti-blackness, Islamophobia, xenophobia, transphobia. We're standing against anti-Semitism. We're standing against any oppression against our people.
Yep, Corey has been out here organizing, activating, and simultaneously running a campaign.
Hello.
Hey, fine, how are you?
I'm a big fan. A wonderful person, Cori Bush, who is a spectacular fighter. You will not disparage Cori Bush in this house. I'm going to be working with Cori Bush. The majority of the party, 80% of the Democratic Party now agrees with the principles that Cori Bush was defending at a time when it was inopportune for her to do so. Cori Bush is literally the method, okay? Not only is she a fucking saint, she is far too good for Congress. An incredible champion of human rights and was a fantastic congressperson. I hope that you'll continue and get back into Congress. We're gonna be linking up. She's a goddamn hero.
She's a goddamn hero, says Hassan. A little montage put together, I assume, by Corey's team. I think effective, quick, to the point. Well done, everybody over there. The Hassan montage of Corey standing. Put sleeves on, bros. Look, let Hassan show the guns, okay? The money makers. She needs no introduction. It's true. It's true, but look, we're covering everybody here today that we want to win. Hopefully I'll find the time to clip all this shit up and or be working on some other stuff that I'm planning on doing, because I'm considering two different options. Posting, and I might do both. Posting clips, like my clips of the streams, cut up, candidate or like candidate by candidate, or at least state by state. And then I'm considering starting a new fucking channel, even though I'm still demonetized on YouTube. And I can't even monetize a new channel, I don't think. Although I guess I could. I honestly don't know how. Actually, I don't know. It's whatever. Point is I'm thinking about just starting another channel just to like do this with, and just like do free advertising for candidates, and like do if I can somehow magically find the time, do like clipped up shit like that, like shorts, and just like just post them for the feed, for people's feeds. You know, I like to get into the timelines and stuff. So hopefully some of these like can catch on, and some of these candidates can get like organic like eyes that are not current stream watchers. Not that I won't like tell you all what channel, if I create a new channel, like what that is. Like, of course I'll like give everybody links and whatever else. I've been thinking about all this stuff actually all year, and I've just not been able to make it happen because of all the road bumps that we've been hitting through the year. You know, like starting the year by getting the YouTube channel back and then having it taken away 3 months later. It's been a weird journey, 2026 to say the least, and it's only half over. How are you, Space Fams, holding up? I know it's been a long night, and we did no breaks. I'm only just realizing that second part of that now, 8 hours in. Suffice to say, the stream's not over yet. I'm going to do everything I said I was going to do unless some crazy thing happens between now and then. Okay, moving on from Cori Bush to Missouri's second woman by the name of Joan. Oh. Joan Von Dross is my preferred candidate here out of the 3 individuals running in this race to unseat Republican incumbent Ann Wagner. Yeah, Timothy Billash, Joan Von Dross, and Frederick Wellman. 2 challengers already having withdrawn, with the primary happening on August 4th, less than a month for candidates to make their case to voters. Here is a clip from Joan's YouTube channel, Von Dross for Congress, from 4 months ago.
Get back into Congress.
Remember this guy? The Monopoly Man. He represents the robber barons of years past, but right now we're faced with the billionaire barons, and they're wreaking havoc on our economy and causing great disparity in wealth. Let's pretend we're playing the Monopoly game, and I win. And guess what? I get to keep all the money. Also, I don't have to pay taxes because I've started to change the rules. Every time I play the game, I'm going to accumulate more wealth, and you're going to accumulate less. Eventually, I'm going to own all the board and all the real estate, and I'm going to set how the economy works. So it works for me, so I can buy more yachts. We need to get back to an economy that works for all of us. The engine of the economy is the middle class. We need to reset it, and it's up to us.
Okay. Now, Joan is not my perfect candidate. This one was another one of those sort of slightly difficult ones. But I do believe that she is probably the best candidate here. Although, once again, I always welcome people's criticisms be input, and if you have any, if you do think you found the candidate for Missouri's second, please clue me in on it. But I did take some time going through these different policy platforms. God, I'm sweating. I have avoided turning the air conditioning on this whole time. I'm like, I am dying. Okay, here's her webpage. It's not the best.
So hot right now.
Not the best website I've ever seen. It was a little difficult to navigate. But it's Von Dross for Congress.us. Joan's DC to-do list. We are faced with a myriad of challenges. One of my favorite words, myriad of challenges coming into 2026. Build economic opportunity for all. Take back control of tariffs. Domestic manufacturing. Educational excellence. Increase access to affordable quality healthcare. Develop a comprehensive bipartisan plan to move the country towards Medicare for all. Look, look, this isn't radical, but at least she's nodding to the fact that this is, in fact, the direction that we need to go. And if you want to get support from people like me on the left, you have to, you're ready to actually embrace this shit. Like, stop pussyfooting. And this is at least some level above and beyond that, in my opinion, at least saying Medicare for all. Like, and I know some people are like, what are you talking about? Believe me, as somebody who's gone through all these fucking websites, this is at least something. Okay? Codify Roe v. Wade, protect and ensure access to contraception and IVF. Create a safe and equitable food supply, expand SNAP, restore the FDA. Food as Medicine Act, which would allow directly benefiting small local farms. Strengthen our representative democracy, pass the Freedom to Vote Act, restore Congress's check on the executive and judicial branch. I mean, honestly, she's like, when he gets down to it, like she has in fact thought through a lot of different policy stuff here. But I will say this one for me, red flag. But the fact is there is red flags all over these people's websites. But join the Problem Solvers Caucus. Not my dream candidate. I think most of you know that. That's not the sentence I was looking for in here. She promises to be accessible as a representative. Breaking through partisan gridlock, another one of my least favorite sentences. But honestly, like, this was a rough go. These three did not impress me at all. But suffice to say, I was moving pretty fast, and if I miss something, please let me know.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Please let me know. Because with three candidates there, it should be better than that, technically. Just one sentence of like, let's work on a path to Medicare for all is like the most milquetoast shit. Okay? Like we should be able to do better than that. But I'm afraid that's my assessment, okay, is that I don't think we can. If you think we can, please let me know and send me the deets. But until then, she's our best competition to Republican incumbent Ann Wagner in Missouri's second, in my estimation. Okay, now on to Missouri's third. Shit, I lost my fucking... There it is. I need to like move this over here or something. Fuck am I doing? Yeah, okay. Missouri's third. Let's see. Right. Now, Tommy Holstein is the guy who I think is the best candidate in this race. He's got two other people fighting for a chance to unseat incumbent Bob Onder. Here he is, Tommy Holstein. Bethany Mann, Paul Wilson are the two challengers here. Bob's got his own challenger on the Republican side. I think I have a clip of Tommy's, don't I? Yeah, Tommy Holstein from Congress 2 days ago. Where's my space station? Michigan?
Hello.
No. My space station is in low Earth
That
orbit.
was too...
Space station's in low Earth orbit, although I do have a Earth residence, which is in New York. Why do you ask? Because we're talking about Michigan? It's got nothing... we've been doing all... Antifa, I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. But we've been talking about every single election across the country. In the House, Senate, some degree governor's races, and others. Although I haven't been able to also cover state assemblies. One of my big failures in life right now. All right, Tommy. Take it away, pal.
Hello. That was too loud? Come on! Wow. My name's Tommy Holstein, and I'm running for Congress here in Missouri's 3rd Congressional District. And this is everywhere that we're going to be this month of July. So first in blue, we have 3 live-streamed events. First, we're going to be on Twitch tonight at 6 p.m. streaming Fortnite. We'll be live on Substack on the 13th with Sons of Liberty at 7 p.m. And finally, on the 31st, we'll be live on Twitch at 7:30 p.m. playing Mecha Chameleon. Next up, we got mobile office hours. So I'll be traveling around the district and setting up shop at different coffee shops, and you can come and say hi. First, we'll be at Bike Stop Cafe in St. Charles from 10 to 1 on the 9th. On Wednesday the 15th, we'll be at Shortwave Coffee from 10 to 1. Next, we'll be at PJ's Coffee in Lake St. Louis from 9 to 12 on the 21st. Finally, on Wednesday the 29th, we'll be at a Cola Coffee from 11 to 2. Finally, we have 3 different community events we'd love to see you at. On the 16th, we'll have an ice cream social at Sugarbot Creamery in St. Charles, Missouri. Come stop by, get some ice cream, and come chat. The following day, on the 17th, we will be in Columbia at Hexagon Alley at 6 p.m., playing some board games, maybe some raffles and stuff. Finally, we'll have a happy hour in St. Charles at 2 Plumbers on the 22nd at 4:30 p.m. Whether you can make an in-person event or just catch us on a live stream, these are all great opportunities to meet your future congressman.
Okay, Tommy, I see you. I see you. And did anybody here in there ice cream? It could be a good reason to get political, just I don't know, of its own volition. Just gonna point that one out. I mean, who here hates ice cream? Let ye be the first stone thrower. Okay, here's Tommy's website. HolsteinforMO.org. Action is the antidote to despair. Tommy just gave you a bunch of ways to get active. I would point out a bunch of events you can go and engage with the community and your local politics and federal politics, I believe. Anyways, got 4 pillars. The 4 pillars of Tommy Holstein. 1, an economy that works better for all of us. Better schools and more educational opportunities. Lower the cost of living. And a fair deal on AI, data centers, and big tech. Back to status quo. Not good enough. We must elect progressive candidates, and they must deliver on their promises. An economy that works for all of us. U.S. wealth gap reaches unprecedented levels. Wealth disparity is hitting a critical threshold. Billionaires do not work 1,000 times harder than you do. Their wealth is impossible without our labor. We must correct the broken system before more of our jobs are automated or relocated. Better schools and more educational opportunities. 71% of student loan borrowers say loans have delayed at least one life event. Yes, indeed. But I'll fight for fully funded public schools, putting our students and teachers' interests above big tech. Tuition-free community college, trade schools, and registered apprenticeships. Lower cost of living. The cost of living shouldn't cost this much. The working class is following the plan we were given. Many of us went to college, entered the workforce, and started families. Yet, we feel perpetually left behind. Childcare costs more than rent. Starter homes are out of reach for many. A trip to the emergency room can wipe out a month or more of careful budgeting. Certainly more. This Gallup poll found that over 40% of respondents are worried that inflated prices will cause them not to afford routine healthcare costs. What I'll fight for, Medicare for all. An end to price gouging monopolies. Increase first-time home buyer incentives. That last one, not as exciting. But the first two, to some degree, it depends on how it's done. First-time home buyer can be good. Sometimes it's just, whatever. It can be good. It can be good. But both first, very good. Medicare for all, ending price gouging, great. Do it immediately.
Immediately,
Fair
it's
deal
not
on AI,
sooner.
data centers, and big tech. Honestly, this one's less important because to some degree, I don't believe AI is ever necessarily going to be profitable in a just world. So it does come that like I don't know, like we should be set up for that possibility, I guess, like to have society benefit from it 100%. But we've talked about it in the past. It's just not clear to me that it'll ever actually amount to being the profitable engine of commerce that all these weirdos keep suggesting it will. Doesn't stop them from inserting it into our lives in all the places we don't want it. Leaves of autumn. All the British chatters are starting to arrive on here. All right, good to see all y'all. Okay. Now to Missouri's. Wait. What? Did I say fourth? Or third just now? It was Tommy Holstein, Missouri's third. Did I say that? God, I don't know. I'm starting to lose my mind. Let's go to Missouri's fourth now. To a guy who we've already talked about just a little bit. And we're going to do that a little bit again. Hartzell Gray. Running to represent you, Missouri. What's Hartzell doing in California? That's a little weird, don't you think?
That's really weird. What's going on? What up, chat? What up, chat?
This on Parker. What's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right.
Columbiarican underscore 9505 just cheered 100 bits. I have a deep question here. Can ducks get diabetes? I'm asking for a duck friend who ate a big tub of chocolate ice cream.
I was sitting here, I was wondering what was it going to be? What was going to be this time, Columbia Rican? Can ducks get diabetes? I assume yes. I assume like human beings, ducks can have difficulty regulating sugar. I don't know. I'm not a duck doctor. I couldn't say with any clarity. Count Binpay's copy GSL Soul Swag. I'm not willing to get on board with that. That's not true. Everybody's saying that he ripped my swag. I refuse to accept that. We're two galactic beings who arrived at similarly awesome personae.
All right. What an opportune time to have you here. I'm glad you've made it all the way out to liberal California.
It just feels like home.
Yeah, it's exciting times.
Yeah, man.
It's exciting times to be a DSA guy running for office. Not so exciting if you're an establishment Democrat.
Expect us. Expect us.
Yeah, and it's great to have you in person here, and maybe even in your district eventually. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me pull up the. Let me do the intro and whatnot real quick. Hartzell Gray, everybody. Democratic Socialist running for U.S. Congress in Missouri 4, Kansas City. It's a R+10 district. You're a former soccer commentator, and I say former because there's some drama with your potential previous employment. Allegedly fired for supporting Palestine. Your radio.
I wonder. Oh. Now, some of us already watched this clip, so some people don't spoil it for everybody else. Okay. But it's funny how that's a story that we've heard multiple times. People running for election as a result of losing their job, some kind of job-based drama.
Host. And your opponent is Jordan Herrera. The primary date is August 4th, 2026. Campaign website is hartzell4congress.com. You got endorsements that you've lined up from Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, Kansas City DSA, and also Track APAC. You're an activist, you're a community organizer, you're a radio host running for Congress in this newly redrawn seat, this newly redrawn district that stretches from a slice of downtown KC to the suburbs of Jackson County, all the way out through farm country across west central Missouri. You're the descendant of a sharecropper who picked cotton in Arkansas before finding refuge in Kansas City. We'll talk about that history as well. You had a career as a popular commentator for the city's soccer team before the billionaire owner pushed for your dismissal due to your vocal support of Palestine and also anti-billionaire sentiment. For those of you tuning in, Hartzell takes no corporate PAC money, supports Medicare for all, public and social housing, supports stronger unions, is an anti-war foreign policy that includes ending U.S. funding to Israel, overturning Citizens United. I'll be asking you a lot about that as well. You've, like I said, earned the endorsement of KCDSA.
Shout out KCDSA.
Yeah. And you're in a really interesting district because there is a real opportunity here to potentially make the case to the voters that the working class is hungry for someone willing to talk plainly about healthcare, money, and politics, and endless war, even in a Republican seat. So yeah, let's get started.
Yeah,
like
man.
I said, thank you for coming on. You spent 9 years as the voice of sport in Kansas City. You hosted NPR. You've hosted NPR radio. Your great grandmother picked cotton as a sharecropper in Arkansas. Your main opponent in this primary, Jordan Herrera, is a former assistant attorney general who worked under Missouri's hard-right Republican attorney general. What does a candidate who got fired for his politics and called soccer matches for a living understand about the plight of working people in this district that a guy who lawyered for a MAGA attorney general fundamentally does not?
Listen, every time I walk into a stadium, the first folks I talk to, it's always the stadium grounds crew, right? Because those are the homies. Like, those are the ones, not only they know they got the keys, but also like they give a damn about who you are. I see those folks every single game, right? And what I know also is that they can't say a damn thing about how they feel about their work conditions, right? I was commentating and emceeing during the worst of COVID, right? None of our folks got a chance to say that I can't go into work. They got bills to pay, right? And so part of this campaign is knowing that we should all be free and fed, right? We all deserve it all. And so the opportunity to bring a working class voice to amplify, right? I'm not asking anybody to vote for me, to do a thing for them. I'm asking humbly if I'm allowed to walk with you as we do a thing together, right? This is not a campaign that's an intellectual exercise. This is not a resume boost. This is the urgency of now that MLK talks about, right? This is Frederick Douglass saying we need the fire, we need the earthquake, we need the whirlwind. And our folks, this is the show me state, and these clowns, these Republicans, these sellout Democrats, they have shown their asses. And so now it's time for us to come after theirs. And that's exactly what we are doing. Listen, I'm not going to talk shade on anybody in this race because this ain't anybody anti. It's pro policy, it's pro people, it's pro a movement.
Okay, you got to
policy.
give it a little shade, though.
Let me tee it up. Come on, let me tee it up a little bit. I'm building that crescendo because, listen, what I also know is that I have the moral clarity that when I say we need healthcare for all, universal healthcare, I'm not then in the same sentence going to then demean or quote unquote call our working class folks meth heads, which is what Jordan Herrera did. He was talking about affordable beachfront property in the Lake of the Ozarks. Affordable for who? You know, his laugh line with this podcast he was on was shitting on working folks who are struggling with addiction. I myself am a suicide survivor, right? Saved my life. I wouldn't be here, but I was still done a disservice. I should never have had to been to that point, right? Yeah. My mom was done a disservice because she had to pay for that. You know, my dad was done a disservice because he had to pick up my dog, right? Like, we are all being shafted. And to have someone who would claim to represent some of those same ideals about how we all deserve universal coverage, but then demean folks who need it the most. Like, I'm disgusted by it. So
It's indeed. And Hartzell sat down here with Hassan for like an hour and a half talking all the issues. Surely want to quickly talk about one of the things that seems to have jettisoned Hartzell into this political career that he seems to be chasing now. And that is being fired from his job for awfully and illegally
Illegal. Weak.
supporting Palestine.
What?
Anti-Semitic.
Yes, terrible anti-Semitogen of supporting Palestinian lives. Being fired for that. How many stories do we have of this now? What is it, 3? Didn't Milat Kiros also lose her big, or quit her big law job? I can't remember how that worked now. God, my brain is dumb.
So we already talked about this, but billionaire owned Sporting KC. You said that allegedly you were fired for your advocacy. You filed a lawsuit alleging the mayor's chief of staff leaned on the local NPR station to discipline you. You've likened it to being told to shut up and dribble. How did getting fired for your political beliefs lead you to running for Congress?
Yeah, well, first off, not all skin folk is kinfolk, so let's go ahead and lead with that. Listen, I'm somebody who I'm a fighter. I'm also a person. And like, I'm not going to be shit on by the highest levels of my city. I'm not going to be shit on by a billionaire. I refuse to believe that. So yeah, let's talk about it, right? So October 7th happens. I thought our mayor put out one of the most insensitive tweets that I had seen. In fact, for the months after October 7th, we had children from Gaza who sent a video to every member of our city council, just left on deaf ears, and unfortunately left on dead ears, because so many of those babies now are no longer with us. And I am somebody, we mentioned my great grandmother, her name was Priscilla. We called her Mama Scylla, the sharecropper. On her deed, it literally said no colored folks allowed, but she turned that house into a home, right? And in the year 2000, after decades of no investment whatsoever, the city said it's time for revitalization, right? We know that code word, right? We got to kick y'all black and brown folks out.
Yeah.
Mama Scylla was given a bad deal, and now I can't go back to the home that raised me because I cannot afford to live there. Like, I am tired of waking up every day. Our people are tired of waking up every day feeling violated, feeling like we just got our car broken into. All the feelings of that, right? You feel like you messed up. You feel violated. You feel sad. I mean, I am so sick of our folks dying, And so to have the highest offices in our city try to silence that voice, not mine, our voices, is unacceptable. And I, as a journalist, this is a First Amendment case when we're talking about the situation with City Hall. Let's just break it down. Went to a City Hall action with a bunch of our tenants. Strongest tenant union in the country is in Kansas City with Kansas City tenants, right? Just some of the best folks in the world. And so there was changing the definition of affordability. It went from about $700, $800 a month to our mayor raising it to about $1,500, closer to $17 with inflation now, right? Who is that affordable for? Who is our city for? Clearly not for us. And so I'm there with our tenants. I'm sitting at the end of the aisle. I'm not trying to pull focus. I know I have an effect on people. And I just look at the mayor, I got my mask on, look at him. I can see he's mad. His chief of staff's running in and out of the gallery. Get a call the next day from a friend of mine. Says, "Hey, brother, just so you know that your name is all up and down City Hall right now." I said, "What do you mean?" "Oh yeah, man, they called your job." So maybe they called my job. So they get a call from my boss and says, "Hey, we got a phone call. I think you might have heard about it. The mayor's chief of staff reached out." And I said, "Well, what did she say?" "She tried to get you fired." "Oh, okay." "And we have the emails?" "Oh, how rude." Okay, interesting. So hey, heat of the moment, right? Shit happens. Then they circled back the next week to see if they had done what they were supposed to do. Now, NPR, the KCOR, which is our NPR affiliate, they did pull me off the air. So they caved to it. Months go on, because I'm still working. I'm an MC. I'm a professional. I do gigs with the mayor, right?
Yeah.
Fast forward.
This story is so disappointing that National Public Radio would pull this guy off of the air for anything that he has mentioned so far. It's fucking crazy. Oh, we live in terrible times. Everybody knows what happens here. We're not going to listen to this whole goddamn thing. We need this to stop. This is what we need to stop. Oh, this is the thing, I think. Too much of that. All right, a couple of very quick clips of the end of the stream, and then we're going to move on from Hartzell. Actually, before we do those clips, let's look at Hartzell's page here. He's got some great endorsements, not just Congressman Ro Khanna and the Honorable Nina Turner. Also got Progressive Democrats of America. And who's that? Kansas City Democratic Socialists of America. Citizens Against AIPAC, Young Progressives of America, PDA, Movement for, you see what I'm saying? KC, the Sunrise, Progressive Victory, Boricuas Unidos.
This is, I like to call this the Zoran question. He made it very easy to understand. Top 5 policies that he would like to be defined by. What are your top 5 priorities for Kansas City, and how would you go about implementing them?
Yeah, it is healthcare. It is housing.
Okay, I'm just noticing there's a lot of duck on mammal violence going on right now in the chat. I need us to keep our beaks and feathers to ourselves. Okay, everybody? Hands too? Anybody who needs that reminder? Okay. Everybody on board?
Kansas City, and how would you go about implementing them?
Yeah, it is healthcare. It is housing, guaranteed job, living wage, union protected. It is taxing the rich, getting rid of Citizens United, big money out of politics. And then it is divesting from the war machine. Those are our big 5. Because everything, if we take care of those things, especially when we get money out of politics, the actual downstream of making our folks whole is going to be transformational, and that applies. There's no arbitrary boundary that would say you don't deserve all those things. And the reason why we don't have some of those things is because of the corruption and the gross and the swamp. And when we liberate ourselves of that swamp, everything changes.
All right, so we're going to do rapid fire, and then I have one last question.
Let's go.
All right, rapid fire. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
$25 minimum wage?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Social housing?
Yes.
Repealing the Faircloth Amendment?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Cash reparations?
Yes.
A moratorium on data centers?
Yes.
Repealing the right to work nationally?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Ending America's permanent wars?
Yes.
Ending all U.S. aid to Israel?
Yes. And by the way, we're going to free Puerto Rico as well.
Hell yeah. A free Palestine.
No. I mean, I will champion.
I was asking on top
yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. From the river to the sea.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So the primary is on August 4th.
August 4th, yeah.
You've outraised your moderate opponent nearly 5-1, almost entirely on small dollar donations. You said the average is $21.
Something like that, yeah.
Or something like that. We are about to hit $30,000 on today's fundraising initiative, and hopefully we can reach $30,000. But for people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people chip in and get involved in your campaign, both inside the district and also outside or near the district?
Yeah, I mean, it comes back. I hope I'm not sounding like a broken record, but it really, for me, just comes back to the fact that you deserve so much more. You deserve actually the most. You deserve to be free and fed.
You deserve the most. You deserve to be free and fed. You deserve everything. Let's be real. And Hartzell's campaigns got policy of prescription for practically everything. Ending extreme wealth hoarding, healthcare you can count on, responding to the climate emergency, housing as a human right, divesting from the war machine, guaranteeing jobs and union protections, reparations now, protecting women's rights and economic security, protecting LGBTQIA plus rights, safe and humane immigration system for all, standing for our Missouri's veterans' rights, gun policy, saving lives over NRA profits, data center policies, and centering the working class. And you can find all of that and more at hartzellforcongress.com. Just gonna skip to the very end. I didn't hear this the first time I listened to it. I just thought this was funny.
Absentee mail-in ballot return deadline is in person by August 4th, by mail received by August 4th, 2026, and early voting is available to all voters.
And check where you are, because we got a new map. I mean, Mark Alford, the incumbent Republican, is the rep of Missouri 4 in this new maps. It is live. It's illegal, but it's live. And I had a lot of folks who did not realize that, no, Alfred is your guy right now. So definitely check and make sure you know what district is yours. And then let's plug in, let's lock in.
Yeah, and the early voting start and end deadlines is July 21st, 2026 to August 3rd, 2026. And polls are open on Election Day, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. CT.
I have a request for you, though, if you don't
What's
mind,
up?
Hassan. So, because I'm trying to get you to Kansas City, right? Just got to get you to Missouri. And I come from pro wrestling. I'm a pro wrestling guy. I'm a commentator. I wrestle a little bit myself. And I'm just saying,
Sami Zayn just won as the first Muslim.
First Muslim, right?
Yeah, I know him too.
You know Sami Zayn?
Yeah, I mean, not like we've
AKA,
communicated on the internet.
Mr. Generico also in a previous life. No, I come from pro wrestling, right? And I'm just saying, the main event of let's just say we call it, I don't know, Fight for the Fourth. I'm just saying a tag team of Hartzell and Hassan taking on some jabronis.
You want me to do pro wrestling?
I want you in the ring. I need my tag team partner.
I got someone who's my best friend is obsessed
I'll watch
with
that
wrestling.
right
and he's
here.
done a little bit of pro
watch
like
that
not pro
on-
wrestling, but like
on the
he's
stream
he's
if
learned
we
how to
can.
do it, and he's worked with some pro wrestlers as well. I mean, we could potentially make it happen.
No, here's the thing. I need this to happen. Because this is what the people need. It's what they want. You got to get the people what they want.
Okay.
And I just think that a chance for me to take my shirt off in a campaign setting is something that I just don't want to turn off. So if you could, you hear what I'm saying, right? We could do something.
We reached 30K, 30K as of now, so we can potentially make it happen.
Hartzell and Hassan fight for the fourth. Let's. Oh yeah!
Come on, brother.
Yeah, sure. I'll bring back.
Y'all heard that?
Bring back.
That's confirmation. Where's our contract?
I literally did that so me and Hartzell could go. Come on, brother. Because honestly, it would be fucking hilarious to see Hassan in a wrestling match. Although I don't know if he has the athleticism for it. He's got the muscles, but there's the difference between muscles and athleticism. I just think it would be fucking hilarious. Oh, there you go. So great. Doesn't just want to give you health care. He wants to get Hassan Piker in the ring. That's the kind of diverse policy set that I can get behind.
Hassan Parker.
A little entertainment, a little health care, a little affordability, a little fighting the establishment, a little fighting in the ring. They could do a pay-per-view wrestling match as a fundraiser. Exactly, Dark Sparkle. Now you're thinking. Now you're using your noggin. Oh, brilliant ideas coming out of Dark Sparkle. I mean, he raised 30,000 on the stream itself, just sitting in his fucking apartment. I keep calling it an apartment. It's a goddamn house. Sitting in the stream room over there. Oh, God, what could they raise? That would break records, probably. All right, that one went a little long. That's on me. That was for value payment purposes.
Are you not entertained?
Although we are nearly done. In the 5th District, Emmanuel Cleaver, incumbent Democrat, no challenger there. And in Missouri's 6th, you got multiple people running in the Democratic primary there, including Josh Smead. Hold on. I just need to pull up all my shit. I got a little distracted. Gee whiz, save some news for tomorrow. Do you know how much news I've got saved up from over the week? this whole Platner saga situation, whatever you want to call it, has thrown off my entire schedule this goddamn week, okay? Wait, did I say 5th? What am I saying? 6th. 6th. Why did I say 5th or 6th? I know I typed 5th, which is why I'm looking at the wrong Ballotpedia right now. God dang it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Suppose this is what happens 8.5 hours into a stream such as this. All right. Yes. Okay, we got 3 different candidates here in the 6th District of Missouri fighting to be the Democratic nominee to unseat incumbent Republican Sam Graves, who looks like this.
Holy Toledo.
Look at that smile. My God, that's the most poor smile I've ever seen in my entire life. Right. Josh Mead, I think, is the best candidate in this 3-man race. And yes, it's a 3-man race. Scott Pondlick and Matthew Levine. The other dudes in this race here. I think I have a clip for Josh, right? Yes? No? Maybe? Yes, I do. 1 year ago. Josh Mead. Go, Josh, go.
Hi, my name is Josh Smead, and I am running for Congress in Missouri's 6th District. I wanted to discuss American patriotism. The great writer Mark Twain once said that patriotism is supporting your country all the time, and your government when it deserves it. I've found myself conflicted in many ways over these past few years when it comes to giving the government the support it deserves. But by God, I love my country. I will always hold the office of the presidency.
Colombiarican_9 505 just shared 100 bits. Breaking news, Ripley has been arrested. Bob the Xenomorph has lodged a criminal complaint against Ripley for the violence that Ripley has done against the Xenomorphs in the Alien franchise.
Illegal.
Oh, wow. Xenomorph justice. Thank you, Columbia Regan, for the biddies and the update.
And I've always felt that even if I do not support the specific politician holding the office, I understand the importance of the branch of federal government that the individual represents. I also greatly appreciate our Second Amendment, which prevents any president from any party from turning against the people. No matter your political affiliations, it has become common dialogue in political circles to both fear and cheer a perceived downfall of our democracy. It must make the communists in China and the autocrats in Russia swell with pride if they knew some Americans discuss shredding the Constitution.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody noticed, but this guy sounds like a Republican. This was another one of these fucking weird-ass races, and maybe I like slipped into like a fucking alternate dimension, but I swear to God, these 3 dudes, Josh is the best one. I swear to God, like I'm not making it up. Like I looked through them and I'm like, how is this guy the best? He's saying some stuff that honestly feel very Republican fucking coded. Oh, it's very annoying. But I went through all their goddamn websites, the ones that work, looking around for social media shit and whatever else I could find. Honestly, this guy is somehow better than the other ones. He's one of these ones where I'm begging other people to some degree to convince me that there is a better candidate than this dude. But we have to engage in democracy one way or another. We have to figure out, Missourians have to figure it out, whether or not we do. And hopefully this helps. I don't know. I don't know if it will. But at least Sam recognizes that Missourians rely on Medicaid and that the cuts are devastating people in Missouri. Believes in a woman's right to choose. Although he didn't say that he would codify Roe v. Wade, which is sort of the thing I need to hear from people. So it's just sort of empty words, in my opinion. You got the environment. At least he believes climate change is real and the Missouri is already feeling it. And we need a environmental policy that makes communities more resilient. And with the strange, novel concept of long-term thinking. Wants to work on rural infrastructure, which has been neglected for too long, which he's not wrong about. Believes everybody deserves to live free and equally when it comes to LGBTQ plus rights, no exceptions. I believe in a government that protects rights, not one that polices personal lives. Who someone loves or how they identify is none of the government's business, and it certainly shouldn't be a political weapon. I will always stand for equal protection under the law and against any attempts to use power to divide, discriminate, or interfere in people's private lives. We already know what he thinks about the Second Amendment. He just got done telling us. Let's see what he thinks about the unions. Unions built the backbone of America's middle class. They gave us weekends, child labor laws, the 40-hour work week, and workplace safety standards. I'm proudly pro-union because workers deserve a real voice, fair wages, and the freedom to organize without interference. At the same time, unstable tariff policy is hitting trades and small contractors hard, driving up material costs in the middle of projects and threatening their ability to stay profitable. If we're serious about rebuilding American industry and protecting working families, we need to strengthen unions, not undercut them. And term limits. So, he's a mixed bag. You're in a red district. One, I think Trump has gotten his nose in, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. One more clip from Josh. God damn it.
Hey everybody, Josh Smead here. So I'm actually in the northwest corner of the state right now, Nottoway County. And as you can see behind me, there are hundreds of wind turbines in this portion of the state. In Missouri, here in the northwest corner, we generate about 10% of the electricity used by the state right up here with these hundreds of turbines. So, and interestingly enough too, in 2008, Rockport was the first city in America that was run entirely on wind power. There's a lot of misconceptions too about wind. For example, people tend to say that it's bad for the environment. People say that it makes a funny noise, that it can impact people's quality of life living nearby. We just talked with a homeowner near here. He barely notices it. A lot of the misconceptions, I think, are fake news about how turbines work. Last time I checked, a turbine has not exploded in the Gulf of Mexico. A turbine has not crashed into the coast of Alaska and caused massive environmental issues. Wind turbines have no emissions whatsoever. You can recycle the blades and the materials and use them for construction, concrete additives, things like that. And frankly, right now, we need to lower utility costs. We're too dependent on fossil fuels. We're too dependent on coal. And things like this can be expanded and grown. We just need support from the government. We need support from Congress to be able to diversify our energy production.
There you go. Honestly, like this one, like this clip, I was just like, yeah, like this is what I want. Like, I wish every dude who looked like Josh, who lived out, in the middle of places like Missouri, rural regions like this, Republican districts, would be talking more like this. Like they're not killing the birds like Donald Trump says. That's fake news. They're the thing that could make your make your energy bill more affordable, stupid. And he's more diplomatic than me, so he wouldn't call them stupid. You see what I'm saying here? Like, he's not perfect. And I, once again, want everybody to remember that. And that we There's galactic endorsements, galactic recommendations, right? This guy has got an asterisk because I think that he's not perfect, but he's also certainly a huge improvement over what they have in there right now, and better than the competition. And this is democracy. So there's my guy. Oh, he probably will disappoint me at some time in the future, but hopefully less so than the inevitable sort of Republican policies that we get from the guy currently in that office. Okay, Space Fams, is that it? That's it. Well, technically in Missouri 7th, we got Missy Hesketh, no challenger in the Democrat primary, looking to unseat a Republican there. In the Missouri's 8th, Democrat, oh, he doesn't have I don't have a clip. No, if I recall, this guy isn't great. I almost don't feel like taking the time to deal with this one, if I recall correctly. A lot of names to keep track in my head, but I don't think this guy was... Actually, this guy wasn't terrible. No, I take it back. I think this guy, he wasn't terrible. He wasn't... If I recall, this guy wasn't terrible. I can't... Although there's red flags here, to some degree. I couldn't find social media stuff for this guy. But this is Chris Reichard. Reichard? I'm not sure how he pronounces this. A guy running in Missouri's 8th district. Against... How many people was it here? Against a guy by the name of Frank Barnitz. So... Okay, there we go. So these are your candidates here in the Democratic primary in Missouri's 8th. You got Christopher Reichard or Frank Barnitz. We're trying to unseat Jason Smith. Whoopsies, what? Whoopsie, there we go. Frank and Christopher. Frank wears a weird fucking, like, what is that, like a golf hat? It's like a golf slash, I don't know what to call that. Like a cowboy? I guess it's kind of like a cowboy hat. Frank or Christopher, these are your two guys. I went through their policies and available social medias. And since we don't have a clip, that'll give you a sense of how online these guys' profiles are. Now, you will notice that Christopher here is an Army veteran, a disabled Army veteran. Proud second-generation IBEW Local 1 Union member, seasoned fighter for our rights from Arnold, Missouri. Here are some of his issues. Support working families, defend our constitutional, civil, and labor rights, stand up for veterans. Let's read more. Unfortunately, neither of their websites were great. But Chris Reichard, working class, falling behind. Families here can't afford more costs piled on top of farming challenges. Back pro-labor bills like the PRO Act. Address trade, tariffs, and cuts from Doge and the Big Beautiful Bill. Secure affordable healthcare access. Whether it's Medicare for all, or Medicaid support, in the fight to keep rural facilities open, don't let labels like progressive divide us. Progressive issues are working class issues. Stronger unions, lower family costs, and politicians who put people first. I gotta do each one of these individually because of the way this website's set up. Constitutional, civil, and labor rights.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the gifted sub to Frizzle Drip. I think it was you. Also, you donated a few bits there, too. You're in Missouri? It sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe some new representation would help. Just an idea. I'm coming up with it right now. Just came up with it. Sorry to God.
You are not funny.
Okay, settle down. Obviously, I didn't just come up with that. Restore and reinforce checks and balances. Among our three co-equal branches of government, this is not a land for authoritarians or kings. Hold those in power accountable. And accountable for having trampled our rights. No one is above the law, whether in Washington or local agencies. Push to defund and abolish ICE. Immigration reform may be needed, but the brutal tactics performed by ICE are inexcusable. We deserve an enforcement system that respects rights and follows due process. Support women's rights to bodily autonomy. Decisions about women's rights to reproductive health and family belong to women, their doctors, and their families, not politicians in Washington. This includes access to safe abortion care. And Citizens United. You see what I'm saying? He's got a fairly good policy set. And believe me, it's better than Frank's. It's definitely better than Frank's. This one, I actually don't have any reservations. I mean, I think, like I said, there's some red flags potentially about him, you know? But in terms of reservations between the two candidates running here in Missouri's, what did I just say, 8th? There's kind of a night and day difference between Frank and Christopher, if I recall correctly. Let me really unpack it. And to be honest, it's not even really between them two. When it comes down to it, it's going to be between one of them two and Jason Smith. Unless Gordon Heslop unseats him, I don't think he's going to. The Republican incumbent in Missouri's 8th district. That's what I'm talking about. We need to get out. Those sirens? Wow, we're starting the day early with space sirens out there. Okay. That was it. We got through all of the elections that I had ready for us to talk about tonight. We still have more. There's there's two more on the 4th. Because Missouri's election's August 4th, Michigan's is the 4th, and so is Kansas's. Arizona's the 21st. That's 10 days from now. Washington and Virginia, I will hopefully be able to cover those. I want to say by like Monday or Tuesday. I don't want to promise anything too crazy. Then we'll unpack the rest of the elections over the next, hopefully, week or so. Because I want to get ahead of all this shit, start clipping, start some of these things I've been thinking about. But the stream's not done, even though we never completed a galactic content goal. Never even started one, because tonight, in my opinion, too important to talk about this fucking infighting we've been doing and the future of this fight. Oof, it already feels like it's been a marathon, but there's more. Because we now have, let's do the math, 5, 17, 30, 41, I think 24 on top of that. What did I say before that? 65? Now I have 65 hours until the deadline. I think it's a midnight deadline, but I could be wrong. If anybody knows for sure, I should look this up right now. I'm talking about this, but I think it's a midnight deadline on Monday for ballot access in the state of Maine. And with Graham Platner officially dropping out earlier, was it Friday? I I think it's a formal withdrawal on Friday. Not long before we started the stream, we've got stuff still to talk about. Democracy still not done. Now, one guy who rushed to get his hat in the circle here was Troy Jackson, the former gubernatorial candidate in Maine, who lost that election, primary election. Decided perhaps this was his shot. Also getting an endorsement from Rogue Ghana. Here's WMTM TV from 3 days ago, just to kind of remind us of what's happened around this before we start talking about the future. Let's get this started off.
Former gubernatorial candidate Troy Jackson has now filed paperwork for a, quote, exploratory Senate committee. Jackson, a Democrat who finished in third place in the 5-person field for governor, filing paperwork earlier today with very little information. Jackson and Platner endorsed each other in their respective races and appeared at multiple campaign events together. But last night, Jackson saying in a statement that there is no place in our politics for sexual violence and that Platner must withdraw from the race. A spokesperson for Jackson has not returned our calls today, but we know there have been a lot of people pushing for him to be the choice. Make sure to follow WMTW.com and download our app to get all the latest details about allegations against Graham Platner and what.
Okay. Now, hold on. Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure I have this right. I'm losing my mind. Did they already change this? If so, that's really fast. Shows me how on top of it they are. Just give me 1 second to make sure I'm not losing my fucking mind. Yeah, she did. Yeah. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, I'm just like getting ahead of something right now because I just like. All right. Yeah, Troy threw his hat in the race immediately, if not sooner. Rogue Ghana backed him. I mean, honestly, the fastest I've ever seen anybody back somebody, almost. But, I mean, to be fair, Troy had already ran an entire race. I think I kind of get it when it comes to Rose's move there. Now, Maine Democrats, in the wake of this fucking debacle, have been scrambling to figure out what to do next. Something that gave me shivers immediately upon thinking about it. Gave me 2016 vibes. As a person who voted for Bernie in the primary back then. Whew. Believe me, it made me deeply unsettled. Here's NBC from yesterday. Get us on this topic.
Tonight, Democrats in Maine starting from scratch in search of a new nominee after embattled Graham Platner ended his campaign in the wake of a rape accusation.
I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw.
Platner denied the accusation against him and said he was only dropping out because the political infrastructure around him had collapsed.
We're going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function.
His exit now kicks off a frantic sprint for Maine Democrats to pick his replacement by July 27th. The party planning a 600-person convention with the goal of creating a competitive contest with multiple candidates.
Immediately,
Different
if
approach
not
from
sooner.
the process that led to Kamala Harris replacing Joe Biden as the party's nominee for president in 2024.
That sentence gave me like a great hope. I was like, oh, please tell me we're going to do some democracy right now. For the love of God and all things holy. Do not do the thing that I am so deeply worried about you doing. Oh, God. But that sentence at least momentarily gave me some amount of solace and hope for the future. Some people were calling for all sorts of stuff over here. And that concept of an actual primary process to some degree, even if it's certainly, I guarantee you it's going to be to some degree imperfect. We're all going to have our reservations about this, I think. I think we're all probably going to be questioning the results of this. I think that's, to some degree, just the inherent result of this kind of a thing. Like, we couldn't expect anything else, like, but some kind of you get what I'm saying here? Like, sort of inevitable, I think. But as long as we can eke out some democracy here, it will be a tiny W, because that's an improvement on a handpicked candidate. That's an improvement on a fucking 2024 rerun. You know, like, we're all, I think some of us have like practically like PTSD from that shit. Fucking whiplash of Biden dropping out and being handed Kamala. As if that resolved things for people who had an objection to Biden. Okay. Let's go here. Majority Report, who's been, to some degree, whether fair or unfair, central to this whole discussion recently.
Of credibility on you, they would have been able to control the whole narrative about Platner from the jump, about his tattoo, about his Reddit posts and stuff. But he went to, more independent media, and also had his like direct communication style on social media, where that bypassed that. Again, he ended up being a bad guy, but it's always been about not me, us. The Bernie movement and the values that are espoused in it. And this op-ed doesn't mention Israel once. And they don't want to have the conversation about cutting off aid to Israel and how that's resonating with voters. So they're pretending like that wasn't relevant at all.
I mean, there's this quote here. I mean, David Axelrod, former Obama advisor, not somebody I typically agree with, but lost in the recriminations about Platner is the most essential question that applies well beyond Maine, he means. How did a deeply flawed but gifted candidate build such a devoted following? It was a vote of no confidence in policies and politics that Mainers feel are failing them. He says lost in recriminations. This is explicitly what Neera Tanden and all of the people like her, they're trying to lose it. They are trying to throw you off the scent that everyone gets right now. And Zachary Carter says, yeah, all the shame the lefties for liking Platner stuff is kind of a tell. The guy won a primary by a huge margin. The takeaway is that voters hate the establishment so much they were willing to roll the dice on Platner. And see all these people say, like, it's fine. Like, people have their, I guess, professional rivalries and stuff like that. Saying this was like East Coast hipsters that supported Platner. I mean, there's a lot of East Coast hipsters voting in the Maine primary if that's the case.
Well, that's the point. Is like we're talking. This is there was this national narrative about like how Platner's not a good representative of leftist ideals, like because of his Reddit posts and because he's this bad guy or whatever. And like it was a national narrative that is kind of irrelevant to the very idiosyncratic politics in Maine, which is why Democrats kept losing in Maine, because they didn't have a good sense of what people were interested in. And he generated enthusiasm. It's a deep, deep shame what he's done, the betrayal of trust for his supporters. But it doesn't mean that the values and the ideas that he was behind have any less relevance going forward.
And I would say relevant to places beyond Maine. Like
Yes.
The anti-oligarchy thing is why he is winning. The affordability stuff is why he's winning. And buttoned-up Democrats aren't credible on that. That's why you get smoked in a time where you should be. I mean, the Democrats should be on track for such a blowout with Trump's ballroom, starting war shit. And they don't want to reflect on.
Absolutely, and I've been saying the exact same thing this whole fucking time. That the numbers are fucking crazy. Like there is like an inversion of what they should be. Like Democrats are somehow managing to pull out historically low popularity numbers, while Donald Trump does the exact same thing. It's paradoxical. It's like the upside down. It doesn't make any sense, but the only way it makes sense is if you inject the keystone in the argument, that being the Democratic leadership has failed. The DNC has failed. The DCCC and all the Democratic establishment fundraising arms and all these other fucking dickbags out there that are out there spraying their narrative far and wide onto all of us, like are just like... deeply unserious fucking clown show losers.
I'm staying in the race.
They don't. Besides finding a scapegoat, which is like people that are campaigning better than they are.
Yes, and that's why I like this clip here of Joy Reid, and then we'll open it back up. But she made this point on her show, the Joy Reid show, yesterday, about what it's important that whoever comes next is in keeping with what the people of Maine wanted.
Progressives picked Platner. So you need to replace him with somebody who is ideologically the same. Because that is what was decided. The people of Maine, the Democratic voters of Maine said, we want a progressive. They did not say they want an APAC moderate. So the Democratic Party in Maine ought to pick someone who is ideologically the same or ideologically similar as Platner. If you don't, and the DNC shoves an APAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission and I'll vote for them. Because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who. They sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn. And I'm just telling you right now, if they put a little APAC, send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane. If they put another APAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Platner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home. Then they will learn when Susan Collins gets 6 more years.
Yeah, now, I have a complicated, or not complicated, what's the word? I have a fairly bifurcated sort of paradoxical take of my own here on this one, because to some degree, fuck yeah. Like, the establishment needs to hear this message from the top of the rooftops. But as everybody here knows, secretly, I, to some degree, still believe that it's blue no matter who by the general. Okay? But here, the fact is, like, they need to hear this and be scared of this concept. Right? Like, they need to be quivering in their boots that they might actually somehow manage to screw up even worse than they have. Because, once again, as I said before, to some degree, this was a failure. a failure of the Democratic Party itself that has been unwilling to welcome in people like Joy Reid, who literally lost her show for being too pro-Palestinian, you know, and of like people who listen to this podcast and people who identify with these sorts of politics, right? The fact is, everybody knows here that by the general, I'll be pragmatism pilled. I keep saying it, but until then, it's primary idealism time until November, or until mid-September, whenever the last election, whenever the last primary election is, whenever we get the last DSA-backed candidate across the fucking finish line, then I'll say blue no matter who. Once we're done extracting seats from incumbent useless Democrats in the primaries, then I'll rest and say, yeah, you know what, blue no matter who. When blue no matter who means getting dozens of DSA and or, you know, leftist adjacent candidates across the finish line, yeah, believe me, I'll be on board.
At this point, we have to teach Democrats. We need to instruct them and teach them how to treat us. It's like being in a relationship. You got to teach people how to treat your ass.
You know, the good thing about it is 6 more years if she gets in, she might go the way of Mitch McConnell.
She'll be glitching and freezing because they don't know.
Everyone knows.
Retired too. You know what? Leave her in there.
Isn't she older than Mitch McConnell?
Probably. I mean, at this point,
all right. We got the substance, even though that was really funny at the end. Okay. But like, I mean, Joy, kudos to her. I would still say you got to vote for the Democrat against Susan Collins, but
well, that's because they don't actually learn. They just double down and fight, just like they did after Kamala lost under very similar circumstances.
But like, it's amazing to hear her make this case, and I think she is indicative of so many Democrats who have been radicalized by the support for genocide.
100%. Okay. As I've been saying, the Democratic Party could have welcomed in these new, more progressive, forward-looking Democrats, you know, who had more than 5 years to live, into the party, their ideas, and things like that, you know, rather than for the last, like, 15 years, I mean, more than that technically, but, like, very much outwardly so, since, like, you know, 2016, I guess that's 10 years, 2015, whatever you want to call it, like, just being so blatantly, like, hostile to all of these things, while demanding that we vote for their candidates. Like, it's just, oh god, state of play has gotten so far, like the current state of play within the Democratic establishment politic has gotten so far away from where the Democratic base is. Like, none of these people should even be slightly shocked that this is where we're at. All right, let's go here to Forbes breaking news from earlier on Friday. Tiffany, whatever her name is.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is Max Burns, Democratic strategist and the founder of Third Degree Strategies. Max, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
Graham Platner's embattled campaign officially collapsed this week. For months, it has weathered scandal after scandal, and he easily sailed to victory in the June primary. But just 1 month after that victory, this week, one of his former girlfriends came forward and accused him of rape. And days later, he announced he was officially suspending his campaign. And you wrote a piece entitled this, Graham Platner is a crisis of Democrats' own making. So to start off the conversation, how so?
Graham Platner is really what happens when you have a state party and a national party that are both very unpopular, who come into a state like Maine, tell voters that what they actually want isn't what they really want, and try to push a candidate on them, Governor Janet Mills in this case, who was very unpopular with voters. And the response you see is voters expressing themselves fully and clearly, saying, Graham Platner may have baggage, but he expresses our values, he expresses policy positions we agree with, and we're not going to have people from Washington telling us who to vote for. And that's how you end up with Platner surging to victory in the primary and now ending his campaign in disgrace.
And to that point, I'm curious, how much baggage do you think too much baggage is, and whose fault exactly that this vetting process, fell flat, to really say the least? Because like I said at the top, this was an embattled campaign, and I'll just list some of those controversies here. So there were years worth of derogatory and problematic Reddit posts that were attributed to him that were found. He, for well over a decade, had a tattoo that resembled a Nazi emblem before getting it covered up. He said he didn't know it was a Nazi symbol. A former girlfriend refuted that claim. It was also revealed he sent sexually explicit text messages to women who weren't his wife during their marriage, and that marriage is less than 3 years old. And the New York Times reported that some of his former girlfriends came forward, and they said that he exhibited unsettling behavior during their relationships with him. But in that report, something that was revealed, or an allegation made rather, passed the threshold of unsettling, right? It talked about violence. A former girlfriend claimed he got physical with her. He grabbed her by the shoulders hard enough at times to leave marks. He pulled her out of a taxi cab by the wrist when she didn't want to leave the vehicle. And during a fight, she alleged that he twisted her arm behind her back, pushed her into a room, and held the door closed from the outside, so she was trapped in there, and said she had to stay in there until she calmed down. And Platner himself admitted that, hey, I'm not the perfect boyfriend, but he strongly denied any accusation that went beyond that. But a swath of Democrats and voters were willing to overlook that. Prominent Democrats still, after all of those allegations, after all of those controversies were revealed, still stood by him. And 72% of Democratic primary voters in Maine cast a ballot in support of him in June. So where do you think that line is, would you say?
Well, to be clear, Platner's problems and failings are his own responsibility. These were things that were very out in the open even before these terrible allegations came out that caused him to drop out. But one thing I think we can't overlook is how politics has changed over the last decade, how Donald Trump and the Republican Party embracing Trump's amorality and crassness has essentially gotten rid of any idea of a shame economy in politics. And it's allowed people to say, I don't care if my candidates are bad people. They share my values politically. They're going to advance the policies I want. And so I'm going to overlook that in favor of winning. And that, as we see with Graham Platner, is a real minefield. I mean, you can say Graham Platner is not perfect, and that's absolutely true. But there are a lot of candidates who have not done many of the things Graham Platner has done. And it was sort of disappointing to see a lot of progressive Democrats overlooking this in the interest of pushing back against the establishment.
Oh, God. Max Burns is very upset that progressives overlooked this. But, is it progressives' fault that Graham Platner decided to do this? Like, the people who, right? Like, we've been interrogating this all night. And I'm really not going to let Max fucking, send me down here. And at some point, I can't remember where he fucking says it, but at some point in here, he maybe I already fucking missed it, but he does, in fact, give some culpability to the Democratic Party themselves, which I found fascinating, because this guy is definitely, like a neo-lib. Neo-lib the fuck up, if I'm not mistaken. Forbes had a different. Oh yeah, I mean, I know Forbes and Brittany over here. They're agendaed the fuck up. Okay. Oh God, I got distracted in the middle of this clip. It always winds up just going awry on these interviews. But it's whatever. People want to fucking blame Democrats, Democrats and Republicans. Anybody, everybody's like jumping on the fucking bandwagon to blame people who didn't see this. Meanwhile, people like, Max, and at least the strategists like Max, were telling the DNC to keep pushing Janet Mills as she sank further and further in the polls until she received less than 20% of the vote. So what's up with that? Why did they do that? That's a weird choice. Hold on, I'm going to listen to this for a little bit, for like 30 seconds longer, because I think the thing I'm thinking of is coming up. I can't remember. So
Platner is not perfect, and that's absolutely true. But there are a lot of candidates who have not done many of the things Graham Platner has done. And it was sort of disappointing to see a lot of progressive Democrats overlooking this in the interest of pushing back against the establishment Democratic elite, and for fear of having their candidate pushed out of this race, potentially replaced with a centrist. But it does raise a real question of where the moral line is. And for Democrats especially, who oppose things that Trump stands for and Trump's moral behavior, are they able to then embrace a candidate who is equally bad?
yeah, and I guess to some degree, I think everyone right now is wrestling with what is the equally bad? Is anybody honestly equally as bad as Donald Trump? Because that's quite a claim. He's a literal billionaire oligarch who is ushering in fascism, credibly accused of rape, and to the point that he still owes Janine Carroll, like, what is it, 50 million? I can't remember the number. Is in the name most in the Epstein files? I mean, where do we, anyways, we're not going to listen to the rest. I think I did miss it. I think it was earlier on. You just said it really quickly. But the Democrats should have honestly done more. And, who needs to make the compromises is, I think, the question that needs to be asked in the wake of that clip. Is it centrist Democrats who are already in power, have been in power, and have failed electorally, legislatively, to the point that they are now more unpopular than they've ever been in modern history? Or should we, these people, are people following here, right? Like, do the people who failed us, are they the ones who we need to that need to compromise, or is it us, right? The people who are trying to usher in a new era of politics, that aren't still clinging to the old ways, right? Who's the one in this situation that needs to compromise, really? Because we've been compromising. You know how I know that? All those people I'm talking about have been in their seats for multiple terms. Right? People have compromised. They voted these douchebags into office over and over and over again. And people are fucking sick of it. And they proved that in 2024. And we don't need to see a repeat in 2026. And this kind of politics is exactly what will bring that about. Why won't you compromise and why won't we become a millionaire right now? Go fuck yourself, you whiny turd. Let's talk about this fast heating up race internally in the Maine Democratic Party. Here is CNN from Wednesday.
Out front now, Troy Jackson is former Democratic president of Maine State Senate, who has now filed campaign paperwork just today to possibly replace Platner if he drops out. You have a lot of experience in politics in Maine, and you ran for governor. You came in third in the Democratic primary there. And you told a local reporter in Maine, and I quote you here, "If Graham's stepping away, I'm very, very interested and think I'm the best person to replace him. But as I mentioned, Troy, there's no known process to get anyone on the ballot whose name isn't Graham Platner at this point, right? It's an unknown. I mean, would you even have enough time to do this, to get it together, to pull off a win if you got in the next few days?
Well, I think it's definitely a challenge, the shorter timeline. But I think that, again, there's a movement here in Maine and across this country of people that are fed up with healthcare not being offered to everyday people, with prescription drugs, workers' rights. I mean, and we're seeing that here in Maine. And I think that is going to carry whoever is a nominee to victory over Collins, because she doesn't offer any of that.
Yeah, there's Troy Jackson again here on CNN with what's her fucking face? I can't think of her name right now. She's just terrible. Just call it Ms. Terrible. But I have an announcement. Now, you may remember that in Maine's gubernatorial race, my preferred candidate was not Troy Jackson. I thought he was a fine candidate, honestly, when going through things. But my preferred candidate, as you may remember, was a woman by the name of Shenna Bellows. Yes, indeed. And honestly, Shenna has been moving fast. I am honestly somewhat encouraged by what I've seen. Her gubernatorial race website. Unfortunately, she came in, was it second place? I think she came in second place. I can't remember. I think she came in second place in the race. In front of Troy. But don't quote me on that. I need to find the results. But she was our preferred galactic candidate. Galactic candidate here. At that time, I was a little disappointed that she didn't take it down. But now we have a second opportunity with Shenna. She too made an appearance on CNN here on Wednesday with Anderson.
Official who's already expressing her interest in replacing Platner, Secretary of State Shenna Bellows. Secretary Bellows was a candidate for the Democratic nomination in the Maine governor's race, but lost last month's primary to former Maine House Speaker Hannah Pingree. To those who are suggesting that this process for replacing Platner, assuming Platner steps aside, would be undemocratic. Some have compared it to Vice President Harris replacing President Biden in 2024 as being undemocratic. What do you say to criticism that if Platner drops out, the new Democratic nominee is going to be someone voters did not actually choose?
So as Secretary of State, I can speak to the process. And Maine law is very clear that primary candidates can withdraw up to 5 p.m. on the second Tuesday in July. And then the party can choose a replacement candidate up to the fourth Monday, that's July 27th, by 5 p.m. The law is silent on how the parties choose their candidates. I know the Maine Democratic Party has pledged to be as open and transparent as possible. I think it's really important that as many Democratic voters have a voice in this process when Graham Platner withdraws. I think that's really important, that focus on participation and inclusion.
As someone who would like to...
Yeah, Shenna is 100% right on that participation and inclusion, that nobody should be getting shut out of here aside from Graham fucking Platner. Because the voters were unanimous in their decision, right? And to some degree, it would seem they were unanimous in, I mean, at least the apparatus that was supporting Graham Platner just, vaporized overnight. Now, this is what I was saying about my, what do you want to call it? Optimism on this situation vis-a-vis Shenna. You'll notice something. Shenna's website is already updated to Shenna Bellows for U.S. Senate. Like, they are taking this fucking seriously. We got, like, whatever I said, 60 hours or something like that to complete it. I forgot to look up the goddamn deadline. But this was like, I was like cheering inside when I saw this. I was like, yo, thank you, Shanna. Thank you for taking this moment so seriously. I mean, she could have just sat there on her hands and let the DNC decide. But she's like, no. I got the website still up. Let's just get the UI developers in there, switch a literal, like, one word or two words, U.S. and Senate, from Maine governor to U.S. Senate. Oh. I think they're still working on updating her policies right now. I'm looking, in which, I mean, to be honest, makes sense. Like, it's Saturday morning. We got like 48 hours, kind of, the weekend, and hopefully they get there. Or maybe, wait. Oh, is it my fault? Oh, no, it's a donate button. Okay, right. Yeah, I think they're still updating this fucking website right now, though, because I'm assuming they have to... I assume that they are looking at the policies and saying, this is too, like, governor's race focused. And the Senate, and with the Senate, it's like, it comes with a whole host of other duties, like, and federal responsibilities that, right? Is everybody following me here? Like, I'm assuming that's what's happening. I could be wrong. That's just what I'm intuiting by what I'm seeing. Like, the fact that they're updating the page from the governor's race to the Senate race in such a short time. It just, I don't know. It's vibes based.
The Democratic Senate nominee, how do you think it should play out? What do you think that process should be?
So to be clear, I'm still seriously considering it, but I think it's really important that whoever the nominee is able to unite Mainers and beat Susan Collins with just over 100 days to go, because the stakes are so high. Control of the US Senate is at stake, holding Donald Trump accountable, and standing up and fighting for the working class over billionaires and massive corporations. Those ideals, that is incredibly important. And I think there's tremendous energy in Maine to beat Susan Collins and to win control of the US Senate. And I think we can't lose sight of the fact that this was never about a person, it was a movement for change.
He was a Graham Platner supporter. That was at least until yesterday.
Yeah, and she is 100% right. And we're not doing the Naveed, or what was his name? I think it's Naveed. But no, we're not doing him. I don't think he's the one. He's number 3 on the list. It's Shanna Troy Naveed, Naveed, I think that's his name. Although somehow we all gotta coalesce behind something. And I guess with Roe behind Troy, like, it's complicated for me, but since I supported Shanna in the gubernatorial race over Troy, I'm staying with her. But the fact is, I think we do need to coalesce within the next 48 fucking hours before this is all decided. God, this is just gonna take over everything. Which honestly, I think to some degree, I welcome. The focus on these primary elections, something I've been begging, is being forced by, don't get me wrong, an utterly terrible situation. But I finally found the silver lining. People are talking about the goddamn primaries again. And that's outside of the context of... It's in the exact... Well, how do I describe this? Like, I have been complaining about the fact that the primaries don't exist until the fucking Kornacki cam goes live. Right? Is everybody following me here? It's the same fucking criticism of the people, including myself, that I was talking about earlier today, that not enough focus on these primary elections has been given. Now, I know for a fact, as it goes to at least I think I know for a fact. I would be shocked to be proven wrong about this, but I think I know for a fact that all the people that I talked about earlier today, including, I can speak for myself, care about talking about the primaries, actually want to talk about the primaries, and for one reason or another aren't. But it's not because they don't want to. At least I don't think. It's not that I don't think, but maybe some people actually, not think about. Some people may not believe in electoral politics, and that's for them to wrestle with inside of a democracy. But what was I saying? I lost my place. Somebody tell me. I've lost my place. I've been talking about this for so long. We've gone back and forth between so many. Oh, what was I saying? Coalesce around a candidate. And then I had a short-term memory fucking shutdown. God damn it. What was I? Does anybody remember what I was just saying? Or can anybody go back 10 seconds so I don't have to try to remember? Like, I've lost my train of thought and it's pissing me off so much. I'm going to sit here. Oh, right. It's that this is forcing something that I have been desperately wanting this whole goddamn time. Is us to be talking about the primaries ahead of time. To be talking about the democracy during the democratic process before the votes get cast.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I need to say this. We saved ourselves a headache from that political succubus.
Yes.
Cause he was definitely a fetterman in disguise.
It would seem so. It would seem so. And honestly, I'm not interested in finding out. But yes. And I'm just, honestly, no, I'm just really glad that I finally figured out what I was trying to say.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
And thank you for the biddies. Columbia Regan. Fucking hell. This is like, believe me, I wish we could have gotten here in any other possible fucking way. I've been trying to make that happen. Unfortunately, I worry that this won't be this will be a one-off, and CNN and everybody else will go back to pretending like people aren't in the middle of trying to decide who to vote for, right? Because am I the only person? Like, really quickly, how is this segment, before we get off of CNN here, how is this segment here on CNN, how is this not a regular thing? Can you explain that in this democracy where journalism is supposedly tantamount, or not? That's not paramount to our, our freedom, right? And is, so necessary. That we like prioritize people like CNN and the algorithm. Why is this the only video that I've seen all year from CNN? And I'm just to make sure that somebody over at, and honestly, I can't be sure that somebody over at CNN will hear this. I'm just begging and pleading right now. But like, how is this a not something that we have for every district in the United States of America, every Senate race in the United States of America, every governor's race in the United States of America, every goddamn state assembly's race in the United States of America? How is it CNN can be allowed? How have we allowed CNN to just drop the ball like this for so fucking long? And how have they had, the gall to sit there and call themselves fucking journalists when they haven't done this for a single fucking seat until now? until a fucking scandal breaks out and they can get fucking clicks. It's crazy to me. It's crazy, and it's fucking... It's deeply cynical. It's just like opportunistic, and it's gross.
Tremendous energy in Maine to beat Susan Collins and to win control of the U.S. Senate. And I think we can't lose sight of the fact that this was never about a person. It was a movement for change.
He was a Graham Platner supporter. That was at least.
Okay, that's enough. Why don't we just watch that? I'm just like, it really bugs me as somebody who depends on these mainstream media outlets with, millions, billions in resources. People on the ground in practically, like every city. Or could have somebody on the ground in any city and fucking, faster, like... Are you... Like, I don't have the money to, like, I practically don't have, we don't earn that much money around here. Like, that hasn't been my main focus with this project. It's just, survive and stay focused on the issues. Like, just keep surviving and focus on the issues and hope that, at some point that breaks some sort of whatever, but, like, into the algorithm. But I know I'm... like undermining myself. I undermine myself with that intentionally all the time with things I know won't get clicks. Climate change, like foreign affairs, non-drama. Drama, like this is like one of the most dramatic streams I feel like we've done in a very, very, very long time. Because it's not about, like, really, to me, it's not about the drama, right? It's about the people, it's about progress, it's about to some degree saving humanity and protecting people and getting like better outcomes for the bulk of people on this planet. And I know that America has its fucking hands in every fucking country. Trump has made that very clear. Right? Like, I mean, we've had outside, like under Trump, we've had outside negative repercussions on the entire planet. Name a country. And name a country, I'll give you a thing Trump did that fucking, like, fucked over that country. All right, one more clip. Sorry. 3 more clips. How did I look past that one? 3 more clips. We're not even at applause level yet. Almost there. Here's Shanna Bellows with the clip that, at least one of the clips that we all watched together here on the stream a couple months ago or whenever it was. That we watched this. I guess it was like a month and a half ago. I think. But this is a clip that she posted to her channel a year ago, entitled "No Shortcuts." Shanna Bellows for Maine.
Now more than ever, we need a new day in America. We need new leadership. And I am proud to announce that I am Shanna Bellows, and I am running for governor of the great state of Maine. Growing up in Maine, like so many families, we didn't have it easy. We didn't have running water or electricity until I was in the 5th grade, but somehow my parents never made us feel poor. My dad was a carpenter who worked hard to support us. My mom worked factory jobs, making light bulbs and Christmas wreaths. My parents taught me that if you want something, you work hard. No shortcuts, no excuses. And while we're paying our taxes or helping our parents measure out their medications, Our country is being demolished by a greedy, unelected billionaire who thinks his dollars are more powerful than our voices. Right now, we need leaders who will meet the moment. Leadership was when I won a state Senate seat that voted for Donald Trump and voted for me that same year. I ran on promises to fight for property tax relief and safe drinking water. And I delivered to my district, and I was re-elected time and time again. Leadership was stepping up as Maine Secretary of State. I implemented appointments at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles so you can get in and out and home. Leadership is about doing what is right, even when it is hard. Last winter, I issued a decision that declared Donald Trump ineligible to be on the ballot because of his incitement of the January 6th insurrection.
Maine's top election official has now disqualified Donald Trump from the ballot in that state.
And because of that decision, my family and I were targeted, threatened, and harassed. But I stayed in office and I did my job because Mainers elected me to do right by them, to uphold the Constitution and the law of the land. As your next governor, I'll fight for affordable housing and good paying jobs to help working families prosper. I'll fight for a fair system where the wealthy pay their fair share and we do right by working people and small business owners. I'll fight to always keep our kids, people with disabilities, and seniors safe. This is a moment that calls for leadership, boldness, action. Are you with me?
Now let's not forget here that Shenna, this ad here was intended for the governor's race, which is an executive state level race. So the vibes of this are not what you would expect. And I'm actually, considering what I've seen on the website so far, I think it's possible they may release a different ad intended for this. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if multiple candidates released some sort of video catered to a federal, right? A federal, like a Senate election. Because these are like there's like two different temperature races, right? And so like don't take too much from that. But I just wanted to just remind people of who Shenna was with the video that we had all watched together previously, a woman that I had endorsed for a separate race in Maine this year. Second to last clip now, MS Now. 2 days ago. Great job, everybody, for making it this far tonight. You deserve some serious applause. We're approaching 10 freaking hours. So late, the Brandon is going live. I just, might be able to do a galactic raid on Brandon. Something that I like to be able to do in the mornings this early. I often have very few people. I'm raiding like the same 2 people all the time. It's very annoying to me. But at like, whatever, 5 in the morning when we usually end the stream, it seems the same 3 people are online. And no one else is online. I guess I could put more effort into the raids, but usually at that point I'm 8 hours in and exhausted. Space Fam's great job. I'm glad we had this time.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Who's being repressed? I'm sorry. Sweet Chewy's being repressed? Don't be repressed. Let's unrepress you. Right, okay. Second to last video, Democracy Now. Democracy Now. Jesus Christ. I've been so determined to not call MS Now, MS Now. Alright, that's it. I'm done. That's it. That's it. Oh, that's gone too far. I know when a good thing has seen the end. That's it. Good God. Never again. I'm just gonna have to embrace MS now because I can't go calling the MS Now democracy now because I'm determined to not call it MS Now. Oh. That one broke me a little bit. Okay. God, do I want to call them MSNBC? Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
MS Now, 2 days ago. Talk more about this situation.
It is Tuesday, July 7th, and I'm Simone Sanders Townsend, sitting in for Ali Velshi. It's 119 days until the midterm elections, and Graham Platner has gone silent. His campaign has canceled events and pulled advertisements. His key endorsements have withdrawn their support and called on him to drop out. And a host of Maine Democrats are already proposing themselves as Platner's replacement on the ballot. On Monday, Platner was accused of sexual assault by a woman he used to date, as reported by Politico. Now, Platner denies the allegations, calling them serious, troubling, and false. Then today, the Washington Post reported another ex-girlfriend is accusing him of non-consensual sexual conduct. Platner has called those accusations categorically false and politically motivated. But yesterday, he did say he'd take time to consider his campaign's next steps. And in the meantime, while other Democrats are pushing him to drop out, Senator Bernie Sanders, one of his key progressive endorsements, said he called Platner and told him the best path forward is to drop out. You know, it speaks to the urgency of the moment. Democrats' chances to retake the Senate are closely tied to their chances of unseating Susan Collins in Maine. Let me remind you of the math. Here's a map of the races we are watching. Democrats need a net gain of 4 seats to flip the United States Senate. Maine was central to that math because Kamala Harris won that state in 2024. But without Maine, Democrats would need to flip 4 states that Trump won in 2024 and defend every state that they already represent. You know, there is a process by which Platner could be removed from the ballot. He would need to drop out by Monday, and the Democratic Party in Maine would need to name a replacement by July 27th. Now, right now, the Maine Democratic Party and the Platner campaign are in a back and forth over how to pick a replacement. And several people...
Okay, now this one confused me. And I'm actually, I forgot to do it, but I'm about to start looking into this right now. I was listening to this one like towards the end of all of this, but July 27th is 2 weeks from now. Everything that we've been hearing is that Monday, 2 days from now, is the deadline. So that is something that I need to interrogate further. I'm pretty sure Simone had, Shanna Bellows on here. All right. Let me figure this out.
Are already raising their hands. There's Jordan Wood, who lost a primary for a House district in Maine. And well, he expressed his desire to be considered. 3 people who ran for Maine governor but lost in the primary have also thrown their hats in the ring. Troy Jackson, former president of the Maine Senate, is considering it, as is Nirav Shah, former director of Maine's Public Health Agency, and my next guest, Shanna Bellows, Maine Secretary.
I've been juggling so much shit. Oh my God. Oh, thank God. I'm just going to hug my microphone. Oh, thank you. Thank you for not... Oh, yay. Yay, everyone. Yay, space fans. Yeah! Oh, democracy's happening. It's really happening. Oh my God. Okay, look at it. Look at it. Okay, this is an ABC report. I'm sorry, not, is it ABC? I think it's an ABC affiliate. Yeah. WMTW, ABC affiliate here in Maine. The Maine Democratic State Party now plans to hold a roughly 600-person nominating convention to choose a replacement. Under Maine state law, that replacement must be chosen by 5 p.m. on July 27th. So now we have... either by my mistake or... Actually, no, I take it back. Oh, wait, no, I didn't read the whole thing. Idiot. God, I'm tired. I just like gravitate, like my eye like magnetized to this one, like Maine. The Maine Democratic Party says its process for the United States Senate candidates is now live. Devon Murphy Anderson, executive director of the Maine Democratic Party, made that announcement from the party headquarters late Thursday, the day after Graham Platner announced he was suspending his campaign. Maine Democratic Party now plans to hold a roughly... Okay, yeah, so, okay, all right. So this is... Right. It was originally the 15th. Wait, no. Intent to seek nomination must be the 15th now, on Wednesday by 5 p.m. Oh, but wait. They also must submit 1,000 signatures by the 20th of July. That's 9 days from... Okay, so there's like a bunch of like rules for this, but it sounds like this is pretty close to a concept of democracy. I mean, I guess it is a concept of a plan. I'm not sure how I'm right now. I'm assessing how I feel about this right now. How the electors are determined is going to be really important as I'm thinking about this. I'm just gonna let this keep going.
State said she would seriously consider entering the race. Well, joining me now is Maine Secretary of State Shenna Bellows. Secretary Bellows, thank you for joining us tonight. My first question to you is, have you spoken to Graham Platner or anyone from the Platner campaign?
I haven't spoken to Graham Platner, but I did speak very publicly yesterday. Survivors of sexual assault deserve to be respected and heard. These are serious allegations, and Graham Platner must withdraw. And I think Jenny Rassicott has been extraordinarily brave. She shares the passion that many of your viewers have and understands the stakes of beating Susan Collins to move this movement forward. And she had the courage to speak out about her experiences. And I think we need to listen and respect, and Graham Platner must withdraw.
So you have noted that you are interested in being considered. What exactly tipped the scales for you? And I'm wondering, given what we have learned about Graham Platner, did anybody recruit you?
So I'm humbled. I've received hundreds of texts and calls and talked to a lot of folks over the last 24 hours. I'm still thinking it through. I believe Graham Platner will withdraw, and when he does, I will seriously consider entering the race, because I think I'm the best person to unite Mainers to beat Susan Collins with just over 100 days left to go. And the stakes could not be higher in this moment.
You know, Secretary Bellows, what is interesting to me and a lot of my colleagues about one of the things, frankly, about what's happening in Maine right now is that a number of folks, as I noted, like yourself, who just ran for governor in a primary are now noting their interest in this race. I'm wondering why voters in Maine should support you. When Democratic voters just said no to you as a gubernatorial candidate, what makes you feel as though that you're the best candidate in this general election for the United States Senate?
So this movement was never about one person. It's a movement to stand up to Trump, to fight the powers that are keeping working class people down, to challenge the status quo, and to stand up to billionaires and massive corporations and Donald Trump and his cronies that are ruining this country, and to protect democracy, right? That's what this is about. And we've just had an extraordinary gubernatorial primary. I was just a couple hundred votes away from potentially winning. I received more second choice votes in this ranked choice voting primary than any other candidate, period. And I think that demonstrates an ability to bring people together. I also think it's really important. I grew up working class, the daughter of a carpenter who grew up without electricity or running water in Down East Maine. I led the ACLU of Maine for many years. I was a leader on marriage equality. And so
honestly, I think her time as executive director and like her general time at the the ACLU, in combination with her time as sitting secretary of the state of Maine, right? Like she was the 50th secretary of the state, secretary of state of Maine, and that's a weird title. Just the secretary of state of, like, I don't know why, but the two ofs always fucks with me. But the fact is like she's tested, right? She sat office. How long is the 2021? Yeah, so like 2021, 2025, I think, a 4-year term. But like she spent like a bunch of time. I don't know exactly how much time. I don't know if she just mentioned it or not. I was sort of tuning in and out here, but she was there for quite some time at the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union. She had a lot. I can't remember, unfortunately, her page isn't working, but she had good policy proposals. We went through them back in the day. And by back in the day, I mean like a month and a half ago. But I agree with Shenna, and we all should agree with Shenna. I mean, the fact is, I think we do, not just like how many people in here actually saw Graham Platner as like the face of the leftist movement? Me personally, I saw Zohran Mamdani as that face, if there was any face to be assigned, right? Graham was one guy in Maine to me who I supported. I'm not gonna, try and rewrite history like I didn't fucking support the guy, but like I never in my mind or ever suggest that he was the face of the party. I think he appeared on one thumbnail, and that was on the night that I knew that he was going to win the Senate primary. Is she trustworthy, or is she just an establishment Democrat? I don't see her as an establishment Democrat. And all of these, let's not forget, all these people could technically disappoint us. But for those of you with reservations, let's just continue listening to Shenna for a little while. It is the second to last clip, and the last one is very quick. No reason to rush to end this right now. It's only 5 minutes left of this thing.
Tough fights. I won a district that voted for Trump and voted for me in the state Senate. I got reelected twice. And I've been fighting, standing up to Donald Trump and fighting to protect voter data and democracy now, and been tested in many ways.
Secretary Bellows, if I could ask you about the process here. It is very interesting to me that the legislature, the law, sets out what needs to happen, right? That is, by Monday is the ballot deadline. Monday at 5 p.m., Graham Platner has to say whether...
Okay, I got a seriously unserious comment on the fucking vertical chat. Oh, God, somebody trying to burn Shenna Bellows. So she really hasn't done anything, quote unquote. Hold on, let me just pull this one up for everybody. This one's a mind bender. This is a mind bender right here that you've brought us. Thank you. Thank you, Wills T. John. Let me bring this beauty up for everybody. Good God. Do you think this one through or what? So she really hasn't done anything and has no idea what businesses and workers care about. Those two things, the two nouns that end this sentence are opposed to one another. Okay? Businesses vis-a-vis capital, right? The capital owner class are not the worker. These are two different groups of people that you're trying to conflate right now. Good job, Wills. Good job. Idiot award.
He's still in this race. And then the July 27th date. Those are things that are set out by the law. What is not set out in the legislation is the how. And
ACLU isn't experience, he says. Are you a moron? Are you like a genuine moron? ACLU isn't experience, says Wills T. John. And neither is being Secretary of State of Maine. Or a state legislator. None of these things are experience enough for Wills T. John, the most experienced man on the planet. Oh, so sorry, Wills. Oh, Jesus Christ. It must be so difficult to be an experienced man like you looking down on the rest of us unexperienced plebs. Businessman and worker, simultaneously.
there are a lot of voters out there right now, specifically in Maine, that some people I talked to today that said they're having flashbacks to 2024. And there are folks that feel like that there was not a transparent process ran in 24 after Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. Now, I have thoughts about that, but we're not going to go there. My question to you is, how can you ensure to voters that this process is going to be transparent, it's going to be fair? Are you willing to commit to saying that you will only consider this if there are debates planned, if there are town halls? What is your criteria?
Absolutely. I think the process needs to be as open and transparent as possible. The law is very clear. There is no moving that deadline. The party must submit a replacement candidate after Graham Platner withdraws by the deadline of Monday, the 13th at 5 p.m. They must submit a replacement candidate by 5 p.m. on Monday, the 27th of July, the fourth Monday of July. And so all of those things have to happen in a very compressed timeline, but I think it's extraordinarily important that there be inclusive, transparent participation from as many voters as possible. Because again, this is not about any one person. It is about the movement, and it's about winning the U.S. Senate and who can bring the most people together and organize a winning campaign in just over 100 days.
Do you think there should be
about the movement? It's about the people. It's about winning this election here down the line in a little over 3 months. That last one's quite a task, but Shanna's won elections in the past, as she mentioned before.
Debates?
Oh, absolutely.
I want to take a turn before I let you go, because there is some news today that definitely startled me and stood out to the team. ProPublica reported that today more than a dozen states, including your state, received a letter from the Department of Justice which threatened to prosecute election officials for failing to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. Now, I don't think I need to educate you, Madam Secretary. Non-citizens are legally not allowed to vote. But are you concerned that the federal government is going to send election monitors to Maine, as they have indicated they will in Michigan? And are you concerned that potentially you could be targeted and jailed?
So, yeah, I received one of these love letters today from the Department of Justice reminding me how to do my job, which I already know. Thank you very much. And so did colleagues of mine across the country. And quite frankly, this latest love letter, or nastygram, depending on your perspective, is not worth the paper that it's printed on. It's hardly a threat. I think the Justice Department's time would be better spent educating the president on his constitutional obligations and responsibilities. But I also think we can't underestimate the threat from a desperate man with delusions of 2020 and who's terrified of losing in the midterms, losing hugely, and he will. Make no mistake, we are going to win in Maine. We are going to win all across this country. And so as election officials, it's our job to sort out the real threats from the laughable ones. Today's letter falls in that latter category. We're all following the law. We're all following the National Voter Registration Act, which is what they've reminded us to follow. That's what we do every day. But also to be prepared for the real threats that will come, because these folks are desperate. They're huge losers, and they'll stop at nothing. And I think we need to be prepared to fight with everything that we have, but also to be strategic and not panic about things that are ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Oh, Will, I was about to ask you a question, and then you fucking went even further off of the rails. You know, you're over here. I'm just gonna play it out for everybody at least before I time you out, because you've lost it. The opportunity, that is. This is you, Wills, saying, "Oh, we've heard exactly zero real plans, zero real solutions, just buzzwords." I was gonna ask you what your policy prescriptions were, Mr. Businessman/worker. But then you followed this genius comment with this one. The next sentence is not even really a sentence. It's also spelled improperly. Illegal foreign nationals. That's
so hot right now.
How you spell it. And get timed out for a day. Enjoy that, pal. Enjoy the warm embrace of getting timed out from my channel for 24 hours. Great job. Okay, everybody, one last clip. Made it this far, and right before the stream, Graham Platner officially withdrew from the Maine Senate race. Here's the AP. From like 12 long hours ago.
Graham Platner has formally withdrawn from the Maine Senate race, kicking off a 2-week sprint for the state's Democrats to pick a new nominee to face off with Republican incumbent Susan Collins in November. Platner has submitted his paperwork with the Secretary of State's office, so that makes his exit official. The embattled candidate said several days ago that he intended to quit the race following an allegation of sexual assault, which he has denied. But Maine's Democratic Party has been scrambling to come up with a process to select a new nominee. State law says that they have until July 27th to do so, and the party has indicated it plans to hold a convention with delegates from across the state to come up with that nominee. Several candidates have already put themselves forth in contention for that nomination, and the Maine Senate seat, it's seen as critical by Democrats as they try to regain power in Congress.
Yes, indeed. This is an important one, people. And unfortunately, it's being done in this way rather than in the way that it could have been done. Had one Graham Platner just stepped down before this ever came to fruition. And I think next couple of weeks, now that we know how long we have, we're going to be heavily focused on this race. This and all the other races that we have coming up over the next couple months. What a crazy fucking stream tonight. But to some degree, I do hope that this was a productive conversation for people. That this, could be helpful for anybody, informative for anybody. And if anybody, you know, is disappointed by my take on this, that's fine. I'm just doing my best. That's all I got. You know, I don't have some massive team. It's just me. When I see we, I mean me and the rest of you listening right now. You know, like it's not some team in the background over here crunching the numbers. It's me. Although some of you are still intrinsic, well, all of you, not just some of you, all of you are intrinsic to this fight. You all contribute in one way or another. Whether it's just by being here, watching the streams, donating, or engaging in other ways, like on the Discord, sending me links, articles, vids. And to those of you who have been trying your best to help with the election coverage, I appreciate you very much. Every race I don't have to think, I can think just slightly less about, because the fact is I'm not turning my brain entirely off on any of these things. But any one of these that I can just think a little bit less about, knowing that other people who I can count on are involved in this process, is greatly helpful to me, just like a psychological level. But that's it for tonight. It only took us 10 hours to get through all that. Honestly, I feel pretty optimistic about the future. Even with this terrible news this week. All right. We got the other stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. I hope to some degree what I've done here tonight made a difference. Though I'm not sure it has. So I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget about this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Roll by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frisla, Pennyhana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Ekios, Emily S. Hecate, Trevor. Oh, god damn it, I forgot again. I hate myself. Oh, how did I forget the Patreon update? I'm sorry, patrons. I've let you down. Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever. Rogue Gerb. And Tracy Eva. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.